Yeah, how's my sound?
Oh, we're live. We actually hit the live button. We're good. Dominic, you sound good. What's up, everybody? Let's do that again with feeling. I'm Mazon Hajavandi, joined by Florida State alum Dominic Robinson. Welcome on into this edition of Warchant GameDay presented by Zaxby's as a part of the 17 years of them giving back to this Florida State program as the Golden Chief Zaxby's of Tallahassee. And this will be part of a long day of good stuff, we're hoping, and we think, as a Noles 23.5-point favorites against Georgia Tech today. What's up, Dominic? How are you, man?
Good morning. Good morning, my football friends. It's 9 a.m. out here in Phoenix, Pacific Standard Time. Man, I've missed you guys. It feels like it's been forever. Really excited to get back and finish this back half of the season. This is like I said, this has been a rough road. That was a tough stretch that we just came out of, and it's a great time for a bye, definitely. And now it's time to roll here at the end of this season.
That's right. Florida State, again, coming off this 3-game losing skid. We're hoping they'll be coming off of it. They had the bye last week. Georgia Tech, meanwhile, had a bit of a mini bye. They played last Thursday night against Virginia, who's not all that great of a program right now, and lost to them. I think the only touchdown they mustered, Dominic, was a pick six defensively. So this Georgia Tech offense, I think 106th in the country in scoring. They're only scoring 16.1 points per game. So this should be a get-right game, if that's actually a term that you guys use in the locker room these days. This should be a get-right game for the Noles as they get ready to kick off here. Garnet tops, garnet pants, white helmets. Ryan Fitzgerald on the kickoff. Here we go. Well angled. Oh, they're going to take it at the 25, Georgia Tech. They don't want none of this kickoff coverage team. There's Amari Gaynor getting out there. Are style points going to matter today, Dominic? Does Florida State need to come out and dominate the way they did against Boston College earlier? Do they just need to get a win, and that's that?
Man, that's a tough question. I think it's not so much about the scoreboard in terms of when you say style points. No. I think there has to be a sort of asserted dominance that needs to happen. And that may not reflect on the scoreboard. I mean, you can dominate and win 21-10, and have a game that you dominate. So, I don't want to go too far in talking about style points because it doesn't need to be 50-0. Wow. But you would like to see just control of this game from start to finish.
2-yard gain on first down on a screen pass, about a 2-yard gain on a run. We do see Fabian Lovett in there. Welcome back, Big Fabo. He's been missing action ever since the LSU game. He's out there in the starting lineup. Georgia Tech without their starting quarterback, Jeff Sims. Zach Gibson at the helm for the Jackets. He ran out of bounds last Thursday on the final play of the game. Not a great look, but sets up 3rd and 5.
What about the white helmets? How are we feeling about the white helmets, Aslan?
Well, we can talk about that later, Dominic.
Okay. We'll save that for when we're up 42-0. 3 and out.
There we go.
3 and out to start the game. We love those.
Yeah. All right.
We love those.
They're showing why they average 16.1 points per game, but credit to the Florida State defense. Pocket not all that clean. Coverage pretty decent. Look at Coop dapping everybody up coming off the sidelines. Georgia Tech will punt now. So also lost in this entire gloriness right now, there's the fact that Florida State's going to get the ball to start the second half. Dominic, that's great. They're really good when they get the ball to start the second half.
That is great.
We didn't even get a chance to celebrate that. That's a nice punt. It's long, deep hanging. Micah. All right, he's fearless. Oh, hey, flag on that. Yeah, you can't do that. Be a good sport, buddy. Be a good sport. And I don't know, Micah, I think he got the wind knocked out of him probably. I'm hoping that's what it is.
I hope
He's
so.
down.
That looks bad.
14-12 in the game. Florida State 3 and out. Opening possession against Georgia Tech's offense. Micah Pittman fielded the punt. Really had nowhere to go. Brave of him to even take it on and try to return it. And it's being checked out by trainers right now. Was a flag on the play. Looks like it's going to be unsportsmanlike conduct because the player from Georgia Tech flexed on him after he made the tackle. Everybody's out there. We got Norvell out there. Storms is out there. Replay now what happened. It's got to be he got the wind knocked out of him. I mean,
I think so, or he got him in the midsection.
Maybe a rib. I mean, his joints. I mean, nothing happened with his ankle.
Might have got him right below the waist.
Oh, I know. Oh, there, that area you're talking about.
Yeah,
I got you. I see where you're going there, Dom. He's up and running, walking off.
Yeah,
on his own
he
power.
looks. Yeah, I think that was a that was a man parts shot.
All right. So then here we go. Florida State's opening drive will start. I don't know where are the stats at. On their own 36. So it's got to go 64 yards to get into the end zone on this one. Look at Travis, Jordan Travis. All right, hugging, showing love. Let's go out there. Let's play well. I fully expect them to go down the field with complete ease, Dominic. That's my hot take for today.
Let's do that.
At least on this opening drive. Here we
go. I love this. This is interesting. Two-back set. It's really 21 personnel with the tight end here.
Kill. They're going to run the ball, right? They're going to run the ball. Right? Yeah,
this was one of yes, sir. So when Norvell was at Memphis, he did a lot of this 21 or 20 personnel. So two backs, no tight end, or two backs, one tight end. But he had two really good backs, and they were very versatile. I think he really liked that set. So that's good. Interesting to see him because we hadn't seen much of it yet.
Yeah, great run there by Trey Benson. I mean, one guy to beat. That guy was able to bring him down at the final second. Another handoff to him again. Feed the beast. Reward good behavior. As you see the stats for Jordan Travis here on the season, 62% completion percentage, 11 touchdowns, only 3 picks, 222 on the ground. Decent. Second and 9, Florida State. They have cross midfield on the Georgia Tech 39, rather. Oh, all sorts of blockers for Trey. Yeah. Bad tackling.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a game like I guess it was at week 1 or our first home game.
Yeah,
where all 3 backs had 100 yards, I believe. I wouldn't, kind of going back to that asserted dominance. Like I wouldn't be surprised if Coach Norvell tries to get at least 2 backs with 100 yards today.
Right. Yeah. Trayshawn Ward, we're thinking not out there, still dealing with his upper arm injury. But you do have Toafili, Benson, good play action fake there. Out the back. Oh, you got to make the catch, Preston Daniel. I mean, well designed, well called, perfect timing on it, drawn up. Can't squeeze it though.
Got to go for it here.
I mean, great block, delay.
Everything's good there.
I guess the good news here is even if you had a good kicker, you still probably wouldn't settle for a 50-yard field goal here. 4th and 3, totally manageable. Let's see what Florida State's got in the arsenal here. Great.
Good.
There you go. Piece of cake. Make it.
Oh, he dropped the ball.
And I've been talking so much about how good Kentron's looked this past week, and he drops it. So Florida State with a bit of deflating opening possession here as they are unable to convert 4th down and 3. I mean, the last 2 plays were open. It was there. Jordan makes the right decisions. His receivers.
Jeez.
That was kind of – shouldn't that have been further towards the boundary there, Dominic, instead of –
Yeah, but he's got to catch the ball. It's 4th and 3.
It got punching out to him. It's a little decent coverage there, but –
you have to make that play, man.
Yeah. Just run the dadgum ball, says do-it-yourself Rainbow Loom, which it was open, man. It was there.
Yeah, the both of those were good calls. 3rd and 3. They run to sort of what's called a rail concept, where Daniel is going to run up the sideline. They ran double post that pulls the secondary away from the rail. Great call, great timing, all of that, and the great execution. And the guy just doesn't catch the ball. And then on 4th down, you want to move the pocket because you got an athletic guy. You want to change the launching point so they can't pin their ears back. They're going to be loaded up for the run. You're probably going to get man coverage. So everything about that was great except for not catching the ball. But I don't have a problem with that throw. You want to make a safe enough throw and put it within his body. You gotta at this level here. You're Florida State University. You got to be able to trust that a guy can turn around and catch a ball behind him,
Yeah. I mean, it's being nitpicky.
It is.
If the 4th down ball is thrown more towards a boundary, I mean, Kentron goes like this, and it's much more natural than having to go here with a guy coming around out back.
Yeah, I'm certainly not saying it's an easier play or easiest play, or we're kind of arguing between better and best or good and better. But I just, at that level, I mean, honestly, at my level, if I'm coaching a high school kid, I'm upset with the wide out. Yeah.
What did you do?
So I have to expect that an ACC wide receiver is going to catch that ball, because I would expect a high school wide receiver to make that play, to be honest with you.
We always talk about managing kickers, like let them work out of it. As a coach, like, do you go and tap them on the helmet, like, hey man, you got to do better for me? Or do they realize they just goofed up and you let them work through it themselves?
It's a player by player basis thing. There's certain guys that you kind of have to go. You may have to say something. Some guys you don't say anything because that makes it worse. Right. Some guys you have to be harder, more stern. Some guys you want to be a little bit softer and like, hey, it's okay. You want to let them know it's okay. It's honestly a pretty psychological position, because some guys are naturally lighthearted, and so they're not going to get overly react to something, and then some guys are naturally hard on themselves, and so when you piling on is only going to make it worse there.
Georgia Tech's offense looking every bit as bad as their stats there. On 1st down, Zach Gibson merely runs 2 yards and slides. 2nd down with all sorts of time and a safety blitz coming up that was picked up.
So the interesting thing was that was actually a quick game too. If you see the linemen are diving out, because they're expecting the ball to be thrown right away, and he doesn't throw it, and he still has time, and that was pretty bad. That was really bad.
On 3rd and 11, I guess it was, they tried to go wide receiver screen.
Yeah.
Jamie Robinson there to eat it up. It's 4th and 16 now. Noles defense doing their bit. Again, obviously want to capitalize on that first possession, but the defense is going to be able to probably get you the ball back quickly throughout the day. So things looking good. Shout out Jared Verse for his shoe falling off and him just slipping it back on. Tighten up, man, literally. Punt on the run. Micah back there to return it.
Yeah, 100%. He got hit in the man parts there because he looks totally fine now.
All right, so there we go. Florida State will take over on their own 45. It looked about as we go to another commercial break here on the ACC Network. You're watching Warchant Game Day, presented by Zaxby. Zaxby's of Tallahassee, a 17-year Golden Chief. There's a chicken sandwich war going on out there, everybody. I don't know where the battle lines have been drawn, but surely the hand-breaded chicken fillet that is at Zaxby's, their chicken sandwich, is one you do not want to miss out on. I love it. Zax sauce especially. I got to have my Zax sauce, Dominic. Zaxby's of Tallahassee is a proud Golden Chief booster for 17 years. And one sandwich towers above all the others in size and deliciousness. It's their signature Zaxby sandwich. It's an extra large hand-breaded filet with 3 thick-cut pickle chips on a split top bun. As we all know, the split top makes all the difference. Comes with your choice of Zax sauce or spicy Zax sauce. It's big, it's delicious, and it's only at your neighborhood Tallahassee Zaxby's, your Tallahassee Zaxby's. Again, proud Golden Chief booster for 17 years. Go Noles.
Yes, sir. We got any international Noles in the chat? Let's see if we
where's Belgium?
We've had Noles all outside the country, and I wonder with this game time how international we are.
Yeah, I haven't
CT. What's CT? Connecticut?
Yeah. All right.
They got no Zaxby's. They got Chick-fil-A though.
All right, well, one day.
We need a Zaxby's out here in Arizona. We got no Zaxby's out here on the West Coast.
We'll get them. We'll get on it. Any other games looking forward to today? Are you gonna watch the Florida-Georgia game with any interest, Dominic?
100%. Yeah, I'll be watching all of the games today. That's all I ever do on Saturday. But yeah, we'd love to watch Florida-Georgia. Really interested to see what the Florida situation's really interesting because they seem to be obviously headed in the right direction, but the last couple of weeks have not been as good as I thought, and especially offensively, that quarterback, man, they can't stop. I mean, they really believe he's like this world beater, but I'm not sure that he is. I don't think he's. They kind of talked about him like he's a top NFL draft guy, and when I watch, I don't see that. I definitely see where he's got some tools. Yeah. But yeah, it's so I'm definitely going to watch because I think obviously a Georgia defense can expose you, expose you pretty good. Spencer Rattler, experienced that just a couple weeks ago. He was, considered a draft guy. That was a chance for him to up his draft status, and I think he threw for 100 yards and 3 picks or something like that. So yeah. Oh, Singapore. We got a Singapore.
Let's stand up. Asia in the house.
Let's go. What time is it in Singapore, Matthew?
Like midnight.
Late night game.
Pre-snap penalty coming after a change of possession is not ideal, but again, Florida State should be able to outclass their opponent today, but we'd like to see them not shoot themselves in the foot here. We got Lawrence, we got Johnny, we got big playmakers. Deuce as well down there.
Oh, that's a play.
Just throw it to Johnny, man. Jordan, I don't know if you got upset that him and Tate had a little thing going in Louisville, but it's okay. You can use 14 too, man. You're going to throw at him all the time.
That's a catch, man. That is not an easy catch. That was really good.
Brings up 2nd and 6 now for Florida State. They're right at midfield. Blitz coming off. It's picked up. Great decision.
Here we go. Let's go fast.
Noles now across midfield. It's 1st and 10 on the Georgia Tech 42.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep.
They can't tackle Trey Benson. Oh, look at number 2 on Georgia Tech wanted holding or something. Pouting. Trey Benson, though, with 8 hard-earned yards. They're calling it 7. It's 2nd and 3. Noles going tempo. That looked to be a bit of a false start. They'll let it go. Bad snap. Jordan's still able to bring it in and let it rip. Incomplete. Now you're bringing up 3rd and 3. But you're in 4th down territory, so. A little bit of sloppiness here for Florida State, man. It
does. It looks very sloppy. A lot about it just doesn't look right. Doesn't feel right. Hopefully we can get on track here. A lot of times you just kind of need
Are we trying to huddle? Are we not huddling? A huddle optional? We're just talking about what a bizarre circumstance there. We got 3 guys lined up to the boundary. What is that going to mean, Dominic? Power run.
They're trying to go fast, it looks like. And so the wideouts are going to stay wherever they're at, and they're going to run whatever concept, So now they're switching, moving them over to the left side now to the field.
All right, another fourth down here for Florida State. This one 4th and 1 this time. Under 9 minutes ago here in the first quarter.
They're running this.
Oh, yeah. Ball
100%.
on the
100%.
2 tight ends in there.
Oh.
Benson.
Oh.
They're rolling them out.
Wow.
Oh, Preston Daniels.
Wow. That's showing some confidence. And a guy who just had a drop and probably like one other catch on the season.
Hey, had a touchdown, I think.
He did have a touchdown.
Good job by Trey Benson to pick up the blitz there, or the pressure, rather. All right, fresh set of downs now for Florida State. Ball on the Georgia Tech 27, we'll call it. Johnny lined up on the boundary, and they're going to run it through the tackles. They can't tackle Trey Benson, however.
Yeah, Benson's about to have a day.
Yeah, it feels like one of these days, just get out of his way, just keep handing him the ball off, and as long as he's not tired.
He's about to have a day.
Yeah. Large human being.
Sorry,
Second and 4.
5 for 50.
Yeah. Decent. A lot of shifting by Georgia Tech's front here. Really hasn't done much, though, to slow down Florida State's offense. 2nd and 4, handoff again. Oh, no. He keeps it, throws it.
I would tackle him, too, if I had out there on an island.
All right. Man coverage. Johnny Wilson tackled. That's called pass interference, folks. First down, Florida State. All right. Keeping him off balance. You think they're going to do nothing but run? Then they throw it over the top. Oh, what are you? Oh, Johnny had a reaction almost like they thought he called it on him. You got a replay of it now.
He likes that. Johnny likes that move where he goes like acts like he's blocking.
Right.
You know, and I think it's really good because he does such a good job blocking that it's effective. You know, he runs, he extends his arms. I mean, it looks like he's blocking, and then he releases. That is his go-to.
First and goal for Florida State on the Georgia Tech 9. Here comes Pokey in motion. Quick throw. Tunnel screen back to Micah Pittman. Good. Noles will be down on the 3-yard line with the 2nd and goal. I hope everybody saw in that last play with Johnny, the ACC network guy that's a Florida State employee with a hat on, like cheering by having to hold back his emotions because he works for ACC network. So shout out to that young man. 2nd and goal to 3. World's your oyster right here, Dominic. Do whatever you want. Micah didn't want to come off the field. Micah's like, why is he off the field, coach? We do I'm all about being multiple, Dominic.
Red zone's a big emphasis, right?
Yes. And they don't know who's coming on and off.
You would think we'd be a lot more crisp down here. Had to call timeout. That's not good.
I mean, what's with?
Yep.
I like being multiple, but man, let's just keep the guys on the field. No one needs a break. We're all right, man. We're well trained. It's 68 degrees. It feels perfectly fine out here. No one is tired right now. Florida State forced to use a timeout. It'll be 2nd and goal, 3-yard line. Student section in their outfits getting lots of love and attention.
Yeah, I agree right there with Michael said there. You know, you would expect, you know, with the red zone being such an emphasis this week in practice and coming off a bye, you get down here, it should be everybody should essentially already know what the call is. Like you've already been practicing it now for 2 weeks. Yeah, that's a lot of this has just looked a real discombobulated. We're just not in sync at all, which is weird. It's interesting. You would think, again, coming off a bye, you get down here, it's just like you almost unconsciously know what you're going to do.
We know exactly. We know the plays we want to run in this situation.
Know exactly what it's done. You've been practicing it so much more than a normal week is the point that I'm trying to make. You know, typically it's just like, boom, you know, get down here and it's like, man, we've been doing this now. It seems like forever.
2nd and goal, Jordan under center, calls for Micah in motion, jet sweep, and he'll score. Oh, they're calling down at the half-yard line.
He was down.
Micah wants Mike has got to need my stats, man. Give me the touchdown. Challenge that. Mike is going to yell for the challenge if he thinks he got in. I like that. A little jet sweep.
Yeah, it's a good call.
Oh.
He's tough, man. That
Great
dude's
camera.
tough. He runs hard.
Yeah. 3rd and goal, half-yard line. Heavy set here. We got 2 tight ends in.
No way.
Another timeout.
Goodness gracious.
Oh, and Mike's yelling at people. He's angry. Oh. Right.
It's not good.
It's get out of your system now. You got Miami next week. I mean, I don't know how much you're looking ahead, and just the fact that, man, this team, they're not playing a really good team, so they might have watched too many of the programs on Warchant TV and realized they could sleepwalk through this game.
Yeah, that's kind of looks like what they're doing.
That one girl that keeps doing the chop like this is going to throw her elbow out, poor thing. Gentle motion. Maybe they're going to challenge it. I mean, they did call timeout. I guess you could theoretically ask, I guess, perhaps now.
Is it not? Man, I thought it should be reviewed automatically, shouldn't it?
I mean, they didn't call. Whoa, Jordan Travis split really wide. Call a timeout for Georgia Tech. There's no way you're prepared for this. Wow. Oh, my God. This is what happens when you try to be cute. Of all the plays, amazing. Bad snap, Wildcat to Lawrence Toafili. Ball is fumbled. It's scooped up by Georgia Tech. They did not score, thankfully. I thought he was gone, but credit to Jordan Travis for also hustling down there and making the tackle. But my goodness, just maybe easily the worst 3-play sequence of Mike Norvell's tenure here. But it's, not going to shoot you in the foot too bad. It's only the first quarter here. But how did that happen, Dominic?
That was a ridiculous comedy of errors there. That was really bad. I'm pretty sure Jordan Travis is also hurt.
He didn't look all that happy to have to run down there and make a tackle.
Yeah, well, his neck kind of the way he ran into the guy. I
just don't understand. You ran the ball down Clemson's gullet 2 weeks ago, man.
Right. Run
your offense.
Yeah. Yeah, you just run your offense there. You should be able to. I mean, not only did you run it down Clemson's throat, but you've been running it down these guys' throat. So here's that Jordan Travis. Yeah, he's holding his head. I
mean, anytime Jordan goes down, he usually does grimace, though. He doesn't like hitting the ground. No one does. I don't either. Maybe he got some dirt in his eye, too. Maybe that's what exacerbated whatever. But 3rd and 5 now.
Yeah, you got to just run. You run your offense there, man. Inside zone to Trey Benson is going to score pretty easy.
Safety blitz. Georgia Tech unable to capitalize on it. That was interesting. Shaheem Brown came on the blitz there. Azaria Thomas is also out there. So a lot of young dudes. And it does look like it was dirt that got in his eye. So we can breathe easy. Shout out to Caked.
Appreciate you, Caked.
There you go. Been saying it for the past 3 weeks. Y'all don't believe me. Our issue is offensive play calling. Execution. Defense is not the problem. Uses the Lord's name in vain. Listen, I know the defense hasn't been great, but yeah, man, I thought the defense did good enough against Wake Forest. I thought the defense did good enough against NC State. And Georgia Tech is on the board first. Their field goal kicker hits it through the uprights on 4th and 7 off of a turnover. So Georgia Tech has the lead here early in Tallahassee with 3:58 to go in the first quarter. Jordan Travis, again, looks to be okay. We think it's just, Maybe he wears contacts like I do. Get something in there, throws everything off kilter. But, man.
That's bad. That's really bad. There's a bad sequence there.
I guess
don't like seeing that. 2 timeouts. You get down there in the red zone. You got to take 2 timeouts. Potential play that actually scored, which was a good call. And then, your timeout gets you a wildcat, semi-bad snap, and gives them 3 points. Huge for the defense there. One, the offensive guys chasing that guy down and making a play. That's big. You want to see that type of effort. And then 2, then the defense. That's a deflating moment for it defensively. Those are really hard sudden change moments that a lot of times you give up a big play because you're still steaming about what the heck the offense just did. And then before you know it, boom, you get stuck with 6 points or 7 points that are charged to you. So
because if you're defense,
big on them.
You're figuring, all right, we're going to score, we're going to kick an extra point. Then we got
you're chilling. I mean, you're like really laid back, relaxed, like you're not. And then all of a sudden, it's like, oh, I got action like that, know. And I mean, your helmet might be 40 yards away. You got to go sprint and grab it and get the call and all this stuff. So yeah, it's that's a tough spot. They're tougher than people think for the defense because you're so in, recovery mode. And then you got to go instantly from that to getting a stop on the 30, big spot for the defense there to do a good job to hold them to a field goal, not letting it get out of control. That's when those things happen. And, man, we got to get back to just basic execution at this point. We don't need some special play or any just execute the offense, go down, and put 7 on this drive right now.
Florida State has outgained Georgia Tech 71-2, 71 yards. Georgia Tech only has 2 yards. Florida State has 5 first downs. Georgia Tech has none, but Georgia Tech has 3 points, and Florida State currently has none. But they'll look to change as they get the ball here. Coming off the field goal, 38 yards, I think it was, for Georgia Tech. 3:58 to go in the first quarter. Man, I thought we were going to get out of here early today, Dominic, have the whole day ahead of us, but this first quarter is crawling. Sam McCall's going to bring it out, and that wasn't very assertive. He's down at the 19.
Jeez.
They're showing it. Yeah, I didn't see a lot there. I keep showing the tackle that.
Yeah, from the other angle I saw, he kind of got his helmet snapped back. But you're right, it might be like a contact eye type situation. Yeah, he's messing with his eye.
Oh, maybe he's trying to get some inner Jameson of squinting a little bit. Yeah, he looks very uncomfortable right now, but there we go. All right, they're marking the ball to 20. Nice of them. Big bodies up top of our screen boundary. We got Cam McDonald and Johnny Wilson 4 wide here. I mean, do you just flush what's happened here and try to get back to your bread and butter, Dominic?
Yeah, man. Like whatever your base call is, like let's go. And
Georgia Tech brought 6. It was picked up. Big completion downfield to Ja'Kai Douglas.
Wow.
Georgia State in business.
Big number 0.
Nice route by Ja'Kai.
Easy smash concept right there, man. That's 7th grade football right there.
All right. Still 4 wide. Handoff Trey Benson. Goes off tackle to the right. And that's 8 yards. Just doing Trey Benson thing.
And that's it. Those are 2 very simple. They line up in doubles and ran smash, which is a 12-year-old play call, and then outside zone. Very simple. Yeah, that need those plays need to be executed at a high level. Should be.
Holding here on Robert Scott. I mean, the guy was already on his way down.
That's a bad call. That's a bad call. You should never get called for holding on the backside of an outside zone play.
Yeah.
And two, because that guy's already blocked. He's blocked by the play call. The run is going way away from him. And
trips to the field side. Ja'Kai comes across the middle and pass is dropped. 2nd and 20 now for Florida State at their own 37.
Can we call it rust? Like it's just rust, I guess. Because this is bad.
We had some slow jams playing. Had to mute my mic so it wouldn't pick up on the algorithm detection for YouTube and kick us off.
Yeah, what was it?
I don't know. It was good though. It made me feel good about myself.
Yeah, I saw you jamming.
Pocket breaks down. Jordan Travis showing his elusiveness, able to get away and throws it away. Almost maybe picked off, but not quite. It's incomplete. Brings up 3rd and 20 now for Florida State. That was about the first time the pressure had gotten to Jordan Travis here in the game. Only 4 guys. Was that face mask?
No, he's grabbed inside of his pad.
All right, 3rd and 20. Maybe get a pass. Just go to Johnny. Try to get pass interference. Get yourself an automatic first. 3 wide. Tight end. Jordan. Back foot. Dumps it off. Lawrence Soafili. Oh, hey, that looked a little face maskish. They're going to get a first down on that. They're going to get bailed out. No, roughing the passer. All right, that's the first down for Florida State.
Look at Jonathan with the positivity. We appreciate this guy bringing some positivity to the broadcast. We appreciate that, man. Chewing up yards. Chewing the clock. Sorry, racking up yards.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, yards don't get points.
Well, a couple ticky-tack fouls on each team there, kind of offset one another, I guess. Florida State now across midfield. They're on the Georgia Tech 35-yard line. I can't sell. Trey Benson just running well.
Did we see the roughing?
Yeah, the guy, hand hit his face mask.
Oh, okay, got it.
And then Jordan went down really well and sold it, so it was good. There we go. Question for Dom by Caked. Thank you to Caked and Jonathan for throwing doll hairs at us. We appreciate that. How do we get this offense going and to add some consistency, Coach?
From what I'm seeing, if you're just talking about today specifically, it's there's just no rhythm to they may be trying to do some stuff because they had extra time to prepare. And so they're maybe doing some things that are sort of long-term vision type things that like, hey, eventually we want to evolve into this. We know we're playing a weaker opponent. So we're going to, kind of sprinkle in some things that aren't like our base stuff. The stuff that you've been doing since camp or even since spring. If that's the case, now is the time to abort that mission and go back to whatever it is you were doing for the first 7 weeks of the season, because this is not good. I mean, this is sloppy as heck. I mean, they look like they don't know where to go, when to go. There's no rhythm to anything they're doing. And you can see that they're physically dominant, but mentally you're seeing it's not there. Like mentally, they don't know where they need to line up. They don't know if they're playing with tempo or not tempo. They're getting set in their tempo call, then they're getting out of it. It's just everything is just not functioning at a high level right now. So for me as a coach, I'm going, all right, man, look, we gotta get back to our base. You're about to go a whole quarter without scoring against the worst team in the conference. That's unacceptable. So we got to get back to, we got to get back to just our base stuff, what we've had success with, some easy throws. Like I said, to start this drive, they just ran smash concept, which is a hitch outside, a corner by number 2. That's something that everybody runs in the whole world, all the way down to youth league football. And, get back to that stuff, to just let your athletes play. Your guys are going to, and we get Trey Benson in space enough times today, he's going to bust one of those runs. You get Johnny in a one-on-one situation, he's going to make the play. So just let him go do that. Don't try to out-scheme him. Let players not plays, at this point.
Georgia Tech, they don't know what they want to do coming out of an injury timeout. Brent Key just spiked his headset, the interim coach. So coming off an injury timeout, Georgia Tech will now take a official timeout with 15 seconds left in the first quarter. Thought we were going to get to the end of the first quarter. Dominic was really rooting for Mike just to go to the next quarter and change the field around. But
yeah,
we're going to play football here for another 5 minutes.
It looks like Singapore is 12:45 in Singapore, by the way.
Right.
That's some dedication right there, man. The midnight football game.
ACC after dark.
Yeah, way, way dark.
All right, it is 3-0, as you see on your screen there. Georgia Tech taking on Florida State. This is Warchant GameDay presented by Zaxby's, the watch-along. Reminder, second half, Dominic will be here for the whole game, but he'll be joined by Tom Lang. So they'll take it to the end of this one. And then afterwards, Tom Lang and Gene Williams with the Warchant post-game show, taking your phone calls, comments live here on YouTube about 10, 15 minutes after this game. So hang out. This same link, youtube.com/whatever it is. This will be here the whole day. Florida State now, 3rd and 6, 15 seconds left. Georgia Tech bluffing. Are they going to bring pressure? I think they're bluffing. They are not. They're bringing it. It gets picked up. Jordan, our cameraman, doesn't know how to work the camera. Looks like pass interference called on Georgia Tech. First down, Noles. Pokey, the intended receiver on that one. Man, I wonder how many first downs Florida State has come via penalty. Counts the same, though.
You're right, Chandler. Higher the comments, people. They should do great.
Let's see here. I don't even know how that was pass interference. Lawrence O'Feely busts to the pylon, reaches out. That's a touchdown in America. Oh, he called him down the 1 or the half-yard line. I marked him down the half. Come on, he literally hit the pylon. And I'm not even this anti-ACC ref guy, but we're going into the first quarter, though. They'll review this, I'm sure, during the changeover. Yeah, come on. Boy, I'm not calling that a fumble or anything, but the camera work, we got to get better out there, guys. Let's. I know it's been sloppy in the field, but you guys got to do a better job out there with the cameras on your shoulders.
You want to see another wildcat here on the goal line? That's it.
Maybe a pitch out. Just pitch the ball out. One of those.
Oh yeah, the little pitch out from what was that? Was that the LSU game?
Yeah. I can do that. All right, there's no way that's not a touchdown. So, he fumbled it, but it was after he hit the pylon, which is a touchdown. And shout out to Johnny for celebrating the touchdown, but also
recovering. Yeah, yeah, that's talent, man.
Yeah,
full celebration and full recovery.
I mean, the camera guys are showing number 9 Derek McClendon because they think that he ran the ball, but it was number 9 Lawrence Toafili. This is the sloppiest game on the field in the
just
truck.
all around, everybody.
Nobody wants to be here right now.
Coaching, production. You got slow jams in the background playing.
I mean, and this has been a 47-minute quarter.
My goodness.
After reviewing it, there you go. Touchdown. There you go.
Touchdown. Hey, let's go.
Change that to 6, Ben. Put 6 on the board. We'll wait for the PAT here. Lawrence Toafili splashes in from 7 yards out. Florida State with the touchdown. They are now ahead of Georgia Tech 6-3 with the extra point pending. 2 seconds left in the first quarter. So we're going to get a kickoff too, boys and girls. So don't go anywhere quite yet. All right. Good response, I guess. Whatever. Just points. There we go. 7-3 Florida State. Meanwhile, Syracuse Notre Dame tied at 7s at the end of their first quarter. So
who did you say? Notre Dame?
Yeah, in Syracuse.
What's the score?
7-up. 7 up. All right.
Yeah, the camera guys had a late night, man. Let's give them a break. They're out enjoying Tallahassee.
Yeah. Halloween weekend. It's magical out here.
Yeah. Halloween party last night.
I guess they're going to show us a replay of this touchdown, which we're over now. We get it. They scored. We've seen it. We knew it live. That was just really good blocking, man. Everybody accounted for, So, Miami and Virginia scoreless. 5 minutes into that ball game. Tyler Van Dyke out for the Canes. That's Florida State's opponent next week down in Miami Gardens.
Where is that Miami-Virginia game? Is that in Miami?
No, Charlottesville. It's in Virginia. Yeah. Oh, and he calls a fair catch, so we're going to get another snap.
Yeah. Oh,
Get
great.
me out of this quarter.
That's what we needed. Another play in this quarter.
So statistically looking at this one, it looks really good. Florida State's got 131 yards of offense. Georgia Tech only has 2. Florida State has 9 first downs in the first quarter. They have 9 first downs. But again, it's a 7-3 ball game because of a turnover and some sloppy management on the goal line. But Georgia Tech has not shown any ability in their 3 possessions of really mustering anything. So here they go. Probably a quarterback draw, maybe a handoff. It's a quarterback keeper and half yard. That's the end of the first quarter, everybody. Florida State's up 7-3 on Georgia Tech.
We made it, and we have the lead. About as ugly of a quarter you could have, and somehow we're still ahead.
I mean, when I asked you about the whole style points thing, you mentioned that, the scoreboard can be kind of misleading at times.
Yeah.
If you're doing some chores and you're just joining us, Florida State's up 7-3. I don't know how you're feeling about that, but it wasn't pretty 7-3.
Yeah, maybe the worst 7-3 you'd seen if you've been watching.
So, all right, let's talk about Zaxby's because there's chicken on my television screen. Makes me want to eat Zaxby's. Game day, Friday, doesn't matter what day it is or where you're at tailgating. Pre-game, post-game, anytime is the right time for Zaxby's, and there's Zaxby's platters. Just as long as you're hungry, which you are, it's Saturday, we're all hungry. Feed your team with your choice of traditional or buffalo fingers or boneless or traditional wings. If you're having trouble deciding, get the best of both worlds with a sampler platter. And don't forget that world-famous sauce. Satisfy your chicken craving with the Zaxby's platters. Order online or in the app. Your Tallahassee Zaxby's. Proud Golden Chief booster for 17 years. Go Noles. I think I'm going to get me a chicken sandwich on the way home after this.
That's a good sandwich, man.
Texas toast, fingers in the middle.
When I used to coach at Leon High School, I'd have that a
When
couple
were you
times
coaching?
a week.
When were you coaching at Leon High School, D-Rob?
I coached at Leon in 2007 or 8.
Oh.
Yeah.
Did
Yeah,
you
for 2
leave
years.
and come back to Tallahassee?
I
Or did you
did. I did. I had one more semester. So I was with the Rams for a year, but I had a semester. So I came back after I got cut by the Rams. I was rehabbing because I pulled my hamstring. And then I went to go help Kyler Hall asked me, "Hey, come talk to the kids." He was coaching there, and Coach Reagans was there, Bill Reagans, and he said, "Hey, man, come talk to the kids, man. Just come spend some time with them." I just came to just kind of give them a pep talk and whatever, and I never left. I ended up I was at Leon High School every day for the next 2 years. Fell in love with those kids, man, and loved it. Had a great time. Phenomenal staff, the guys that we worked with, all former Seminoles, and we just had a blast. Somebody asked a good question. We can go back to that. Is it Zach Ferris?
That wasn't me. I don't know.
There it is.
D-Rob, what does it mean for the way our team is ran when our stats are great, but our points on the board are not?
So that is a reflection of a couple different things or it could be a reflection of a couple different things, not speaking to us specifically, but a lot of times if you have a turnover issue, you'll have you could have a disparity in the amount of yards you get, but points you score because you may rack up yards, but then you turn it over. You give the other team the ball so you don't score. It could also be you have a lot of empty yards, meaning you're not good on first and second down. So when you're in third and long, if it's 3rd and 15, but you get 14 yards, those are empty yards. It doesn't, the offense is giving or the defense is giving you those yards because you have a long way to go. So if you're in a lot of third and very long, you could end up with a lot of yards, but not a lot of points. And then the last thing is, you're getting down into the red zone and you're not putting the ball. You're not getting 7. You're getting a lot of 3s, or you're getting stopped on 4th down. So that's kind of the 3 different things, 3 different ways that you can end up being an offense that racks up a lot of yards. Everybody has good stats, but then you don't end up scoring. I don't know exactly what that is for what as it pertains to Florida State, but I would say in general those are the kind of the 3 cases of guys or guys who have great statistical seasons in terms of yards, but not scoring the way that they should.
3rd down, a little confusion pre-snap by Florida State's defense. Ramblin' Wreck actually able to take advantage of it with their first down of the day. Jordan Travis holding a piece of ice up to his eye. So
I think I saw it looked like it whatever happened.
Bro, he's got dirt in his eye, man.
No. It was swole up. Like it looked like something. He actually got hit. Like something got in there. I could see that. That's why he's got ice on it. Like it looked like when a boxer gets a knot. Like there was a knot on that thing. And they only showed it for a split second. Like I just saw it for a split second. I thought, oh, that looks kind of funky. He had like a knot like right in his eye.
All right, it's 3rd and 12. Pin the ears back. Go after this dude. I mean, Jeff Sims should win the Heisman. The fact that Georgia Tech actually has won football games this year, I can't even fathom how they won games. Like, how did they beat Pitt? I mean, Pitt's a pretty decent team. They beat Pitt. They beat Duke. Duke ran through Miami.
They look bad. They look incredibly bad.
I'm glad I only have 14 more minutes or 12 more minutes of game time with this game, Dominic. I'm here all day watching it, talking about it.
It might be, but it's probably could be an hour if it's anything like that first quarter.
Yeah. Just run the ball, man. I don't want to see just run the ball. Trade Benson all day. Here we go. This will set for a nice return. Micah returns. There you go.
We had a hold there too that should have been called. We tackled the guy.
They're calling. Looks like the ref at the top of the screen pointed at Florida State. And the malaise for Florida State here in this first half continues.
Yeah,
looks like 12 minutes.
Continues. This is a mess.
It's been 2 weeks since they've given the home fans a game. They want to let them savor it. Looks like they're actually calling something on Georgia Tech. He pointed at Georgia Tech sideline. Let's see what the call here is. Their stat broadcast isn't updating. That's always a great thing. But Florida State is up 7-3. They will have the ball on their own 10-yard line, it says here. It doesn't tell me what the penalty was. Maybe somebody in the chat knows here. They were pointing at Georgia Tech, but – or no, I'm sorry. Don't listen to the guy here. It was called correctly on the field. I apologize, everybody. All right.
They called the hold.
Yeah. So let me see what's going on else across the country here, or at least in our fabulous conference that is the ACC. It is still 7-7 with Notre Dame and Syracuse 10 minutes ago in the first quarter in upstate New York. Wow, TCU and West Virginia in a shootout, 14 up with 11:42 to go in the second quarter there. Ohio State up 10-7 on Penn State with 11 minutes to go in the first half. That's surprising. I thought Ohio State would be cruising in that one. If you think that maybe Brian Harson's on the hot seat on the Plains in Auburn, probably right. They're down 14-3 at home to Arkansas. And Miami and Virginia, they are still scoreless with 4:55 to go in the first quarter. Let's see what we got here. Jake Garcia, 3 of 6 for 28 yards for the Canes. Yeah, they've got 35 total yards, Virginia 31.
Do you see Tom had a message for you?
Yeah.
He's lurking in the.
Yeah, numb it up. Numb it up. Numb yourself up, Tom.
It's rough out here, Tom.
Ugh. I mean, I don't know. So give me silver lining then. I mean, it's been sloppy, but what? We just the run game looks really good. I guess that's something really to kind of build off of. Coming off the Clemson game, you ran the ball really well, and in the first half, Georgia Tech has got no answer for your run game.
I don't have much. They obviously are not very good, and then we are obviously not much better. To be honest, it just looks bad. It's physically, we're obviously better. Like we can dominate up front. It's we're joking about speeding the game up by just handing the ball off, but they might need to do that. Seriously, just to clean this game up. It's a mess right now. We're formationally we don't seem sound. Both on offense and defense. They seem like they're struggling to make adjustments on defense when the teams are shifting and motioning. Georgia Tech looks horrible. And like I said, we don't look much better. So give the ball to Trey Benson. Let him run it. And let's try to get this thing back on track. Again, kind of go back to your base stuff, run your base plays. You have better people, so you should be fine.
They come out firing on first down. Pass complete to Malik McClain for 5 yards. We'll say roughly. I don't have a spotter, everybody, so be easy on me. Coming out firing on their own 10-yard line, Florida State. Malik McClain getting involved in the action. First catch of the day for him. It is indeed 2nd and 5, 11:50 and counting to go here in the second quarter.
I think the thing we also have to explore is it's just like,
little pop pass.
This is always a challenge as a coach. Is like, what do you do throughout the bye week to make sure that they're prepared, but also recovered? Are they not recovered and they're tired because they really got after it in the bye week? Did they not get after it and maybe they're rusty? there's this fine line, and every year when you have a bye, it's different in terms of like strategy. Some coaches have like a set strategy, like during the bye week, we do this. We go back to camp. We go back to week 1 of camp and we really get after it. Some guys are different. Some guys are, hey, we really back off. We give them a day off. We give them 2 extra days off or something like that. Whatever they did, they need to explore changing it because this looks very rusty. They don't look sharp at all. Again, the potential could be almost a overconfidence in how good we are in terms of preparation and saying, okay, we're going to do 15 different things this week that we normally don't do because we are trying to prepare for a later game, so we're going to start this thing, or it's like normally maybe we run 20 concepts. We're going to run 25 this week, whatever it is. And, maybe it's too much, and maybe they're finding out, hey man, we tried to do too much, and we gotta sort of reel it in, pull back and go back to what we did, what we have done in the past games.
Shout out to our guy Caked. Just keeps throwing money at us. Keeps throwing it at us.
Dollar bills, y'all.
We're critiquing his play calling. We don't like these goal line decisions he's making, Caked. But it hasn't burned him ultimately. They survived the LSU game. I don't know if, throwing to Johnny the fade route 3 times against Clemson cost them the football game. That game was kind of already out of their control, and there's a whole bunch of football left on them today. But it's becoming a little bit worrisome. They're reviewing this. I don't know if it's whether it was a lateral or if he crossed the line of scrimmage, Jordan, here, but ref called it clean.
He can cross the line of scrimmage because it's a backwards pass.
Oh, was it backwards? All right.
Yeah.
It's first down for the Noles. I just didn't realize. I didn't know if he crossed the line. I didn't realize it was a lateral or not.
Yeah.
My gosh, who are these people? The game is going on. No one is around to listen to your music in your stereo system right now, people.
Are they driving by or?
Yeah, just keep looping around. Trey Benson tripped up. I just heard something really loud from in there. I think we might have something good coming up. Buckle up. Second down for Florida State. 2nd and 9. Jordan. Johnny.
Yeah. Let go.
There you go.
Oh, he almost didn't score.
Touchdown for Florida State. That's a big one. That's a lot of yards. 78 yards on that score. That's a way of asserting yourself on offense. Not looking sloppy. Get off the field quickly. 78-yard strike.
And again, this is not complex. This is a very routine, rudimentary concept that they ran. They just ran speed out by number 2 and, fade or go to number 1, which again is, that's a very low level concept that, again, when your guys are better, just let them be better. Just let I said it earlier, put the ball in Johnny's hands, put the ball in Trey Benson's hands, and just let them be, run day one concepts, simple, players, not plays.
Shout out to Norvell running down the field with Johnny, a la Jimbo and Kermit in Pasadena. Amazing. 14-3 lead for Florida State here in the second quarter. Stats on your screen right there. Jordan, a effective, efficient 9 of 14, 158, I think it says right there. Let me blow this up full screen so I know what I'm talking about. Johnny, 2 catches, 87 yards. Bulk of it on that 78-yard strike. And they're running the ball quite well, 4.5 yards per attempt. So maybe they're back on track now. I think they're back on track now. Let me mute my. I'm gonna go look and see what's going on here, Dominic. I'll be back. This is incredible. I literally think it's an apartment and they just have their sliding glass door open and they're just bumping music. It's incredible, man. They're playing like Enter Sandman techno version. It's ridiculous. All right. 14-3 for the Noles. Syracuse is losing now 14-7. It is still scoreless in Charlottesville. What a beautiful season has now turned into just a bit of a weird year. Again, a reminder, second half, Dominic will be here. Tom Lang will be taking over throughout the game for the watch through, and then the Warchant post-game show goes off about 10-15 minutes following the game with Tom Lang and Gene Williams, taking phone calls, taking your comments here on YouTube, and then we'll have all the post-game press conferences, Coach Norvell, players, available on our YouTube page, and then the Warchant wrap with Irish O'Fell and Corey Clark, who have been over in Doak Campbell Stadium this entire time watching this game. Ira, most of it on his binoculars, so you'll hear from them as well. All the voices you could possibly want to hear from. Warchant TV. It's totally free. Hit the thumbs up, everybody, by the way. If you could, please. Thumbs up. Like and subscribe. The longest touchdown reception for Florida State this season. Johnny Wilson, 78-yarder.
Nice.
I can't think of a 78. I don't know, like Travis Rudolph against Cuse in 16 or 15, one of those years. There we go. Kickoff into the end zone. Georgia Tech calls fair catch. Chris Winkie. There we go. I was wondering how long it was going to take before they showed Winkie on screen.
He coaches that. He's the quarterback coach at Georgia Tech.
Yeah, the GOAT. The GOAT. Yeah. I mean, but, he was quarterback coach for the Los Angeles Rams, then went to Tennessee and was like their quarterback's coach, maybe even their OC, and now you got to climb, Chris. You got to climb. So,
man, I loved that guy when I was a kid.
Oh, God, he's the man. Yeah,
he was
absolutely.
He was fun to watch. He made the game look real easy.
Could you imagine like playing college ball when you're 28, Dominic?
Oh my gosh. It seems like it would have been so much fun. Seems like it'd be very easy, but then it also seemed like these kids the kids had to have been annoying as heck to them.
Yeah.
Being 28 and dealing with an 18-year-old kid, and that's your teammate. Like,
shot block penalty here on Georgia Tech backs them up. It's 2nd and 19. Let's see here, a little illegal high-low. I don't know who caught it. Let's see if they can hit play on this. We'll take it. I think it was Leonard Warner. Looks like he got it.
Oh, my gosh.
You just, oh, my gosh, me. Are you ahead of me?
I don't know how I got ahead of you, but, yeah, we just dropped a pick.
Oh, Renardo.
The ball is thrown right at him.
Everybody that I've said good things about this week on the podcast is just totally betraying me. Kentron dropped the pass. Renardo dropping a pick. Man, Georgia Tech is horrible. They are such a bad football team. This is just run the ball. Get out of here, Brent Key. 3rd and 19 for Georgia Tech, 4 wide. And they're going to hand the ball off. Oh, hey, tackle him.
We're good.
All right, got 16 yards. All right. Let's keep that clock running. Keep that clock running, Dominic.
Get Tom in here.
Yeah. 4th and 4 for Georgia Tech, ball on their own 31-yard line. The punt unit comes out.
Can't imagine coaching the Rams and then coaching at Georgia Tech.
Yeah.
That seems like that would be rough.
But hey, he was coaching Jared Goff, you know.
Shots fired at Jared Goff.
Love you, Jared. That punt is there's everything's going to get bad for Georgia Tech now. Bad offense, bad defense, bad special teams. And we've got to play this team every year now. They're one of our permanent rivals. Or actually, no, they're not. No, they're not. I take it back. They're not. Clemson, Miami, and Syracuse. Thankfully, we don't have to play this team every year. How are they this? How can you get this bad at the Power 5 level in the state of Georgia in Atlanta?
Yeah, it honestly seems it's very weird to me. I find it hard to fathom how you could get this bad in Georgia, in the state of Georgia. There's so many players, so many athletes in that area, and surrounding areas. It's very confusing to me.
And don't give me their academic standards, yada yada. I mean,
I don't want to hear it. That's not it.
Darius Washington in there for Florida State. Not sure who he replaced, but they're running the ball efficiently. He's at right tackle, so it looks like he's in for Jason Turntine. Not sure when they went to that move or why, but we can maybe ask about it afterwards. Nice little pull back by Jordan. It's tipped and nearly picked off. 3rd and 6, but I hear across the stadium there another Florida State first down. So I think we're going to have something good coming up here on 3rd and 6. Spoiler alert. Wow, that's crazy. Florida State's 0 for 4 on 3rd down as they face 3rd and 6. Do you hear this music?
This
is incredible.
I thought it was a siren.
I did too.
I thought you had a tornado or hurricane siren.
There you go. 3rd and 6, just running it off tackle. Lawrence Sofili first down.
You don't see that very often on 3rd and 6. That's a sign of knowing your guys are much better than their guys.
I love being against this black void atop the Hotel Indigo with music bumping. 1st and 10, Noles pistol formation.
Yeah, you're in a different spot today.
Yeah.
Why'd you move? Don't you normally you have like outside behind you?
Yeah, I just think with the way it's bright out, like it'd be too bright. See,
got it.
I'd be like I'm on Mercury doing the show.
Yeah.
So. I can't believe they're playing like 90s techno. These kids, man, horrible. You parents, what did you do? If you're 52 right now, what did you do that made your kid this terrible? Look at yourself in the mirror. We got pre-snap penalty, timeout. What's going on here in the football game? Is that a legal substitution right there?
I want to say it was
12 men on the field. 12 men on the field.
Oh, great.
Nice. All right, scratch that off of your bingo card, kids.
Yeah, seriously. How many bad football things can we do? Let's go. A little glance.
I like that. 2 tights. Kentron down. A lot of pulling it back and letting it rip. There we go. Kentron redeems himself. That's close to a first down. A lot of P's on the RPO. We're going a lot of P's.
Yeah.
Which we haven't seen a lot of, I feel like. We haven't seen a lot of Jordan bringing it back in and letting it rip.
No.
3rd and 1, heavy set. Good luck, Georgia Tech. I like the looks of this. You're running into the strong side here, right? Jordan turns, hands it off. Trey Benson bumping around, finding a spot. First down, Florida State.
I know Jordan Travis is just being a football player, but man, I don't want him blocking like that.
Yeah, and that could have been a hold too. I mean, technically, if they wanted to be jerks about it.
Yeah.
All right, 1st and 10 for the Noles.
Oh my gosh! Scratch another one off your bingo card.
Dominic, stop with the spoilers. Handoff to Lawrence O'Feely, and the ball is loose, and Georgia Tech jumps on it. I think he might have been down, but he looks pretty upset with himself. Man, Lawrence does so many good things in a game. Then he also does stuff that you're like, this is why we don't see a lot of him. This is why we haven't seen big jumps. Not able to catch the snap on the Wildcat. I mean, you've probably practiced that a few times in the week. Let's see if he was down before this one. I don't think so. He was on top of his offensive lineman. Looks like he was already punching the field after he lost the ball. He knew it. Yeah, I think that's going to stand. I mean, all turnovers are reviewed, but that should stand. Florida State turns the ball over inside Georgia Tech territory here in the second quarter.
Georgia Tech's.
Oh, all right. Georgia Tech's going to actually try to throw the football, but he's going to get sacked. There we go. Tatum Bethune. Leonard Warner teaming up for the sack. Big loss for Georgia Tech. Their ambition backfires. What a horrible team. Georgia Tech is terrible. I mean, how many guys at Florida State? I mean, they brought Tatum on the blitz. Second and 21 for Georgia Tech. Oh, a little swing pass. Ooh, watch out. 2-yard gain. Jarian Jones excited to be out there playing football on a Saturday afternoon. Let's keep that clock running, guys. Third and 19. What's in the playbook here, Dominic? Handoff?
No, they'll chuck it. They ran it last time. They ran it for 14.
Oh, no. Punt it, Georgia Tech. Punt it. Oh, there's a flag down. Jared Verse might have got held on. Looks like I think they're going to call a hold. Holding on the offense. Number 2. Am I reading lips properly? All right, so there's a hold as Georgia Tech nearly picked up the first down. But Jared Verse screaming off the edge. They're putting a tight end on him. I mean, do you even look at a scouting chart? I mean, you have no idea who you're going up against. You're going to put a tight end on him?
Oh, that's a good play.
That was nice. That was a good throw by Georgia Tech. Now they're facing, what is it, 3rd and 29? It is, indeed, 3rd and 29. Oh, the quarterback keeps it. Jared Verse says, nope. That's a loss. I can't even imagine having to coach a football game where you just know you have no shot at doing anything.
Yeah, I can't either. It seems, like I said, I can't imagine being Chris Winkie and having to find a way to put on a brave face for this.
Do you send a punt block here? I would send it.
Yeah, this is a great spot to.
Another meager punt from Georgia Tech. Friendly roll for them, though. 43-yard line. No, they're calling it the 45-yard line. There we go. All right, Florida State with great field position. Another flag down. Oh, little aftermath, little after-school brawl. Georgia Tech just wants to lose in every way imaginable today. Scoreboard, stats, physically, mentally. Whoa, 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 whoa. Chris Thompson, deputy coach, all the way out there, as well as Mike Norvell grabbing guys off the pile. Sidney Williams, who hasn't really done much for Florida State here in his early career, I guess involved in the fracas.
That was a block in the back.
Yeah, we're now getting to see a replay here. Sam McCall maybe on the block. Oh, Sidney's got his guys back. Oh, Sidney going some MMA, took us back. Trying to do some rolls, some jiu-jitsu. Now, meanwhile, look at Florida State's guys running onto the field to help their guy out. Georgia Tech. Can we just get on the bus, please? That's not very heartening if you're a Georgia Tech player. All right, so holding on Florida State is one of the penalties. After the play, we got unsportsmanlike, and they'll probably offset unsportsmanlike penalties. All right, 2 players, it looks like he said, from Florida State. I can't hear anything, so.
Man, a couple of things there, though. One, you'd like to see them with the more aggressive rush there on that punt. And then, that's a great spot, as always, one of my favorite spots to return the punt too. He's got to at least catch that ball. That ball can't hit the ground there. You should know you're getting a good rush, which means you're going to get a lower punt. He's not going to have time. They're backed up into the end zone. It's just again, sort of a comedy of errors there, of just really just poor execution, if they've been coached to do it, or it's just poorly coached. I don't know, what's going on there, but man, the lack of focus today seems, to be at a very high level lack of focus. Just not executing anything. Special teams, offense, defense, just nobody.
Daquan out on these streets. Daquan, tell him. Florida State's up 14-3, though. I mean, ultimately, that's what matters most. But it has not looked pretty. And it's noon, Dominic. It's overcast. It sounds weird.
Everything. Yeah, everything.
But at the same token, I guess you maybe would like to see your guys still be self-starters, show initiative, get motivated, come and play up.
Without question, man. Coming off a bye.
Yeah.
You should be rolling. Yeah, it's noon and all those other things, but goodness gracious, there's just no execution on any level.
But then, so Dominic, you're watching this game. I assume they looked much different against Pitt and Duke because they actually won football games. But man, I saw the Virginia game. As a competitor, I know you always want to look your best, man. You're competing against the man in the mirror, man. It's us. Mm-hmm. But man, when you turn on the film and you see a Georgia Tech team like this that you're playing at noon, coming off a bye after 3-game losing streak, I don't know, man. I don't want to give these guys an out, but maybe you don't come out with ferocity.
I will admit 100% that these games are much harder to get up for than you would imagine. It is tough. And a lot of times, to be honest, you're buoyed by the fans. Well, then you show up to that stadium, it doesn't look like there's much going on. There's a couple of games a year where you actually need the fans. A lot of games, I'll tell you, man, it doesn't matter. We'll play
parking lot.
Nobody. You go to Gainesville and got to play the Gators. I don't need anybody there. I love that they are there, and I love that they hate me and they're screaming obscenities at me. but I don't even need them on a game like that. But there are certain games, man, when Duke comes to town. Back in the day, not now, but the old Wake Forest, when Wake Forest would come to town, is like, man, I hope our fans show up, because I got very little motivation, to play. So yeah, I'll admit that I can definitely see, this is definitely one of those situations. Coach got fired. You watch the film and you see, okay, these guys are not good. Those things definitely work against you. Psychologically, you try to tell yourself, like you said, man in the mirror, I got to do what I got to do. It's all about me. It's not about them. But you spend all week watching them. So you can't, there's no way to hide it. I would say as a coach, a lot of times on these weeks, I won't even show a lot of the other team's film. I don't want, because I know what that does psychologically. I know that they don't need to see what they do schematically, because it doesn't matter. You don't need to know where they're going to be, because it doesn't matter. You're so much better. So you show them as little film as possible, because the longer you watch them, the more that sets in, sort of the complacency sets in, because you see them time after time. You, as a wideout, you see them getting run by. Nice.
While we've been talking, Florida State has methodically marched down the field with a combination of running with Trey Benson and a nice downfield completion to Cam McDonald, but Cam just threw his head back. Offensive pass interference, looks like. They also had a pre-snap penalty on the changeover, but they were able to work past it and move the ball down the field.
What's the penalty situation look like at this point?
Right now, Florida State has, wait for it. It's usually right there on the screen. 7 for 60 yards. Georgia Tech's got 6 for 82. So no one's helping themselves out in this football game. Did they call it on Johnny, or is Johnny reacting?
They did, and it's actually a bad call. The guy grabbed him as he was running by.
Was he even on the same side of the field as Cam?
He was, but the defensive back grabbed Johnny as Johnny ran by. Johnny didn't do anything. He was just running a route.
I think Florida State just redeemed themselves. They're showing a replay now. A little bit of rub. They call it a rub. Alabama fans in 2017 would have wished they had that call, but it's not 2017. Here we go. Jordan drops back. Wheel route to Lawrence Toafili. And they don't know how to tackle. Oh, Lawrence. Oh, they've got families, Lawrence. Touchdown, Florida State on a 2nd and 22.
Touchdown, FSU! Touchdown, FSU!
There we go.
Gene
lives. He's alive. We had to spice up this telecast. Thank you. There goes the Noles, man. There we go. 3 touchdowns in the first half. What? Get some.
Touchdown, FSU! Touchdown, FSU!
Yeah. There we go. Good redemption by Lawrence after he fumbled on the previous possession as well. Ryan Fitzgerald, automatic. Look at that. Strikes it through. 21-3 Florida State, and they're going to get the ball at half, but there's still about 3 minutes left, so Georgia Tech will undoubtedly have to give the ball back over to Florida State.
It's big. It's good for Toafili after the earlier gaffes.
What a subtle move there by Lawrence. I don't know if that will put a Miami guy on his roller skates, but I put a Georgia Tech guy on his keister, so that was nice. Good throw by Jordan, too, man. Dropped it around the butt. It was a nice catch. I mean, it was really well executed all the way around. I mean, that's bad matchup. I don't know defensively how you end up having that guy responsible for covering Lawrence. Just nope.
Yes. Love sitting down the DB.
It's so hard playing defense. Mamas, don't let your kids play defense. Oh, mamas, don't do that to your children. Tell them to play offense. Like, how happy are you that Deuce is a tight end? Like, would you really want Deuce to, I mean, I guess he'd be like a defensive end if he wasn't playing offense. But like, I wouldn't want my kid to be a defensive back. Absolutely not. No way. Hell no.
Yeah, offense is where it's at for sure.
There you go. Well-angled kick. Georgia Tech wants to, yeah. I mean, I'd like taking my 25 yards, but you can't do anything offensively if you're Georgia Tech. Maybe try to bust the return, but Florida State's coverage team has been pretty stout all year long. So 21-3, Florida State is up on Georgia Tech. Again, 2:52 left to go here.
What's up, Mike Myrick?
Oh, Mike Myrick in the crib. He's always here. Antonio Cotranio. 5 bones. Antonio.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Thank you. Noel Kev, all swolled out in his sleeveless post-gym selfie. What up, Kev? I see you, Kev.
We see you, Kev, been in the weight room.
Oh, Jamie Robinson on the blitz. I mean, George, this is not even – this is such an embarrassing display of tackle football. All right, not sure if you've at a quarter or a half like Tophilius had, but as a player, how do you stay focused? How do you shake things off?
I'll tell you. So I once at Maryland one time we were beating them really bad. So it's not quite like this game, but and I was returning punts, and our defense had a shutout, and shutouts at Florida State University are a big deal. And it meant a lot to those defensive players. And I dropped a punt. I muffed a punt. They actually had an All-American punter. I can't remember his name, but he kicked in the NFL for a long time. But I dropped a punt. And that was a tough one. That one actually, you talk about, you ask how do you stay focused or shake it off. Honestly, in that case, I don't know that I ever really shook it off. I mean, it bothered me for 2 or 3 weeks, and we won the game. And I felt like I owed it to my teammates. But it made me hyper focused. Even not even just returning punts, even just on offense, just catching passes. At that point, I was playing offense.
Was it Brooks Barnard?
I don't remember the punter's name.
Yeah, he was a apparently first team All ACC back in 2002, first team All American.
Okay,
around that time as well.
That had to have been who it was then. Yeah,
Brooksy.
Yep. And I remembered when he kicked the ball, I'd never seen anything like it. It was unbelievable how high and then how heavy the ball came down so fast. It felt like it was coming down at 100 miles an hour, and it just shot right through my arms when it came down. And we ended up winning, but they scored. I think they kicked a field goal. And it was terrible. So I again asking how you get over it or stay focused. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes it's just time is the only thing that helps you get over it.
Again, not the greatest team strolling here into Doak Campbell Stadium on a Saturday afternoon, but this defense has played quite ferocious, man. You got to
do it. You got to do it. Don't let it. I mean, again, like when we played games like this for Mickey Andrews and stuff, I mean, we were like, don't let them cross the 50. Like the 50 became the touchdown. And I'm dead serious. I mean, those guys did not want the ball to cross the 50, and they would get pissed if it did. I mean, it really meant something to them. And so you have to do that. You need to play that way. Yeah. It's a lot of times that's the way, we talk about like manufacturing sort of motivation. Then that's sort of how you do it, right? You kind of, modify, change the game.
We need 6 points. Somebody says in the chat, Spud Guns. I mean, no lead is safe against these Jackets. Micah Pittman with a short gain here on first down.
That might be a betting thing. Do you know the line? Are you a betting guy?
I don't know what the first half line is, but Florida State's a 23.5-point favorite as this game went off. So
okay.
Florida State has no timeouts left, but they just can take every second off this clock. Incomplete to Micah Pittman. Stops the clock. 51 seconds left now here in the first half. A reminder, this thing goes on all day. We'll let Dominic take a breather here for a few minutes at halftime, but then he and Tom Lang will take over for the remainder of the game. Then the post-game show with Tom Lang and Gene Williams goes on 10 to 15 minutes after what looks to be a Florida State victory. So hang out with us. Hit the thumbs up, everybody, please. That lets everybody in the country, the world know that we're out here. There's Florida State fans that have no idea that we exist. Help them. Hit the thumbs up button. 3rd and 6 for Florida State. Jordan Travis surveys the field. Chicago.
I've been on record saying, you keep your starters in and you need to, work on stuff and all of that. I would love to see AJ Duffy today.
Okay.
Just we saw him early on. I'd love to kind of see where he's at in his development. I'd love to see him, at least just for a drive. I want to see him for a drive while the game is not completely out of control where you have to run it every down. Like, I'd like to see him in there. Obviously, we're going to see Tate first if we do make a change.
But will you let him operate the offense, or he's just going to hand the ball off a bunch?
That's what I'm saying. I want to see him operate I don't want to see if they're going to just have him hand the ball off. I don't want to see it. But if you're going to let him run the offense, I would love. I just would like, like I said, we got to see him early.
Oh, are they calling it? Their ball was tipped at the line of scrimmage. Refs are calling incomplete though.
Yeah. That bingo card, that bad football bingo card is. I don't have much space left.
Yeah, man.
I mean, we just almost had a tipped pass, interception. Oh, did he? Yikes.
Oh, no.
He might have caught that.
I mean, that ref was certain that he didn't. So that's the call in the field is an incomplete pass. No, he didn't catch it.
He didn't catch it. Thank God.
All right, Jordan operates, fires, touchdown, Micah Pittman.
No, I think he was
incomplete.
Down.
You're calling incomplete and a flag. I'm going based on what's on the screen. I can't hear anything, everybody. I'm sorry.
It's incredible. This is incredible. Like, it really is.
How do you talk to these guys at half? I mean, you're going to be up 28-3 probably.
I probably don't even say a word. Yeah, he didn't catch that ball.
Dropped it, yeah. Mike is trying to sell it too. Mike, it ain't
because I'm probably pretty upset. Like I'm pretty.
Syracuse getting hammered, by the way. Sorry, Dominic. Syracuse getting hammered 21-7 now. Scoreless, dang. Miami, Virginia.
Dang, that's surprising on Syracuse. Yeah, I probably don't say anything because I don't have anything positive to say. We've got drop passes, we've got fumbles, we've got procedure penalties, we've got 2 timeouts called because we couldn't get lined up. We've got everything. We got interceptions. We got I have so many things that it's probably better for me to say nothing because I'm just going to be pounding everybody.
The Georgia Tech player got a shoulder stinger from running into the ref. Oh, man, poor ref. The ref didn't go down, but the Georgia Tech player went down. That's who we're playing against.
Yeah.
Jeez. I think this guy's from Thomasville. Come on, T-Ville. Stand up. You got to be stronger than that. All right, so I guess that give the replay booth an opportunity to review it.
Hey, do they still go to Thomasville night before game?
I don't know. They did go to Bainbridge for a team building exercise, but I don't know. I think we asked him once. He was pretty coy about it, Mike. They didn't really say where they go to, but
oh, really?
Yeah. I'll see if I can find out maybe next week or 2 weeks from now because I'll be in Miami. Jordan scrambling around. He is sacked.
Oh my gosh!
They don't have any timeouts left. Clock, you kick a field goal. You get your field goal kicker needs to get some confidence back. Oh, they're gonna, yeah. They're gonna. Why are you just running back, Pokey? What were you doing the last 10 seconds? And I love Pokey.
What was he doing? This is so bad. This has been tough. This is giving me some vibes of the last regime.
I didn't want. This is Tackardish. Very Tackardish.
Yes.
But you're up 21-3. And that's the thing. But you're up though. At least.
Yeah, because the team that we're playing is literally gave up 4 weeks ago.
Ryan Fitzgerald on for a field goal. His first attempt since that one he boomed in Raleigh is good. So that's good. Get some confidence in our young man. 34-yard field goal is good. The Noles are up 24-3 as we go to halftime. They will get the ball to start the second half. All the fire emojis, all the lightning bolt emojis. Plenty to unpack and discuss in this game. You guys need a fresh set of eyes. Tom Lang will bring that as well as his good positive outlook and optimism and things. Mike Norvell trying to coach his guys up right now. We're going to let Dominic take a breather here for a minute or so. I'm going to go to Doak Campbell and hang out and watch the rest of this game and ask some questions afterwards. Dominic, it was cool hanging out. Show goes on. Hit the thumbs up. Ben, take us to break.
Something big, something huge is taking over the world of chicken sandwiches. Zaxby's new signature sandwich with Zax sauce or new spicy Zax sauce. Because the chicken sandwich war ain't over yet. The new signature sandwich, it's taking over. And it's only at Zaxby's.
Warchant.com has been the definitive home of all things FSU sports for over 20 years and is now part of On3, the next generation network. Warchant.com has the most experienced, tenured, and largest staff on the Florida State sports beat and now features innovative resources, including an NIL database that projects player value and a truly aggregated composite recruiting ranking system that will set the bar in the industry.
There are no words to describe the perfect pairing of Zaxby's hand-breaded fingers and our 12 delectable sauces. But there is a sound, and that sound is The Zaxby's Chicken Finger Plate with endless sauce abilities. Only at Zaxby's.
I'm not saying
It seems like everyone's got a chicken sandwich these days, so how do you know which one to try? Luckily, one sandwich towers above all the others in size and in deliciousness. That's Zaxby's signature sandwich. It's an extra large, hand-breaded filet of 3 thick-cut pickle chips and a split top bun. And it comes with your choice of Zax sauce or spicy Zax sauce. It's big, it's delicious, and it's only at your neighborhood Tallahassee Zaxby's. Your Tallahassee Zaxby's, a proud Golden Chief booster for 17 years. Go Noles. So we'll pull up the stats from halftime here, everybody. Florida State is dominant in terms of the stat sheet as it leads Georgia Tech 24-3. We'll be joined by our own Dominic Robinson for the second half in just a little bit. Ben, if you could take us down to the, there you go, 360-24 is the advantage for Florida State. In all ways except the scoreboard, this is utter domination. And you might say, Tom, it's 24-3. That's domination. No, not on the level of what you've seen play for play in this first half. And I'll ask Dominic when he rejoins us here. My name is Tom Lang, everybody. Thanks to Aslan Hajavandi for the first half of today's Warchant GameDay watch-along show presented by Zaxby's. But this is a half that maybe should have been 35-0, 38-3, whatever you want to name it. FSU was not great in situations, but they were good enough against a really bad Georgia Tech team to be up by 21 points. And I saw that there was a comment in the chat that said, let's talk about the defense. I agree. The defense came to play, Ethan, at the outset. They were ready to go. They were put in some poor situations by Florida State's offense, most notably the turnover at the goal line on the Wildcat snap that was fumbled and returned. Nice play by Jordan Travis, by the way, to hustle down there and go make a tackle because Toafili initially had gotten shook there. The defense was ready to go at the outset. They finished the half on a strong note. I would say there are some concerning things that we can talk about either now or in the postgame show, like, for example, miscommunications at the time of snap. That happened a couple of times. Substitution was a little bit shaky a couple of times. And then a decision on a 3rd and 19, I think it was, for Georgia Tech, in which your 3 defensive linemen are Jared Verse, Robert Cooper up the middle, and Fabian Lovett. 2 guys that you wouldn't designate as pass rushers on 3rd and obvious was kind of curious to me. But by and large, I mean, 95 out of 100 or 90 out of 100 for the defense in putting Florida State in a position to be up by as much as the Noles are. And it was a great hold situationally speaking. We talk about complementary football, that after a sudden change and a turnover, that you get a stop by Jordan Travis, and then the next thing you know, Georgia Tech is attempting a field goal. And there he is. I've missed him. Dominic, I've missed you, man. How are you doing?
Yeah, it feels like it's been forever, man.
Yeah, it certainly has. You know, I had to walk away back and forth between the office and the downstairs. 24-3, you'll never apologize for, D-Rob, but if there was ever a smelly 24-3, this is a stinky first half situationally, especially on the offensive side. You know, take me through it. How are you breaking it down as you saw it? Because the stats say this should be utter domination. It's domination, but not on the level that the stats would say in terms of yardage and all that other kind of stuff.
If there ever was a game to be walking back and forth between the office and wherever you were walking, this would be one.
Yeah.
And I hope you were walking slowly and gingerly and trying to keep as much of your eyes away from the TV screen as you possibly could, because this has been just horrible. It's been ugly. Both of these teams are not very good teams, and one team is like horrendously bad and the other team is not much better. It has looked very, very, I mean, the list is so long. I was just thinking during that break of like, okay, what are the things that I want to talk about and that have been so bad, because I'm being so critical about how bad it is, and it's 24-3. But the list is so long, I don't even know where to start. Like the things that have happened, the lack of execution, the play calling, the everything, and most of it relates to offense. The defense has looked great. Gave up a 3rd and really long on one of those. But to be honest, man, like most of the problems lie on the offensive side, and it has not been great. And you clearly can do whatever you want, both in the running game and the passing game. But you'd like to just see a team be able to line up and line up, call a play, and run a play. And I don't even care about the result of the play. It's not even about like, did we get a first down or not? But we had to call timeout twice. We snapped the ball that was tough to catch. Maybe it probably wasn't a bad snap. Should have. And it ends up being 3 points for the other team. This is ugly, man. This is. If I didn't love you guys so much, I would definitely be flipping channels to other games and spending a lot more time on those other games than I would be on this game, because I really like watching good football, and there's like nothing redeemable about the football that we're playing. If there was a bad football bingo card, it would be I'd be on my second card. I had bingo already.
Well, and it's also, or if you play the bingo game where you got to cover the whole card, like it's not the straight line. You got
right. right.
Yeah, I mean, it's even down to the camera angles are terrible. I listen to some of the broadcast, and that's awful. They're calling Trey Benson Toafili and vice versa. They call Micah Pittman Ja'Kai Douglas and vice versa. It is just amateur hour. A lot of this is amateur hour today. And what's crazy to me, D-Rob, is, I was there on Tuesday for practice, and they were sharp. They were ready to go. They look fine. And I've got a frame of reference every week so far. They had some bad weeks. The Wake Forest week was one of them. They didn't look like that. But this looked like a team that was completely unprepared. And what kind of strikes me about that from the offensive perspective, it's not like you could even blame body clock or anything like that. They don't practice in the afternoons. They practice at 9 a.m. So they should be ready to go for a sleepy noon kick. And you're right. The things that pissed me off more than anything else were the substitution issues. You have this looked like Willie Taggart's first year, where they couldn't even sub right, and they had to call multiple timeouts in both halves because they couldn't get substitution patterns right. That's basic stuff. And I don't know where the hell that came from. Then 2 timeouts within one series with a goal to go. They just didn't look prepared. Jordan's throws early on were actually kind of rough. The drive where they went third down drop, fourth down drop, those are okay throws. The Daniel catch actually on fourth down the next time through was a much more difficult catch than the wide open wheel route that he ran. It just has been kind of disjointed mess. It's been a mess, but that's how bad Georgia Tech is. I mean, my God.
Yeah, and you're right. The interesting, funny, weird part about all this is it's both on-field stuff and the broadcast is bad. That's what I said. It's overcast. Like the weather's kind of funky. Like everything is like sleepy noon. It's like it's just the announcers sound like the announcers. A lot of people are commenting on them.
The officials,
the refs.
The
refs are real shaky. It's just been a really funky morning, but it's like you said, you mentioned how they were at practice. That's kind of the most surprising part for me is, and I said this to Aslan, I just wonder if they had this approach schematically to do some stuff that maybe they hadn't been doing. And not just play the game the way that you would normally, try to win a football game. A lot of times I have done this as a coach where you go into the game going, okay, we're going to do some stuff additional for a later game. Schematically, we're going to run a concept. We may do a shift or a motion just to get it on film to mess with a later opponent, something like that. But then when it happens multiple times, then you start to go, okay, man, there's something else going on. At some point you got to go, okay, you know what? Screw it all. We're going to go back to what our base stuff that we know we can execute and just dominate these guys. And, it seems like every time we even try to do that, we find a way to mess that up.
Yep.
It is, you ask about, or you mentioned the practice time. That would be something that you normally would go back to. Was less like, is it changing their clock? Well, apparently that's not a problem.
Yeah.
So there's something going on that's got everybody out of sync on the offensive side that is really concerning.
So you've been in the game. You've played it both sides of the ball. You've coached it. Could it be as simple as they're looking ahead to Miami, the players, or
100%. Yeah, it can be.
Basically, what I'm asking is, that's a real thing.
That is a 100%. That is a real thing. And I said it earlier. One of the things that helps combat that a lot of times is you show up to the stadium and there's a buzz and an energy that the fans give you where you're like, okay, I got to put on a show for these people. And you feed off of their energy. Well, it looks like the stadium is asleep also. So you're not feeding off of that energy. And a lot of times you need that. I mentioned, back when I was playing, that was the Duke game, the Duke home game, the Wake Forest home game. Those games were always, if I didn't have a little extra something from the fans, you weren't going to get much out of me. Like you couldn't get yourself up because, again, like I said, you watch that film all week. And man, the high school version of me could have beat these guys. Like I could have 3-4 years ago beat that corner that I'm going against this week, and I'm a junior now. With 3 years of playing in the ACC conference and going against Ed Reed and Sean Taylor and blah blah blah. And now I got early. A lot of times too, you played those guys early. You may have played Miami early. You watch those guys on film, and then now you got to go, you face a team like this Georgia Tech team, and it's like, I don't care what you tell yourself in terms of me versus me. I'm competing, between the ears. It's all about me. You watch that film enough times, you're going, those guys just aren't good. And it messes with you psychologically because you're trying to convince yourself to prepare. But when you have a game following that's going to be more challenging, your mind goes there without question.
So what I was thinking then in the first half, and it made me mad, is basically the start of the second quarter when we start to score some points and you realize that they're not going to catch us, short of turning the ball over 10 times. Georgia Tech's not going to catch us. I'm thinking to myself, well, they better look sharp next week against Miami, because if that's what this is about. But then I thought, well, that's BS. That's the kind of thing that if I'm a fan of Florida State, I would say when they're really, really good.
Yep.
Like, you're not allowed to do that yet. You're not allowed to do that yet. We're not there. So that's where I get really frustrated is you're supposed to take these games like Boston College. They did it right with Boston College.
Correct.
They did it right with.
And that's what was so excited about that Boston College game. I felt like we were getting a lot of flack for sort of celebrating those successes. And that was something I said with you and Aslan multiple times was, man, do not take this stuff for granted. Those guys are still Division I college athletes. You got to get out there and execute and do the things that you got to do. Like I said earlier, you still got to line up and execute the call. You still got to do what coaches ask you. You still got to execute your assignments and things like that. And so doing that is something to be celebrated, even if it is against an inferior opponent. Right. And this is sort of giving us a look into why I was saying that is because this is not that, and we are not there. We are not like you just said, you brought up a great point. We are not at the point where we can start saying, oh man, they go onside to start the half and get it.
Oh, so we just stopped. Okay. Why does RA just stop there? Oh man. Okay. You are slightly ahead of me. Slightly.
Okay.
Maybe 2 seconds.
I'm going to pause it for a split second.
Oh, goodness. Okay, so here's what I was going to say before. I was saving it up for the post-game show, but I'll say it now. John Papuchis can stay on my staff any day of the week when it comes to defensive end recruiting in that position. There's a replacement that needs to be made at special teams coordinator. This is awful again this week. Mike is not catching punts again, and when he does, he returns them. But he didn't catch another one that was on the 45-yard line, just like last time we talked. You got Sam McCall running out of the end zone at 60%. The personnel choice to continue to put that kid out there who's not even giving it an honest effort, it would appear, on kick returns. And now this. You're not ready for that? Come on now, guys.
Yeah, and I don't know if you were listening earlier. I brought up the Micah. When you're backed up, that's the best time to return a punt.
Yeah.
When you're standing, I used to love standing on that Chief Osceola in the middle of the field. That was my favorite. Oh man, anytime I had a chance to be anywhere near Chief Osceola, I guarantee you I averaged probably somewhere close to 18 yards of return. If my feet could touch somewhere from the 45 plus 45 to the minus 45.
Yep. Those
were the best times to return punts. Now, during my time, we always sent a serious block on those down. So that may be, part of it too, is that we don't, now they don't do that. But he's got to catch. But you have to, more than anything, you have to catch the football there.
Right.
The ball cannot hit the ground.
And there's a couple that are shanks, and I'm not talking about that, but we had the same – I didn't hear you in the first half, but I know what you said because we talked about it against Clemson.
Yeah.
They were out of their own end zone, and it rolls –
can't hit the ground.
It goes from the plus 45 to your own 40, and it's just it can't happen.
You have to catch the punt.
Good sack there for the defense. I got no issues with them. In fact, the best part of the half was how they finished the half. I love the way the defense finished the half.
Oh, yeah.
Swarming to the football, playing with passion. They were together. You played on defense, D-Rob. Good defenses, you see a lot of hats to the ball and guys celebrating each other's successes. It's not about me. It's about you. I love the way they finished the half. That was good.
Yep. And I will say, too, even the 3 points that they gave up, that's a tough spot. I know Georgia Tech's offense isn't great, but when the other team, when you are about to score as on offense and you're a defensive player, you are in ultimate chill mode. Like you are in serious recovery. Like I said it earlier, your helmet's probably 40, 50 yards away. You feel really good about where you're at. And then in an instant, you not only have to go out there, but you have to go out there and your back's against the wall because your own end zone is 30 yards, 20 yards away.
Yep.
That is not an easy spot to get a field goal, man. A lot of times you end up with the blown coverage there. A guy doesn't, get in his gap in the run game, and you give up a score.
Oh, well, here they did here.
And and that's perfect. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Because that's coming out of halftime. They're kicking the ball to your offense.
They're thinking, all right, our offense is going to go down and score. You're just mentally, you're just not prepared to sudden change, and then special teams gaff there, put you back out on the field, and you're not sort of in the right mind frame to get a stop.
So I'm not entirely sure how in God's green earth, given that Johnny was called for offensive pass interference, that wasn't called for offensive pass interference. If you look at the guy who's in breaking, it looks like a post or a slant. He's riding the defender towards the opposite hash marks as the ball's thrown. So I'm going to hesitate to be pissed off that the defense gave up a walk-in touchdown again. Look at this. Look at that on 10. What are we doing? Oh, if you're going to call Johnny and make stuff up, that's got to be a call. But
that Johnny call was that was really bad. That was really, really poor call right there, man. You don't call that unless you see a guy just extend, reach, obviously, if he's blocking type of thing, you don't call that. Johnny was clearly running around. He even tried to avoid a little bit, turned his shoulders. And that's, man, shout out to Georgia Tech for coming out with some fight. I definitely wouldn't know. Just going into half, I figured that they would just kind of want to get this thing over with. Somebody over there's got a little bit of fight in them.
Yeah.
To even go for that onside right there.
So
I guess they don't have anything to lose, so it's a great time to onside for sure. But holy cow.
well, football predictions are silly. I got it right for Clemson. It's just a guess. But I did say 42-10. So that puts it on schedule. We're on schedule, everybody, for 42-10.
Okay.
Right? So everything's going to be okay.
I'm on record saying that I want to see AJ Duffy.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
I really want to see AJ Duffy.
Well, then we need some stops and scores to get his butt in the game.
That's because we saw him earlier. We got a good peek, a little peek at him.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably not going to happen because we're going to obviously see tape before we see him.
Right.
And so now you're talking about now we got to see, with the time, the way that the time's going to work out, it's probably not going to happen. But I just would like to get eyes on him one more time, before this year's over. And running the actual offense, though, not just handing it off,
Yeah. Louisiana's a candidate, but we'll see. Today could be a candidate if you go down, get a couple scores and stops. They have problems with the first drive of the second half, this defense does. But look, folks, they were hung out to dry 2 weeks in a row. You got a long kick return against Clemson, where they're in plus territory with Will Shipley to start the second half. And in this one, it's an onside kick where it looks like our guys just stopped. Some folks are saying that Georgia Tech had touched the ball prior to 10 yards, and it would have shown on replay. I didn't see that at live speed. But at any rate, the defense has a sudden change moment to start the third quarter, are unable to respond. I think there's an offensive pick, especially given the standard of the call on 14 in the second quarter. No matter, it's 24-10, and now you got to, buckle up the chin strap and go score some points here. And,
oh, my gosh.
And there we go.
He just returned that ball from 5 yards deep.
Who's the get back guy? That's on him, too. And we're going to get a hold as well on this? Yep, he's saying it. Hold. Okay. Yep, I'm done with the whatever special teams hierarchy there is. It needs to be changed. Period. I'm done with it. I'm over it. And I'm not going to be a Mr. Screamer and Ranter. It is self-evident. There's the pick, clear as day. I don't think he gets there anyway, but you got to call it if you're gonna call it on 14.
Correct. Yeah, that's the thing. It's the standard of the call, based on how you said it.
Yep.
And if you're going to be as ticky-tack as the one you called earlier.
Boy, oh boy. It's a fair question, Brian Beers. It's a fair question. They're not playing intelligent football today. It's in them. They've done it, but it's
not today.
Yeah.
This is ugly.
Who said tighten them lug nuts? I love that. Michael, wagon wheels getting wobbly, y'all. Just saying, tighten them lug nuts. Yeah, they got to tighten up. 2nd and 10. I've got 12:26, the handoff, and it'll be a 3rd and long. Oh, dear God. Here we go. 3rd and 10, 12-19, 12-18 to go on the clock in the third quarter.
Somebody make a play right here.
I feel better about a gain of, what would that be? Let's see, 91 versus a gain of 11 because of how it's been explosive or nothing, in the past.
Right.
They roll them out. The camera work is terrible again, but we have a catch, folks.
Okay, good job, man. That's
D-Rob, you could send me out there with an iPhone. I'd give you a better idea of what's going on here.
Yeah, seriously. This is this is really poor. That's a big first down, though. At least you're going to get better field position. I was not looking forward to punting from there.
That was a great catch and good route by Micah because he fought back to the ball.
Right.
in order to cut off the angle. And then looks like a miscommunication there with Johnny. He's, instead of sitting down, he came back on it, or it might just be an overthrow. I couldn't tell. But now it's 2nd and 10.
The camera operator is not going to help you at all if that's what you're looking for. If you're waiting for a replay or anything from the production team.
Guys, just go to the all-22, please.
Yeah, seriously. We'll be good. Don't even change the camera angle. Just set it on all 22 and let it ride.
Big gainer for Lawrence Toafili. You know, if Jordan ever wants to keep one, he might hit his head on the goalpost, but that's a nice play and a good run for 9. They're eventually going to show the replay. They're going to leave it on pause. So that's
man. I was just wondering where Trey Benson kind of has gone quiet for a little bit, and I thought he was going to run for 200 today.
Yeah.
Early on, I mean, he was at some point he was at like 5 carries for 50 yards.
Oh my. TFL there.
Did you see the camera guys at Corner Pocket last night?
They might have been. That place has tentacles. They might have found out the hard way. So one note to Darius Washington continues to play right tackle for Florida State. Starting right tackle Jazz Turrentine was lost in the first half. I don't know to what, but you've got a backup right tackle in. An uncatchable ball on 2nd down. Actually,
I'd say I'm over the last 4 weeks, this being the 4th week, we've definitely seen a Jordan Travis come down to earth.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure why. I'd like to know why. I wonder. I mean, it's sort of coincides with the injury. I guess it was a Louisville game. It's also obviously those were some tough opponents we had, but like this is not a tough opponent, and his accuracy has just not been what it was early, and he was he was surgical early.
Mm-hmm.
It's a great catch here by Johnny. This is what everybody wants in the comments. Is it's always, why don't we throw it up? Why don't we throw it up to Johnny? They think we could run that every snap.
He's had a day. I'm telling you, if you run a zone read and he keeps it here, you got a chance. But we'll see.
He gave it.
And he might have had it. Well, I think they might have had it blocked or gapped up. Good gainer. 2nd and medium. No, 2nd and short, excuse me. Didn't give Toafili enough credit. So it's 2nd and 2 for those of you watching along. It is at the 32-yard line of Georgia Tech. 9:04, 9:03, and 9:02 on the clock.
Ooh, we are synced up. Perfect.
I like that. Jordan's got all day. And another detail. Pokey was out of bounds. It'll be 3rd and 2.
Let me get my 2nd bingo card. Put that one on there.
Yeah.
Scramble drill. Step out of bounds. Catch the ball.
Yeah, the numbers look excellent, but it's because of explosive plays.
Yeah. It's very, very misleading. This is why you definitely don't fall in love. And there's Benson again, man. I just think give him the ball.
That's a good read too.
Can't get too enticed or swayed by what you see when you just look at numbers. It tells a story, but it's only part of the story.
Right.
Yep. And numbers don't make you a good team or a good offense. Numbers don't make you a good defense. One time I coordinated a defense, and we were like top 10 in the country, but we were like 1-9. Part of it was our offense was terrible, but we were giving up scores, we were giving up big plays, we were getting stops, but
not a terrible play there. Basically a triple option. Jordan did not give. He was bottled up on the keep, and Ja'Kai Douglas is open on the wheel. We love those wheels, and we love that touchdown sounder, Ben. Hit the beautiful.
Touchdown, FSU!
It's a galactic
Gene.
Touchdown, FSU! Touchdown, FSU!
Yeah, Gene. Love it.
31-10, and so 8:20 to go in the third quarter.
Is that his first touchdown of the season, Ja'Kai?
Yes, I want to say so.
Yeah.
Did he score in the Clemson game? Let's see. Second guessing myself. All right, now the defense just needs to turn around and get.
Yeah, good drive there. Good drive there. Now make them go the whole field. They're not going the whole field, man.
Ja'Kai did score in the Clemson game, one catch.
Game.
He had the one called back on. They had an illegal formation. He was on a deep corner.
Yeah.
All right, so the defense got the obligatory, we're going to score on you right out the halftime gate thing over with. Now they can lock it down, and let's put this thing on ice. Would you leave Jordan Travis and the first teamers out longer today, Dominic, because of how lack of sharpness, or what would you do? Because it's getting to a weird place in terms of score, time, and situation.
I think I would want to get them out of there as fast as possible, because this is the type of game that there's so many weird things happening.
Mm-hmm.
I personally am thinking, one, how much is Georgia Tech going to score?
Right.
And then two, there seems to be way more positive outcomes of playing your 1.5
mm-hmm.
depth chart guys. You don't want your 2. A guy that's a cemented 2 in there,
right?
But your rotational guy. This is a great time to get him. Your guy that normally gets 25, 30 snaps, like try to get him to 40, 45 snaps. This is that type of game, not your guy that never plays. This is not, maybe this isn't, because you don't want it to get completely out of control.
Yeah.
But like I said, your rotational guys, like let them spin a little bit. Because maybe, again, what I was saying was we could see some positive, there's some positive outcomes.
Yep, long term
of catching fire.
Yep.
That 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 normally maybe isn't gonna. You may find something that you didn't know you had.
Right.
Whether that's a route or a back on a run play or something. One of your blockers up front, all of a sudden you see, he gets it. He's getting outside zone. Something like that. One of your concepts that is important to your first team offense, but with your second team guys.
Yep, agree. I think Carroll had the right idea, which is this is what I would agree with. You get to stop, you get a score, they're done. Right at 38.
Yeah, exactly.
8:20 on the clock. There was a bobble in the end zone,
and again, if you can get. Because you're talking about your 1.5 guys, if you can get that score with those guys sort of rotating in,
mm-hmm.
that would be great. And then on the next drive, it's all them, without your ones, and then see if you can get a score with them being the main guys out there. I think that would be ideal. But you definitely have to send Jordan out. For one more series.
DJ Lundy getting caught in the wrong spot on first down. So it's a first down run for Georgia Tech. They're at the 36-yard line now. And they're moving the ball. All right, defense. Come on now. Rollout and a one-on-one completion. Boy, their ears are going to be ringing in the film room this week. I think all phases. I know you're an even keel guy on the watch along, Dominic, but would you raise your voice when addressing the team this week?
Yeah, halftime would have. Aslan actually asked me, and I would have had nothing positive to say.
Mm-hmm.
So they would have known how upset I was, because I probably would have said nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And normally halftime I'm like, we're making adjustments, we're chatting, we're talking through, what are you seeing, what am I seeing, this is what we're going to do, and I probably wouldn't have even shown my face.
Yeah,
because I would have had nothing positive to say. Like, that was such an ugly half. And I'm talking about, again, if I'm on the offensive staff. Defensively, it was totally different. But yeah, but then come film this week would have been, or is going to be a mess. It's going to be a bloodbath, because there's just comment after comment, and this is one of those games as a coach where it's just you hate it, because you need as many weeks as possible where you can sort of be lighthearted and laugh in the film room, lay off, not be nitpicky on everything. Like, you need, because you don't get a lot of those opportunities. So you play in a tough conference. You need as many times that you could just like let something, not necessarily let something slide, but have a lighthearted, hey man, you can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Hey man, you can, instead of getting on them, you need and this isn't what you can't play like this and be lighthearted the way that you want to be, and have fun and laugh and joke and all that stuff. And so you hate these because you want to bank these. Like, when you're looking at the season in advance, you're going, okay, I'm going to be all riding them on Clemson week, Wake week, NC State week, back to back to back. We got to go to Louisville on a Friday. That's going to be a tough film. All of these things. It's just like they all stack up. So you go, okay, at least I'll be able to lay off them after the Georgia Tech game. Maybe we could even give them an extra day off.
Right.
And then you play like this, and it's like, no, not only can I not give them a day off, but I got to ride them again. And those are the things you hate it as a coach, because you're going, come on, guys, I want to give you a break. I don't want to be on you all the time. But when you play like this, what else do you want me to do?
That's the thing and Florida State has racked up a sack, and then now they're guilty, Jared Versus, of trying to jump the snap. So it'll be from third and very long to third and long. That's the thing here is there are moments, even for the defense now, they're starting to rack up some things where you have to scream them down. Every phase of the game is going to get chewed out a little bit here. And you look at the stat line for Jordan Travis and the overall domination in terms of the numbers, and that's where I think the casual outsider would say, if they didn't watch one play of the game and they just look at the score sheet tomorrow, they say, oh, man, that was a butt kicking. That's one way to look at it. But then if you're a coach or somebody who is dialed into the game, you're embarrassed by a lot of what's happened so far.
Yes, exactly.
Straight up.
Yeah, exactly. And the other thing too is, like, this is the point in the season where those things start to compile.
Yeah.
And your voice starts to get stale in the room. They've been hearing you now since August every day. You're with those guys every day. And so that's the other thing that needs to be taken into account is early on in the season, you actually like some of these wins.
Yeah.
You like the tighter wins because you get to sort of review some things. You get to go over some things. You get to talk about some things that you've warned them about maybe during camp, but it's camp and it's against your own guys and it's not in a game situation, so they don't really digest it. So early on in the season, you kind of like the ugly win because there's a lot of teachable moments. Mm-hmm. But when it happens on the back half of your season
Yeah.
And after a bye week, you don't like those. These ones are not the kind of, and so I don't want to contradict myself, because I'm sure early on I said about a win like this, I was probably more complimentary. This isn't one of those. This is one that you want this to be as smooth sailing as possible. I want to coach as little as possible on film tomorrow.
Right.
And so we can move on to our next opponent. And you're not going to be able to do that now. This is ugly, and there's just a lot to be coached, unfortunately.
Thankfully, Georgia Tech jumped on 4th and 6, forcing 4th and 11. They call the offense off the field. They punted. It is a touchback. Florida State will have the ball 1st and 10 from the 20. Later portion of the third quarter with a 21-point lead. The result is fine currently, spread-wise. The process, not so much. That's what we're breaking down here on Warchant GameDay, presented by Zaxby's. He is Dominic Robinson. My name is Tom Lang. Thank you to the 300-plus who are joining us on an early Saturday afternoon, just before Halloween. Dominic, you do the Halloween thing? Are you a fan of the holiday?
So, every year I tell myself, I'm gonna do something funny this year. I'm gonna dress up and do something funny. And then it gets to this point and I'm like, no, never mind. Next year I'm gonna do something. I always want to be something fun. I like to laugh and joke. And and one year, man, my favorite year, I was coaching at Drake, and they have a tradition on a road game that if you win, you wear costumes on the plane.
Okay.
On the way back. Shout out to Singapore again.
Hey, Matthew, there you
go. If you win, you wear a costume. Well, I had found my Florida State jersey, some extra like baggy pants, like an old Kangol hat that I used to wear, like some of my old chains. So I had some early 2000s drip. Mm-hmm. And at this point it was probably 2012 or so. So it was, I was old me. Like essentially what I was like playing D-Rob, and I was coaching at the time, and I was an old guy to them, and it was a great costume. And unfortunately, we lost that game, so we wore our regular travel suits on the plane back. But that was like the last time that I actually planned. So that was like 10 years ago. That was the last time that I dressed up, or like had a plan to dress up. Like it was a great costume. It was just old me. I always a huge. God, what kind of like Sean John jacket? Like
yep.
Old 2000, early 2000, like big old Sean John.
Puffy ones?
Winter. Yeah, big old winter. Yeah. Which, like, why would you have that in Tallahassee, Florida, right?
Yeah. I've got a Mets one that the fans on the chat would hate because it's bright orange. It's a New York Mets puffy jacket.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I have 3 kids, so I definitely try to, I don't know if celebrate's the right word, but geez Louise, add that to the bingo card.
Yep.
So yeah, I try to take part in it. I'm not anti-Halloween, but I never quite celebrate it the way that I tell myself I'm going to.
Yep.
Do you
I find that people are all in, or they're just like meh. And I'm kind of, I was all in college, and I'm more kind of, because college was awesome. Halloween in college is the best.
Were you? Yeah. I never did anything in college, or probably because I was playing or whatever. But
that's true. You had a bigger fish to fry, which was football games.
Yeah. But I think I tried. Like I said, I tried to that one year as a coach. And we lost the game and ruined my best costume that I was ever going to have. They would have got a kick out of it, man. They'd never seen me dressed like that, So
it'd be 2nd and 13 here after that snap issue. That's multiple snap issues today.
Did you have like a go-to costume?
I actually would be a coach. I would be a coach. I would. So I just always had. I'd have the Xbox headset, and I'd
Yeah,
walk
play
around.
card. Did you have a card?
Yeah, I had a Waffle House menu, like legit.
Okay.
Yeah, and I just carry that around, and it worked because people in those days it was called the Lost Decade. Florida State was not so hot. 2006 to 2009.
Yeah,
So it was a conversation starter. People would be mad.
for sure.
Yeah.
And you look like a coach too. You have a good coach look.
Oh, I do? Oh,
The
thank you.
goatee, yeah, goatee.
Look tired all the time.
Yeah.
Big run by Trey Benson, staying in bounds like a man and getting it inside the 40-yard line. That is outstanding.
Yeah, he good. Yeah, he good.
All right, another outside zone. Now the pistol. Is that what we're doing here? Run the play. Yep.
Jeez, that's a big time hold on the edge.
Yep. Yeah, they could have called multiple guys. I think Micah was guilty of one too downfield.
Yeah. This guy's got 7 yards per carry.
105 now for Trey.
Give him the ball.
Ooh. Look at that. He turns -3 into
Yeah.
-2.
Yep.
-4, actually. Goodness. Second and 8. Thank you, Trey. Hidden yards. There's a missed assignment there between 75 and 52 on the left. I don't know.
And those are really big too, man. There's such a big difference between 2nd and 12 or 2nd and 13 and 2nd and 8. Like I can't impress to you enough how much that changes.
Another hold.
Yeah. That was a bad one too. Like that was a reach and tackle.
That's a 5-star hold if you're going to do it, I guess.
Yeah.
That's on the center, Maurice Smith, who's had not so great of a day, but who has really on the offense. It's been interesting today. Trey Benson has. Johnny Wilson has.
Gotta fill up that second bingo card.
Yep.
The bad football bingo card.
2nd and 18. For you folks watching along with us, 2 minutes, 10 seconds to go in the third quarter. And when I say that, a lot of people come back and they watch this later. So they want to see how we thought about it in the moment. But 2 minutes, 10 seconds, you've now got 15 on the play clock for Florida State. Down to 10. Oop, somebody in the facilities.
No.
Underneath, nothing throw, gain of 2. It almost looked like he wanted it back as he was letting it go. I don't know. And Ja'Kai Douglas has a little bit of a limp on the tackle. That's not great. 3rd and 16 now from the Georgia Tech 43-yard line. 144, 143. They're checking the sideline. Could just take a shot here. Or you could try for 8 and warm up your field goal kicker and see how he's doing. Check in on Ryan Fitzgerald's status. They will take a downfield look.
Oh.
Wow, Pokey Wilson.
Make a play.
He was out of bounds on a scramble a drive ago, but he stayed in bounds. And then what body control to loop back in and spin in.
Great play, man.
It looks like it defied physics. Oh, that's strong. Wow.
What a play.
How strong do you have to be able to do that?
That's a heck of a play, man. That is not easy.
Wow. Toafili for a decent chunk on first down, second effort.
Shout out, Matt C. Come back and check us out, man. Every Saturday, we're here. We're here.
Oh, the new go-to. Thank you, Matt C. What is that you've got there? Is that an IPA? Go ahead, Matt C. Respond, and Ben will put it up in the avatar.
It's like a red drink.
Hold on to the ball. Thank you. I'm going to have to say that to you now, Toafili. I'm going to have to say that. Too much. 1st and goal from the 9. Or are they giving him the 10? We'll see. Either way, it's first down. No, it's not. Forgive me. I'm putting on my ACC network hat right now and getting stuff wrong. 3rd and 1 from the 10. I'd much prefer that anyway from a down and distance situation. You don't want first and goal from the 10. That should be the end of the quarter, and it is. So after 3 quarters, Florida State leads by 21. 31-10 is the margin. There are some smiles on the sidelines, more so than here on Warchant GameDay, presented by Zaxby's. We'll be back after a short little break. We'll tell you about our friends at Zaxby's, too. He's D-Rob. My name is Tom, and we'll be back after this. Hit it, Ben.
Something big, something huge is taking over the world of chicken sandwiches. Zaxby's new signature sandwich with Zax sauce or new spicy Zax sauce. Because the chicken sandwich war ain't over yet. The new signature sandwich, it's taking over. And it's only at Zaxby's.
Warchant.com has been the definitive home of all things FSU sports for over 20 years and is now part of On3, the next generation network. Warchant.com has the most experienced, tenured, and largest staff on the Florida State sports beat and now features innovative resources, including an NIL database that projects player value and a truly aggregated composite recruiting ranking system that will set the bar in the industry.
There are no words to describe the perfect pairing of Zaxby's hand-breaded fingers and our 12 delectable sauces. But there is a sound, and that sound is The Zaxby's Chicken Finger Plate with endless sauce abilities. Only at Zaxby's.
The fourth quarter is about to begin, but before we get there, a word again from our friends at Zaxby's who, thanks to them, this program happens. Pre-game, post-game, or no game at all, anytime is the right time for Zaxby's platters, just as long as you're hungry. Feed your team with your choice of traditional or buffalo fingers or boneless or traditional wings. If you're having trouble deciding, get the best of both worlds with a sampler platter. And don't forget that world-famous sauce. Satisfy your chicken craving with Zaxby's platters. Order online or in the app. Your Tallahassee Zaxby's, a proud Golden Chief booster for 17 years. Literally, when you support them in Tallahassee, you support Noles. That's awesome. Thank you to Zaxby's, and we are now at the outset of the fourth quarter. He is Dominic Robinson, former FSU baller. My name is Tom Lang, former FSU student of no repute whatsoever. And we will begin the fourth quarter as FSU is driving and looking to extend on its 31-10 lead. It'll be a 3rd and short. So that quarter was another.
You are Tom Lang, former Halloween coach.
That's right.
FSU Halloween coach.
Let me see if I can dig up a photo while I'm waiting here, and I'll post it if you want.
That would be great. Were you going to ask me a question?
I was going to say it was kind of a mixed bag of a quarter, right? Nothing great, nothing terrible. Is that better than what
that was better, but it's almost like when it's the ugliest thing you've ever seen.
Yeah.
Is what is better than uglier than better looking than the ugliest thing you've ever seen.
Okay. All right. I call that progress. It was, it was better, but it was not. There still is some stuff that is just not right about this group. But we escaped the Taggart-ish. Yep.
Umbrella that I felt like that first half felt so much like I can remember watching those games and going, I gotta walk away.
Yep.
Like I can't. I'm getting a visceral reaction.
Yeah.
To how bad this is that I can't. I gotta walk away.
That's interesting. So, did you say that in the first half? Because I came out swinging with it, and I didn't realize you felt the same way. Yeah.
Oh yeah. It was very Taggart-ish. Like it felt. Yeah. It felt like. It felt like
somebody said.
It felt like a lot of those games from that era.
Good job in the short yardage situation. We don't say that a lot, so I will mark the time to start the fourth quarter. It's a 1st and goal now. For
you
Florida.
See that comment?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
It's a good way to describe it.
Yep.
Yeah.
And if we score a touchdown here, I have the photo. It's ready.
I love it.
You'll see a much skinnier and different me from about 14 years ago. But yeah. Second and goal for Florida State, 13:56 and 55 on the clock in the fourth quarter. Looks like they're in the pistol again. Two tights. Old Herzlich on the broadcast likes the 1-on-1 up top. Oh, a high snap. Throws off the timing. That's a good play, I think, by Jordan. That's a bad snap. Throws off the timing.
Exactly. It's us or nobody. That's the throw that we talk about. It's us or nobody. He put it up there, man. An extraordinary human being may go up there and get it, but that's the only person that's going to go get it. And he almost did. Jeez.
Yeah, he almost did. And if you give that to Benson, he'll probably score, but the high snap throws that all off. So I don't look at that replay and say you should have given the ball. It's just
Don't compound a mistake with another mistake. Let it ride. Let that one mistake be the only mistake on that play.
Third and goal.
Try to go right back to it.
Johnny
dropped it.
Goodness gracious.
Same deal. Same play. They knew they had a bad snap.
We're going to need a third bingo card.
It's so bad. It's so bad.
Main inside release, all good.
It's everything you want, man. There's nothing. It's everything you want. And that's a great ball, actually.
It is.
That's exactly where that ball needs to be. Man,
all right.
This is more red zone issues. It's a problem, man. It is a problem down here.
Fitzy makes the kick, 34-10. That's not unnoteworthy that your kicker has 2 made field goals today. But I'll tell you, Dominic, I was a little self-conscious during the bye week because I was a little bit terse when it came to red zone issues. And I guess today I don't have to worry about being too terse or anything. It's just
no, not at all, boy. Not at all. It's bad.
Yeah,
it is bad. This is a serious problem. I mean, so much so that one of your red zone possessions, not even red zone. This is not even tight red. This is goal line. Yeah. One of your goal line snaps resulted in 3 points for the other team.
Yeah.
Not only did you not score 6, not only did you not score 3, but you fumbled the ball and had them return it to the other 30 for them to get 3.
Yeah.
That is like beyond issues. Like that is a huge problem.
So
you cannot do that. Yeah, that cannot happen.
I don't have the Waffle House card in this particular year of Halloween.
Okay.
But here's a young Coach Lang with Super Mario calling the plays. There you
go. Yeah. Wait a minute. So in this scenario, is Mario your quarterback?
I don't know who Mario is. Mario is I don't know. Maybe that's the title game, and Mario is Damian Craig just looking at our plays.
Okay. He's another coach on staff?
I'll tell you what that piece of paper – well, Damian Craig was calling our plays for Auburn. Kelvin Benjamin alerted them that, we were using the same signals. Jimbo was using the same signals from Damian's
really? Okay.
And Kelvin Benjamin told him that we were calling the plays. Or sorry, they're calling our plays from the sideline. They know. Yeah. So Jimbo had to change the signs. That was part of the problem with the first half in that title game.
I did not know that. That's new information for me.
Jimbo did not prepare for the situation in which, maybe one of his former assistants would cheat and look at our signals. Right? I know.
That's really bad.
Yeah.
I did not know that, but you have to know in that case, especially because he was the quarterback coach, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. Mm-hmm.
So I mean, that's a guy that's super in tune with what your signals are.
Yeah, he almost blew it. That had a lot to do with the 21-3 deficit. Like we weren't stopping Auburn, but it could have been 21-17.
Wow, I did not realize that. That's terrible.
Yeah. So that year, somebody was asking. I want to say this is 2009. This is 13 years ago. The reason I know that is because that piece of paper is actually a rundown for the 1270 The Team pregame show. That was the first year I did pregame shows and radio.
Wow.
Yeah. Anyway, enough about me. But
That's awesome. That's a cool picture, man. That's really cool. I also like the fact that you're coaching with a red Solo cup.
That's
you are the tipsy coach. You're calling a play, red Solo cup with Mario as your as your other coordinator or your quarterback or soming. There's just a lot going on in that.
Steve Spurrier, Matt C. Turnabout's fair play. Keg beer, I'm sure. Steve Spurrier would be happy that I had a beer while I was coaching. I think
exactly.
Deep shot for Georgia Tech on first down. Appears to be caught, and it is on an adjustment. That is the freshman Azarie Thomas in coverage. I will live with mistakes by number 20. I'm sorry.
Let him play.
I've got patience. I've got patience with him.
Yeah. This wideout looks huge.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Zero. That guy, he looks huge. He's got to be 6'7", 6'6".
Did that look like just a genuinely good play by the receiver?
Yeah, that's impossible to guard. If you could do that on every play, you would win every game. That's tough.
Looks like Azarie may have made another mistake. Somebody did, because that's a touchdown if the quarterback doesn't miss a wide open dude up the seam. Instead, it's incomplete, and it's 2nd and 10. They've had about 3 or 4.
Someone in the chat said Craig was actually the signaler. At FSU, like with Jimbo, he was the signaler. That's so bad, man. That's so bad on Jimbo. I've spent some time talking to Saban recently, and holy cow, like he would never. You know how much he would have changed,
right?
I mean, that's so funny.
Thing. Jimbo wasn't lax in those days either. He was paranoid about everything, like little things. So how does the most paranoid man in the world miss that? That's what's crazy.
That's so weird.
3rd and 10, they call a run. That's a give-up play, but now they're going to go for it, I would think. 4th and 3, 4th and 2.5. Amari Gaynor sighting on the field. He's fired up about making a tackle, 33. Quick snap. Looks like they weren't ready. The defense. Good cut block and a first down.
Jeez.
It's kind of a scramble drill route from the receiver. I'm looking at the replay.
Yeah.
And Azarie just couldn't make up the ground.
What is that kid's name? Jenkins. That dude is ginormous.
Hero of the play is number 3 on the cut block on 46. Flea flicker alert. And that's a prayer, and it's answered because it's, oh my goodness, it's open. Another guy who's just wide the hell open. Now, these are a lot of backups in here, folks.
Yeah, which is good. I said it. You want your 1.5s out there right now.
Yep.
And even sprinkle in some 2s when you get a chance. Now, once we get down here, you shouldn't have 2s in there, but
Jarquez McClellion was the safety deep, and then Jamie Robinson looks like he turned the guy loose thinking that McClellion would be covering. That's what I took from the all-22, but it's hard to know. It'll be 2nd down and 9, it would appear. 11 minutes and running, now 10:58, 10:57 in the 4th quarter.
Oof.
28 just got run over. Gant.
Yeah, he did.
Be 3rd and 3 from the 9. Although there is a flag on the play. Another chop block. Good. They've been doing that a lot today.
So, they got to be coached in some way, shape, or form to be doing that.
There was one early in the game on Fabian, which I would almost walk over to the other sideline and start something.
Right.
Certainly the coach with the solo cup would do that. I'd start a fight. You can't be doing that, man.
Solo cup Tom.
They just called him.
Okay, 2 for 1 right there.
Yeah, that looks like my Bucks. A lot of 2 for 1s on Thursday. 2nd and 24. That's a huge difference. Another trick play. McClendon's ready for it. It's going to be a pass. Oh, my God. A missed tackle. And another one. And a couple more. Is that Peter Wark who has the ball, or are we just missing tackles for no reason?
Yeah, it's not looking great. It's definitely not Peter Wark, I'll tell you that.
3rd and medium, I think. 3rd and 10. I'm going to stop doing that. 3rd down is like my nemesis today. Upset alert. Penn State up with under 10 minutes to go in Ohio State. Wow. That would be
wow. What's the score?
21-16. And a broken play. Oh, my God, guys.
Bingo.
Yeah.
I think his shoe came off also.
I mean,
this is incredible. It really is.
At some point, you stop being surprised, and yet you're still surprised. I mean,
I feel like I need to, I need to turn on like the greatest game ever played to like bathe and like I need to cleanse myself of all of this bad football.
Yeah, you do love golf if you're watching the greatest game ever played. How about that?
I need to get my eyeballs need cleansing.
Yeah.
From this is
I have so bad. I might have a solo cup downstairs. Maybe I'll go dig one up and fill it. It'll be 4th and 1 after a TV timeout, just under 10 minutes to go in the ball game. Florida State in command. We're just arguing not arguing, excuse me. We're just venting about process here, folks. The result is going to be, it appears, a good one for Florida State. They'll end a 3-game losing streak today, and they'll head into rivalry week with Miami at 5-3. Miami, Ben, if you could pull up the scoreboard again and go over to the ACC, can you give us the latest on Miami and Virginia? Last I saw, that was a 3-3 ball game late in the 3rd quarter. So they're not very happy either. I see Ben's working it right now. He's pulling it up. Still 3-3 to start the 4th quarter. And I saw a commenter say, D-Rob, that Virginia had a 4th and goal, wide open receiver dropped it.
Oh,
that's the kind of day. So the day we're having, I think those two programs are kind of having a worse day. So there's always somebody who's doing worse than you. Just a reminder.
Yeah. And those two programs are on the struggle bus also. What was the Penn State score again?
21-16, Penn State over Ohio State. That's got 9 minutes to go, so there's plenty of drama still there.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on Florida, Georgia today?
I think, and I don't think Michigan and Michigan State are playing yet, right? That's later today. Both of those games had similar spreads is the reason I bring that one up. I think it was 23. I feel a lot better about Michigan covering than I do Georgia covering. Georgia's had problems, They have problems with Kent. They have problems with Mizzou. And Florida can score a little bit. So I think Georgia's going to win, D-Rob. But I just, the number was 23. It's a little rich for me. I don't know.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I feel very similar to what you said. But I also subscribe to the thought that I think Georgia has had its moments that are now like they've gotten through them.
Right. Enough's enough.
Every good team has that throughout the course. And sort of what makes them great is that they still win those games.
Right.
The difference between the great teams and the good teams are when you have those off weeks, you still end up on the W side. And so I feel like Georgia's now had enough of those and they're coming off of a bye.
Yeah.
I think they're going to play well today. More so defensively than offensively.
Well,
Yeah.
I just think that I like you said Florida will score a little bit. I just think Georgia's defense will be tough for them.
If they do, then they are going to cover and they are going to run away with it. I can see that.
Yeah.
I always think about these things as would I play it, and I would not touch that game.
I would not. No, yeah. I definitely would not. Neutral site.
Yep.
Too many things, and Florida is good enough. And they're explosive enough, dynamic enough with good coaching that they could do some stuff to make that game interesting for sure. I don't think that that's what's going to happen. I think Florida is a little too early in their rebuild, to where they're like highly competitive in this game. But I do think, like you said, they're definitely far enough along that they could make it very interesting.
It'll be 3rd and goal for Georgia Tech from the 3-yard line. They did pick up the 4th and 1. It was a good play all around. I thought it was just a good play. The one thing I put on the bingo card was coming out of a TV timeout, we had late substitutions, about 2 or 3 of them. It is.
How is it possible?
I don't know. Did they go heavy and we weren't expecting them to go heavy? I don't know. It looked like the secondary were the ones substituting, though, which was strange.
They didn't go heavy. I mean, they at least had 2 wideouts in the game.
Yeah.
So
it is now 3rd and goal from the 3. Oh, goodness. I don't know if that's a drop or a PBU. Either way, it's going to be 4th and goal from the 3. I think Lundy may have gotten his hand there. I don't know. There's a lot of film for 20 that's not so great, and that's good. You want to teach Azaria. There's a look, Notre Dame up on Syracuse.
That is not a bad idea. Somebody said we should make up game day bingo cards. That might be a fun little activity for us.
Us
game day watch along friends. Have a nice bingo card.
I would put the work on. We've got to find a way to give away something. Like, so when we hit bingo, the first person to see it before we declare it.
Yeah.
Gets like Garnet and Gold money or something.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
That would be fun.
We'll workshop that during the rivalry week. It's 4th and goal for Georgia Tech.
I'm the captain of the Pee Wee football team. We are.
What in the world? Was that you or me?
It wasn't me.
It was Mayhem is who it was. I know that voice. That's
Mayhem.
Yeah. But
you haven't. Oh, you know what? It's probably been on the ESPN.
Oh yeah, it might have been that. They had an ad run.
Yeah.
He did wipe up that Virginia is now up 6-3, so it's the race to 9 now in the Miami.
Oh my gosh. Oh man. That would be not fun to watch.
4th
That's
down.
a great job.
Wow.
That's a really good exchange there on the goal line, man. That was a good job.
So that's interesting. I agree because Vance did a great job of switching, but he doesn't turn around. So tell the people why that's a really good play.
So they're bracketing those 2 guys. It's essentially a 3-on-2. Mm-hmm. He has the first in cut. Okay. Well, he has to stay facing the wideouts because that in cut can be at any sort of level or depth. He has first in. So in and up would be him. So say that receiver were to go to the back of the end zone, mm-hmm. He's still responsible for him because the 3rd defender in that bracket, he has to take in or he has to take out and up.
Right.
So if they take 2 defenders to the back line there or 2 offensive players to the back line there, somebody's going to be open. If he's turned and faced the quarterback, he wouldn't know how deep that offensive player is behind him. So you're not trying to, you of course you would love a pick there and all that, but more than anything, you're just trying to keep the guy from catching the football. That's the most important thing. So you've got to stay with your back to the quarterback so that you know the depth of the receiver as he climbs behind you inside of the end zone. You have to sort of guard the front line and the backside because you're responsible for inside. Any in cut is you. Because what they would do there is, again, they'd send him in, and then they would, as you switched and turned towards facing the quarterback, they would send that guy behind you, and we wouldn't be able to find him. So, and that's a tough discipline. Like, you really have to be comfortable with your back to the quarterback. You don't want to win the ball. You're just playing the offensive player's hands.
Yep.
So it's a very tough technique to play because it's very different from what you would do in the field. You have to have some amazing amount of patience there.
So Jim asks, and we can do this if you're good with it, D-Rob, in a bit. So maybe we'll watch a couple of plays because you just went through the explanation. But could you show folks on the whiteboard is what Jim is asking about.
Oh, yeah, for sure. We'll hop on after the
we'll do it next TV time.
The next commercial.
And we'll make sure to go solo with D-Rob so we can see the board nice and close. Ooh, good stick from number 2. He's a good player. Their linebacker.
Yeah.
I watched 3 of their games start to finish defensively this week, and it was
Did you?
No, it was not fun. They're not bad. It's just they play a lot of bad quarterbacks. The 2 of the games were Duke and UCF, and it was like, oh my God. So in a way, what I'm watching today is much, much better, even though it's dropped. Nice catch by Kentron, who also had a drop earlier in this game, and then his second catch was way more difficult than the first drop.
That was a really nice catch, I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
First and 10 for the Noles. They're off of their end zone. Jordan about to throw for 4 bills, and we're not going to be thrilled with the performance. 6:58, 6:57 at the snap. Little counter play, and there he goes. Toafili.
Good run.
Yeah. Yeah, Tony Greco. Jordan didn't want to keep it today. Clearly, I'm a little miffed by that. In watching all those games that Tech played, the quarterback run was killing him. Whether it was between the tackles, zone read, whatever. And Jordan, I don't think he has one carry. He's got that -7 is a sack, so he has not one voluntary carry today. He came close, but he threw a backwards pitch to Malik McClain earlier in the football.
I'm going to tell you, I am almost positive he's still banged up. I don't know if that's showing up in the injury report or, obviously college is a little different than NFL where you don't have to disclose as much.
Mm-hmm.
And there's less structure to what you have to expose. There's your guy.
Come on. I'm
There's
so
your
fired
guy.
up. He Hills, feed the man.
Yeah.
He's a wiry freshman and he's bouncing off of dudes. Come on, man. He's got that density.
But there's something that's what I was mentioning earlier when I was talking about how there's been a dip in his performance.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that it's all just the opponents got harder. I do think that there's something there that's, in injury wise, and it could just be the normal wear and tear of a season is just wearing on him. He's obviously not a big guy, and he plays extremely hard.
Yeah.
And but there's something that's not right about him, and I think the play calling actually shows you that, and the fact that he's giving some of these gray reads,
mm-hmm.
he's giving.
Yep.
I think with the level of his competitiveness, if he's giving there and it's gray, that tells you I'm not right, because he's the type of guy. I mean, hell, I saw him earlier in the game run head first into making a block.
Yep.
On a run play. Like the guy gets after it. So if he's giving on a run play, that's gray. That I think that tells you either they're telling him to, or he's trying to tell them I don't feel right.
Yeah.
I'm not right. I don't have my explosiveness that I normally have in running the ball.
That's a good point too, that, they might be telling him based upon feedback between he and the trainers or whatever it is. And this is all speculation. But the one thing he did do also was hawk down the fumble return.
He did, right, because that's who he is.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, though, that's who he, in his unconscious moments, the dude's going to go YOLO to sell his body out to win a football game.
Yep.
That's just who he is. That's his character. His character won't allow him to not play hard. Here's another back.
This is a cool moment. So it's CJ Campbell, who was injured. I believe it was in camp, and he had his foot on the scooter for months, and he just returned to full contact work this week. And there's a carry for him. That's a cool moment because he's a good player. He's a good player.
That's awesome.
He's
still got a hit. I can still see he's got a little hitch in his step. Like, he's still like limping a little bit.
Yeah, could be part of the process. Interesting here. So they've got the backup offensive line in, most of them. You see Julian Armella just pancake a dude, I think 6 yards beyond the line of scrimmage. It's a linebacker, but still, that's a pancake for 72. You got Ryan Stinney, or no, that's an old name. That's a different name. David Stickle at 64. At center, you've got Zane Herring, 56 at guard. Look at them. They're going nuts for CJ.
That's awesome. You love to see that, man.
He's a nice young man, too.
Yeah, you love to see that, man. Teammates, recognizing how big that moment was. And because we all know, as athletes, man, the road back from injury is very, very taxing.
That's my favorite thing that I've seen today. Is that particular moment.
It is a grind, both physically, mentally, emotionally. You question everything. You question yourself. You question why you do what you do. I mean, all of it. So
I was just about to ask you, why is Jordan in with the backup offensive line?
And there's Tate.
Did drive. I don't know that I've seen that before.
Yeah, because here's what happened. The O-line made the O-line coach made the decision, and then the quarterback coach said, whoa. You guys didn't tell me you were taking. Look at that play.
How the hell did he get the ball? I thought Tate had it. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So yeah, they started making substitutions. The quarterback coach didn't know, and he saw, wait a minute, you guys got backup and get the heck out. Get Jordan out of there. That's exactly what happened there. He didn't know that the backups were going to be in there.
Look at Rodney.
Usually that's a conversation you're having while the defense is out there on the field. Hey, I'm going to pull this guy here. I'm going to take this tackle out and take this guard out.
Look, we've been plenty critical today, so I'm not going to try and invent stuff to be critical about D-Rob, but is that something that is not good if you're not?
That's not good.
Okay.
No, that should be – that usually, like I said, that's a conversation even at lower levels, that if I'm taking out anybody that's blocking for the franchise, you need to know that in advance. You can't take out the guys blocking for the quarterback without letting the quarterback coach know.
So we're putting that on the bingo card, and that's something that's akin to a substitution issue. It's kind of the same kind of thing. Like, let's communicate here and get things in order.
Exactly. Yeah. It's a communication deal for sure.
All right.
You still got me?
I do.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, never lost you.
All right, so I'm gonna hop on the board here.
All right, let's do it. We're gonna go solo with D-Rob. This is, folks, as a refresher, if you're just joining us, you're one of the 300 here. Hit the like and obviously subscribe to Warchant TV. It's absolutely free. But we are reviewing the fourth down stop by Florida State, in which Greedy Vance and I think it was Azarie Thomas switched against the two receivers. And so D-Rob is telling us why he did what he did and why it was a good play.
Okay, so here is number one. Can you hear me good?
We can.
Okay. So here's the number one receiver. So they've got a 3-on-2 here. He is responsible. This nickel is responsible for the first in, whether that comes from number one or number two. Okay. this guy is responsible for first out, and this guy is responsible for whichever is the first vertical threat. So what they did was they switched, hoping that he would chase and he would be able to come underneath. Okay. So when he goes out and he becomes the first vertical, this defender now has to take that.
Mm-hmm.
So now this guy that's taking first in has to be responsible for everything. This is the end zone here. He is responsible for all things that happen on the front line or on the inside cut of the one or two receivers. So if this guy were to come in and work the back line and he turned and put his eyes on the quarterback back here, this guy's going to be wide open back here behind. Okay, there is a Mike backer that's working to that side to possibly help, but if this guy does a good job getting where's my eraser? So if that guy does a good job getting to the back line, he can avoid, as the Mike's pushing here, he just can avoid, and this throw just happens behind him. So he kept his back to the quarterback so that if this guy does anything behind him, he was able to go get him.
Love it. Love it. Love it.
Were you able to see that?
Oh, yeah.
That clear? Okay.
Folks, if you like that breakdown, go ahead and hit the thumbs up here on Warchant TV. I sure did. That's smart stuff. And Rodney Hill continues to just be a little man beast. I get that Georgia Tech probably doesn't even have their ones in, but I don't care. I celebrate 29 at all times.
So another thing, just talking about that last that last goal line situation, a lot of times people are going to be upset that why doesn't the DB turn around? DB needs to turn around and make this play, make a play. Again, understand that the technique that he is taught there, that's why I was saying that's such a good play, because those guys want to turn around. You think that guy doesn't want a 99-yard interception return?
Right.
Of course he does. I want him to have a 99-yard interception return. But if he does turn around there and go outside of the technique that he's been taught to do, which is the easiest thing to do right there, is turn around, he gives up a touchdown, and we're all upset with him, or we're upset with the defensive coordinator saying that was a bad call.
Yep.
So, again, celebrate your victories, man. The guy gets the ball on the ground down there, where there's not a completion, then, hey, be glad that they didn't score on that play. And that technique to not turn is way harder, and to not chase the number two when he went away, for that nickel corner to not chase, that's also hard to do too, because their space is so tight. You feel that guy go out and you think, I got to go make a play. I can't leave that guy. I can't leave him open. He's going to score. But you have to know and trust that your teammates are going to do their job. And if they do, it's what makes a positive play there for the defense, is multiple guys filling in where they're supposed to, where they've been taught to fill in.
John, thank you so much for the contribution to the program. D-Rob is the best. That you get smarter when you log on to Warchant TV and you watch the watch along for moments like this. So we appreciate your support. Thank you, John. We also have some catching up to do. Ben, you can hit it once again.
Oh yeah. Touchdown!
Touchdown, FSU! Touchdown, FSU!
You went with the John Cena, Gene Deckerhoff.
Touchdown, FSU! Touchdown, FSU!
I got to tell you, I was rooting for the 2-point conversion because I could have nailed the 42-10. It's 41-10, Florida State now.
Oh.
More important than a prediction game is that it was C.J. Campbell who came back on the field and finished the drive with a touchdown. That's an even better moment than the first one where he comes on the sidelines and gets his teammates to celebrate. He scored. So C.J. Campbell is in the books with a touchdown today. It's a way to smile after a game that had you frowning or furrowing your brow for the first couple of quarters. Florida State pretty much runs out the clock here on Georgia Tech. It's 41-10, and we are moments away from rivalry week, from Miami week. And that is going to be intense on Warchant TV and everywhere else.
Yeah. And I bet the guys were so fired up there, man. Like, you saw how happy they were for him to just get a carry.
Yep.
To see him score a touchdown is probably it probably was a great moment to be on that sideline. That's pretty cool.
Captain, thank you very much. Just a general super sticker. So thank you. If you've got a question that you want to fire off before we start the post-game show while we're here with Dominic and me, then go for it. The post-game show is coming up next, folks. Florida Man in Texas. Yeah, I see you there. There's a lot that's still potential laden here. There's a lot to clean up as well.
Tom, somebody wanted you to know that FSU covered.
That is true. That is
true. Are you a betting guy, Tom?
I am. I'm having a bad year though.
You?
The dudes in the desert have been very good this year.
Yeah. It's been tough. You do pro game and
man, I kind of stay away. The pros are so hard. It is so hard.
It's been a tough year.
I feel like generally speaking, it's been a year to take the points, not give the points. In terms of years.
Yeah.
There are some years where the favorites in college football, where Ohio State, Alabama, and a couple other teams, they're just covering machines, especially in the first half. This year is shaky. It's a shaky.
Yeah.
Inside
break out the red Solo cups and Xbox headsets for the dub.
No, Kev, thank you, man. Oh, you made my day.
Sir. We appreciate that.
Oh man, you know
young Coach Tom and Super Mario.
I deleted that photo. I'll pull it back up. All right, here we go. One more for you.
You deleted it, like
I pulled it off our software, but there it is. There you go.
Okay, Kev. Keep that. Young Tom coaching with the Solo Cup.
Yeah,
you're like 90% in character, 95%. You just that last little 5% is like not having a Solo Cup on the side
of a cup. Yeah, exactly. I suppose it would be in character if that was a dip cup, because a lot of coaches dip.
That's
not my game, but I'll tell you this, D-Rob, if we're here next week and Florida State beats Miami, I'll make an admission about something that happened later that evening when that photo was taken. But we got to beat Miami, and I'll roll myself and put myself in harm's way. So stay tuned for that if we win. Thank you, Noel Cav. Yes, sir, is right.
We'll take a dub.
Does this team come into next week focused and on a mission because of how they played today in House Miami? Henry Lyles asks. Well, you could break that up into two parts. Do they come out focused and on a mission? Dominic Robinson, would you allow them to do anything else but come out focused and on a mission after this performance?
I would imagine they're going to be coached very hard this week. Now, again, like you said, this is a two-part question. What does that mean in terms of housing Miami? That's a whole nother deal. Because you would have said coming into this game that they're focused and on a mission. And that certainly was not the case in terms of performance. Now, could their performance have been lack of focus, or, maybe it wasn't. Maybe it wasn't focused. Maybe it was just execution. Maybe they were focusing on the wrong things, and that would be a coaching issue. Did he catch that?
I think that hit the ground. I think he's selling that.
I think so too. I think you have to separate the two, and that's a hard thing to do. A lot of times you want the simple solution or the simple answer. You want to be able to say they weren't focused, therefore they played bad. But it's just not that simple. A lot of times you focus and you still get beat. Sometimes you focus and play well and you have a tight game, even with a bad team, So there's a lot of things to that, but I do think they will. I expect the execution will be better.
Yeah,
because what we saw today, we hadn't seen at all in the Norvell era. At least as far as can remember, definitely not anytime this year.
not that bad on that many different.
That was really, really, really disheartening to say the least.
They've had bad moments, but not stacking them up like that.
Yeah. I mean, we called timeout twice from 1st and 1 or something, and it was just because we couldn't get lined up. So, I think the execution will be better. But in terms of housing Miami, it's a rivalry game, and those things, man. If it's a 1-score win, then it's a 1-score win. I'll take it.
R. Wilmer says, "I'm going to enjoy being in 5-3." You should absolutely. Look, these are gripes that are legit, and we could talk about them all week. But you know what? Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Start with it by sticking with us on Warchant GameDay. For the post-game show starting shortly, as we were inside 3 seconds and 2, and Georgia Tech will score at the horn. Man, oh man.
Big O, third card.
A lot of back and forth, but that's no excuse.
Oh, my third bingo card is filled up. Give up a score as time expires to a unmobile quarterback on a quarterback run. It's awesome. This game has had everything you can imagine from a bad football standpoint.
Oh, is that a backdoor cover? I don't think so. No,
I don't think so. No,
I think it was 23, so 24.
Yeah.
So they just escaped. Yeah. So the final score is 41-16, 25, barely. He had to sweat it out there in case they went for 2 if they scored with a second left.
That would have been insane.
I didn't play it. I didn't play the game.
Yeah.
41-16 is your final. I'm still with R. Wilmer. Enjoy it. We're going to talk through the problems on the post-game show. Don't you worry. We're not going to ignore that. But, I mean, enjoy the day. Go grab a cold beverage. Stick with us on Warchant TV. We got another hour and a half, 2 hours worth of programming coming. And then you've got a full slate of night football. Dominic, we played so many night games that you don't get to see these primetime matchups. Today, you get to watch football after you're done watching your Noles win. That's a good Saturday right there.
That's a phenomenal Saturday. It's going to be great. I'm excited to watch some games tonight. Is Gene in the waiting room?
He looks like an empty chair. Either that or Manti Te'o's girlfriend is sitting in the chair. One of the two. CP.
Kukua.
Yeah, that's right. Lene Kukua. CP, thank you very much for your contribution. If you've got something to say, feel free to work it in. Aloha to you indeed. I like those initials. That's the corner pocket. Those are our friends and our sponsors at Warchant TV. And thank you to everybody else who's been a part of the chat so far. To the nearly 300 of you who are watching after a 41-16 victory, do us a favor. We've had breakdowns. We've broken down with frustration, and we've celebrated some good plays for Florida State. It all adds up to 41-16, but we wouldn't do this without y'all and without our friends at Zaxby's who sponsored the proceedings this afternoon. Thank you to everybody who has tuned in. Dominic, I'll give you the floor. We've kind of hashed on some big picture stuff in the second half because this game was in hand. Florida State was always going to win it. It felt like after about the middle of the second quarter. But if you can maybe start with a couple of positives, because we've been rather negative today. What are some of the positives today? And then what do they need to do, obviously, this next week before Miami?
Trey Benson is an absolute man, and he needs to touch the ball as many times as possible. He is a tough guy to tackle and played a phenomenal game. I thought he would have 200 yards today. What did he end up with?
Let's see.
120.
Ben, if you can pull that up. Looks like it's there.
Mahalo, Spartan Knoll.
He's good people right there.
Yeah, appreciate you.
That's Ralph. 111. He could have had two bills. He could have had 2 bills if
yeah. I would have liked to seen him have a couple more carries in a game like this. Obviously, Toafili had a good game aside from the mistakes, but when he was carrying the ball, we were incredibly effective in the run game, both 6 yards and 5 yards per carry. Then Rodney came in. I mean, again, man, we are one of the most effective running teams in the country, and that's I think that's very encouraging because I don't believe we're anywhere near the level up front with the injuries and things that we have. What we're able to do in the run game consistently has been very impressive all season against everybody. I mean, including Clemson, who's number 4 or 5 team in the country.
Yep.
And so we saw it again today. Every back is over 5 yards per carry. That's a huge positive. I think that's something to build on, especially like I said, you don't have the guys up front that you consider your 5 starters aren't even there. And you're only going to get better in terms of personnel up front. So if you're going to get better on top of every guy getting over 5 yards per carry, that's telling you you're darn good at running the football.
And that'll be a good test for Florida State next week because Miami's run defense has been pretty good this season. The defense hasn't, at least up front, hasn't been the problem. So it'll be strength on strength. But that secondary is ripe for the picking, and Jordan Travis just threw for a crap ton of yards this afternoon. And Drew, thank you for the contribution. You must have been joining us in the last 3 to 5 minutes because he says, "Go Noles, am I wrong to have mixed feelings with all the sloppiness?" If you were riding with us throughout the watch-along, Drew, and you might have been in the stadium or wherever you were, you would know that you are not wrong to have mixed feelings with all the sloppiness. That is the second part of the discussion. So what is it that you would do, Dominic, and I'm sure you've seen games like this from the sideline, one way or the other as a player or coach. What do you do a week after something like this, where it's a big win, you win handily, but you've got a lot to fix between now and next week?
I want to say that this is probably what they did or should have been doing during the bye week is really strip it down. It's sort of the complexity of the game plan and just go back to fundamentals and kind of what I was saying for the second half offensively of, hey, man, just get back to your base stuff so that your guys can play fast. Everybody knows their assignments and so we can clean up some of these, some of the sloppiness and some of the sort of lack of execution. The drop passes. I mean, it's just all of it. Everything was pretty poor today. So, to me, you just get back to your fundamentals. You double down. It's something I say a lot. You double down on who you are. Who do you believe you are? Don't try to change and get fancy and cute and do all this other stuff. Just who are we? Okay, we need to get back to that. Like go back to your identity, what you believe in as a coach, as a team, as a program. We're going to run these plays. We're going to get good at this thing, whatever that is, and then let that ride, all week, because that's what you're going to want to sort of tap into, especially in a rivalry game, because the emotions are so high. You tend to lose sight of, hey man, it's like I just drew up on the board. I still got to do what coaches coached me to do. I got to stick to what I've been taught. Establishing a physicality and a mentality that I do what I'm coached to do, a discipline to do what I'm supposed to do, when I'm supposed to do it, and how it was communicated to be done. And if I do those things, then everything else will sort of take care of itself.
Yep. All makes sense. Well, it's been a pleasure riding with you again for another half of football, Dominic. I think we're in for most of the game together next week, and I look forward to that. We are going to have a changing of the guard in just a moment as Gene Williams will step in for the Warchant postgame show. I'm going to go get a beer, and I'll see if I have a solo cup with a quick commercial break coming up in just a second. But it's a victory beer. The Noles are 5-3. He's Dominic Robinson. I'm Tom Lang. D-Rob, thank you so much, man. Appreciate it as always.
Yeah, I love you guys, man. It's great to be back. I'm serious when I say I've missed you guys the last week, and it's great to be back and having these conversations, and excited to see you. We'll have a breakdown for you this week, and then excited to see you guys or talk to you guys next Saturday.
7:30 p.m. The Warchant watch along next week. D-Rob will be there. We still press on with the Warchant postgame show. It starts in just over 60 seconds. Go get you a cold one, folks. We'll reconvene in just a moment.
Something big, something huge is taking over the world of chicken sandwiches. Zaxby's new signature sandwich with Zax sauce or new spicy Zax sauce. Because the chicken sandwich war ain't over yet. The new signature sandwich, it's taking over. And it's only at Zaxby's.
Warchant.com has been the definitive home of all things FSU sports for over 20 years and is now part of On3, the next generation network. Warchant.com has the most experienced, tenured, and largest staff on the Florida State sports beat and now features innovative resources, including an NIL database that projects player value and a truly aggregated composite recruiting ranking system that will set the bar in the industry.
There are no words to describe the perfect pairing of Zaxby's hand-breaded fingers and our 12 delectable sauces. But there is a sound, and that sound is The Zaxby's Chicken Finger Plate with endless sauce abilities. Only at Zaxby's.
Alongside the founder and administrator of Warchant.com, Gene Williams, my name is Tom Lang, and we are celebrating a Florida State victory today, 41-16 on the Warchant GameDay postgame show presented by Zaxby's. Gene, it wasn't pretty, but you know what? We've had a lot of these postgame shows where things weren't pretty and Florida State was getting beaten by 25. The Noles are at least 5-3. I think D-Rob and I were quite critical for the better part of 2 hours. How do you feel as you sit down and you take the helm on a Saturday afternoon after a win?
Well, I'm going to start out popping my Oyster City, my Tate Hell's Lager. Thank you, ABC.
There you go.
Bring that along for us. So, I mean, it's worth. And in honor of Tom, and I did enjoy, I got to tune in a little bit of the second half of the watch along. I did break out the red Solo Cup.
Oh, there you go.
So we will drink it out of the red Solo Cup in honor of Tom's Halloween from, what'd you say that was? How long ago?
That was 2009, Gene.
2009.
That
wow.
photo, I'm holding a rundown from the 1270, the team pregame show. That's how long ago that was.
Nice. But no, to get back to the game, and I don't know, have you felt this bad after a butt whipping of 41-16, really 41-10, whatever game, the last second score. But I'm going to start glasses half full, more than half full. So I'm going to start out with the positives.
All right. Nice.
So let's do that because you should. I mean, it's been a month since Florida State's won a football game.
Yep.
So we got it. And you dominated a win. You did what you're supposed to do. So, I mean, look, Jordan, great game, career highs, good couple balls. He could have done a little better on a few. But, I mean, for the most part, man, he played well. Good decision-making. I liked everything he did in the game. Some of those touch passes, a long one to Johnny, a couple of the other long one to Toafili, some of the other one, really good passes. I was really happy with what I saw to Jordan. So not running the football, as you guys noted, but for what he didn't have to in this game.
Yep.
So I don't know if that was by design or not. Look, Trey Benson, he's getting better and better. He's being physical. He's hard to bring down. Love over 100 yards rushing. Love what I saw to him. A couple drops early on, but the wide receivers on the whole, you can see the dramatic improvement. I mean, they've got a stable of some guys who can run routes, get separation, catch the football. That was very positive to see. At least for a half, the defense looked great. Yeah. There were some breakdowns in the second half. I'll get into that in a minute. That late fourth down stop, I like to see in the fourth quarter. That was good because they don't seem to get many of those down near the goal line. And then see how heartwarming is that to see CJ Campbell come back and do what he did, get the touchdown, see that the scene on the sidelines. I mean, that's what you love about college sports when you see stuff like that. So there were definitely a lot of positives that you can look at in this game. And look, the other thing I was thinking about too, Florida State won this game not because of play calling or coaching or being organized or being disciplined. Tackling, that was all awful. But remember, it wasn't that long ago. 2 years ago, they played this Georgia Tech team. Yep. And probably the Georgia Tech team's probably about talent-wise about the same as that was a bad one then too. But you can see what has happened to Florida State since the talent is 10 times better than it was in 2020 when they played. So that is a positive for this staff. Everything they've done, bringing in the talent, transfer portal, everything else, man, they're everything so much better there. Now, I've had a couple drinks, so now the glass is getting less than half full now. So let's get into it. Some of this stuff, man. And I know I'm sure you harped on it, man. And I went into this game telling people this is the worst red zone offense I have ever freaking seen in my life. It is, look, the shenanigans he pulls Mike Norvell inside the 5-yard lines. I can almost get that when you're playing Clemson. You go, they have a dominant defensive front. They got all these NFLs. We're going to have to get in there on smoke and mirrors to try to pull something off. You're running 6-7 yards a clip. You got it down inside the 2-yard line. What the F are you doing? Just run the ball 3 freaking times in a row. If you don't get it 3 times in a row, whatever, hats off to them. But I mean, the first play, I thought Mike had scored on the first, but even that, I'm like, what are you doing that for? And then to bring in a freaking Wildcat.
Yep.
I don't understand. You got a physical, you had DJ Lundy before as a fullback. You got a physical running back. Even the other Toafili's running hard. It just freaking drives me nuts. Somebody needs to take away Mike Norvell's headset when they get inside the 20 and let someone else call the freaking plays. I don't know what's wrong with it, but it's been bad. It continues to be bad. It drives me nuts. So what Florida State up with 12 penalties, 13 penalties. I don't know if we have that up there.
13. It's up on the
13
screen.
penalties. So half of those, close to half, had to be pre-snap penalties. Off a bye.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell's going on? Now, the other thing, I forgot to mention. So when they got down the goal line that first time when they had the fumble and they kept doing all the substitution, they called 2 timeouts.
Yep.
Again, because you're being sneaky, you're bringing in all these different packages on the goal line instead of just going straight up and running the football. That cost you 2 timeouts. It cost you another 4 points. It cost you 7 for not scoring. It gave them 3 points. And at the end of the half, because you called the timeouts, it probably cost you another 4 points. I mean, asinine. Stop that.
Mm-hmm.
So that drove me freaking nuts. And then, and one of your bugaboos, Tom, of course, first drive of the second half, they didn't even get to touch the ball, but first drive every time, just lay down and give them the touchdown. I mean, it happens every freaking time. It's just nuts. I don't know what is going on with the defense at halftime. They just said, look, hey, you guys got a good rest. You know what? Take another 5 minutes off because you know what? You need that rest for the end of the game. So don't worry about that first drive. I mean, it happened. It's just, these things are happening. I get it once or twice some, but they're happening over and over and over again. There's a pattern developing, and that is on the coaching staff.
I'm smiling.
Rant is done. Sorry.
I'm smiling not only because you're right, but I've had a half to go through this, and people are fired up in the chat. And if you are, throw us a like underneath this video because it's a win. We're happy.
Yeah.
But it's easier to be critical after a win, because there's still a little wry grin behind all the criticisms. But Gene, I had a half talking it through with Dominic Robinson here on the watch along where I could kind of vent, and I'm now in a calmer place. But walking up the stairs in my house after the second quarter was over to sit down and put the headset on, I was furious because that game, whatever it is at half, is it 24-3? That game should be 35-0, 42-0, and you can see it. So there was a person at the end who said in the chat when it was the end of the watch along, guys, what does it say that it's 41-10 and we're playing poorly? Yeah. What does it say about us? Well, to Gene's point, it says the talent is better. It says that Georgia Tech is awful. And it says that we've got a lot of coaching to clean up here because they didn't look ready to play on offense. The defense was ready to play today. Now, they had problems after halftime.
For a half, yeah.
Yes, for a half. But they came out ready to play. And the best part of the game, I thought, was how they finished the second quarter going into halftime. They were swarming to the ball, playing with passion, emotion. And a lot of those guys hung up the helmet, or some of the important guys did, hung up the helmet for the day. They were done. So that's good. But the offense was an unmitigated disaster. And, Gene, I got to tell you, given that we have access to practice, I am stunned. On Tuesday, they look fine to me. They didn't look like anything different from a decent practice week. So I wasn't ready for this just disaster. It was a tire fire. When you've got multiple substitution issues on the sideline, that's the kind of crap that we killed Willie for.
Yeah.
And rightly so. Where did that come from? And Mike was furious on the second one, but I was happy that Jordan was pissed off the first time. When he's asking for a signal, it's not just about substitutions. He wants to play. What's the play? And he gets pissed off and slaps his legs and slaps his hands together and says, get it together, guys.
Yeah.
How are you not ready? That's on the coaching staff. They were not ready to go offensively to start this game. And thankfully, Georgia Tech is just rotten to the core, or else we might have been in a ball game. Thankfully, they aren't, so we weren't.
Well, this is why, some of those games that we can talk about, look, I'm not going to get too hung up on Clemson because I think talent-wise they're a gap ahead of Florida State. So you can criticize that. But I think that the problem is some of these issues we're talking about today are the reasons they lost to NC State and they lost to Wake Forest. I mean, I think they were good enough to beat those two teams, especially NC State. Yeah. And it's this kind of stuff that we saw didn't hurt Florida State here because you were superior. But when you're playing a team that's in the ballpark of you, talent-wise, it's this kind of nonsense that costs you wins. So, I mean, worst case, Florida State ought to be, ought to have 6 wins right now. They ought to be bowl eligible right now. Absolute worst case, maybe 7 if you don't completely do a lot of bonehead things against Wake Forest as well. So, I mean, that's the difference. Now, that's preventing this team. It's gotten better and better every year, but that's the difference between making it to that next level. They're not there yet. And it's squarely on what is going on. The in-game coaching, the situational coaching right now is very lacking.
Correct. On all fronts. The thing I'd say is, first of all, Virginia and Miami are going to overtime tied at 6. All right. So they're having a worse day than we are right now.
But this is classic Coastal, isn't it? I mean, that is typical of the Coastal division. Break it up.
Coastal football. Break up the Coastal. You're 100% right. But here's what I'll tell you is if your first half offensively next week down in Miami looks like it did today, you're going to be losing the football game at halftime. Period. You will be losing the football game. As bad as Miami is playing today, and it's 6-6 in overtime, they're more mad than we are. So is Virginia. Virginia fans are like, can we just end these games? I just want to go home because they're not happy about their existence either. Their offense has gone to hell. But if you do this again next week in a rivalry game, you're going to be losing the football game at halftime, and you're going to have to be the chaser. So that's why it's critical. That's why we are critical. It's good. Florida State's 5-3. I'd rather be complaining, like John said, and it was a great contribution. Thank you very much, John, for your support of Warchant TV. He said, I'd rather be happy, or I'd rather have a poor loss. What did he say? Butt ugly win over a pretty loss any day. There you go.
Sure.
You said better than I could, John. A butt ugly win over a pretty loss any day. So yes, fundamentally, we're sipping beer and we're smiling here, but that off a bye is concerning, Gene. I don't know that I've ever seen them so discombobulated before, Florida State. It was just kind of strange in that first quarter. I've seen issues before where they're just not good enough, but I haven't seen substitution issues, and I haven't seen pre-snap penalties and guys not on the same page.
We have seen, but haven't we, Tom, the last few weeks? It seems like this has been, after the BC game, it seems like this has been kind of trending. There's been more and more of these kind of like head scratcher mistakes, the pre-snap penalties, some of the substitutes. It's weird. Now it was more today than it was the last few games, but I've seen that trend. I don't know what's going on, why they're getting, you think through the season, things would be smoother and there'd be less of these mistakes. And I don't know and you're at practice more than I am. So maybe, but it sounded like they've been pretty clean the last couple of weeks. That's why this is a little odd.
They were mostly fine. I mean, they do. I'm not going to argue today about Wildcat in the red zone. I'm okay with it in theory because it's more physical than an end around or,
But you're dominating on the line of scrimmage. Why bring an added element? It's the same thing we talked about with the pitch against LSU. Why add an element when you don't have to?
Which is why I won't argue about it today. You're absolutely right. Situation, the opponent today. I mean, and if you're ever going to do it, why is Jordan even split out? Go put Johnny out there. At least somebody will actually try and cover him. So today is not the day to have that fight because you're correct. Straight ahead. It does not need to be. They did it against Duquesne. They did it against Boston College. They know that they can just go straight ahead against certain opponents, but they got cute. And I don't care that Pittman got in because he did. Micah Pittman scored on second down. I hated that call more than I hated the Wildcat call. So there's a lot of stuff to clean up. I would say, Gene, that we've seen these issues rear their head in the past few weeks, but not at the start of the football game. Florida State came out like gangbusters against Wake. Same thing against Clemson. The problem with Clemson was that they had a problem. It's 7-0, and they're at midfield, and then those penalties kick in. But from the word go today, they had drops by Preston Daniel, who was wide open on third down. Kentron dropped one on fourth down. Actually, one of the hidden plays of the game to me was Preston Daniel catching the fourth down pass on the next drive because that wasn't a great throw. He picked up Jordan on a bad throw, but everybody had a turn today on offense except for maybe Trey Benson. Everybody had a turn doing something poorly today. But Trey Benson, I think, was the most consistent star.
I saw one play where he danced a little bit. He had about 3 yards and he kind of danced and went backwards, which he's gotten much better at. That was my one criticism of him sometimes. Man, you're that big. Sometimes just put your head down. But no, he was outstanding today. I mean, Jordan, for the most part, here and there, I thought played well. Offensive line pretty well. Did they? Because I know they had a couple of fourth down problems and turnovers, but I don't think they punted today, did they?
I don't remember one.
I mean, the one thing is the offense was moving the ball. I mean, they were kicking themselves in the foot over and over and over again, but they moved that ball. I mean, 642 yards of offense. I mean, that's doing some things.
I'll tell you. Is it 642? Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah.
Pick up those game stats. I mean, that's ridiculous in a good way. Yeah, Gene, I got to tell you, so we did the roundtable last week on warchant.com, which you can sign up for right now, folks. It's just $10 through August 31st of next year. That's an absurd special. If you're mad about absurd calls in the red zone, how about an absurd special? Join warchant.com for $10 through 8/31 of next year, August 31st. Yeah, I got to tell you, I'm looking at the numbers here, Gene. Apparently, I'm sorry, I've got an echo in my headset. You want to take it?
We don't hear it here. It's just you.
Okay, give me 1 second. I apologize, folks.
All right, that's fine. I'm going to look at this real quick. So, you got the 6:42. I wish we had the halftime, and I think they had to have less than 50 yards at half. I think Georgia Tech did. So I know a lot of that came on those last couple drives where Florida State had a lot of backups in on defense. So you got to give, other than that first drive of the second half and then right at the end, man, the defense did play pretty well against Georgia Tech, man. 642 yards. And I think Jordan, that was the Jordan passing for 396. I'm pretty sure that's a career high, isn't it, Tom?
Yeah. Oh, it's got to be easy. And the echo is good. Thank you, Gene. I appreciate the cover there.
No problem.
I was going to say I felt bad on the round tables because I felt like maybe I was killing them too much on the red zone, maybe a little bit because they ran DJ Lundy in a fullback dive against Clemson and it worked. And I thought, okay, maybe they've corrected some of these issues. And now I don't feel bad in the least. Maybe we were too light on them about situational football because you look at those numbers and you look at the disparity, especially in that first half. It was 350 to 40, I think, in total yards. So somewhere thereabouts, give or take 10 yards. And you're only up 24-3.
Yeah.
My God, this should be a game that Tate Rodemaker played a half of football almost. This should be a game that maybe A.J. Duffy got in. Should be a game that Rodney Hill, who looked great in relief duty today, and I love 29 and what he's going to be, had 12 to 15 carries. It's a depth-building day. Julian Armello should have been on the field for at least a full quarter instead of a drive. These are the opportunities you miss. And, Gene, the problem was earlier in the season, they had a game, you mentioned it, LSU, where there's a call on the goal line that we don't love with the pitch. Fabian Lovett is now in the football game on that final drive because you can't put the game away. And we hadn't seen Fabian until today, which was great news to get number 0 back. And
that probably cost you a game.
At least one. At least one to cost you. And that's where these things, if you have it in front of you to take a game, run away with it, and get your guys off the field, you got to do it. Jordan played until 2 minutes to go in the game. They brought Tate in halfway through that final drive. So just it's a win. We love it, but it's a frustrating day.
Yeah, no, I think we're all in agreement on this. There's some things, and I guess it's disappointing coming off the bye week because, like I said, I saw some of these signs the last 3 games. They weren't called well, situationally poor. There were too many pre-snap penalties, substitution problems, and you say, okay, you got the bye week, you get that stuff cleaned up, and if anything, it's worse. And like you said, the scary thing is, look, I think Florida State's better than Miami. But in a situation, a rivalry game, when you're on the road, they're going to play. Miami's going to play their best game. Let's face it. That's not even a question. They're going to. I don't care how crappy they're playing against Virginia. They got blown out by Duke. They're not going to be a different team next week. You got to play well. If you keep doing this dumbass crap over and over, you're going to leave them in the game, and they're going to be in it in the fourth quarter. And we've seen how that goes. If you're in a situation to lose it, you may lose it. So I don't know if this is I guess the question is, Tom, we've seen this enough this season. I don't know if that's something they can correct this season. Is it, going into next season in a situation where he has to come up with Norvell has to come with a different situation for, I don't know if it's a coordinator to call plays, tow cars, or somebody gets up there and calls the play from above and you take Norvell out of it because he's responsible for this because not only is the head coach, he's responsible. He's calling the play. So all those substitution nonsense and all the calls that are going on inside the 5-yard line that keep blowing up in his face, that's on him. 100%.
I agree.
So if he's not willing, he needs to give that up if he's not willing to fundamentally change his mindset in those situations.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know what we're allowed to say about the red zone periods, so I'll bite my tongue there. But maybe in the offseason we can talk about it to a degree. This doesn't shock me, this particular issue. It is as far as I go. Yeah. One thing I would say, and this was basically atop my list at halftime, and it got buried down the depth chart a little bit to use a football analogy. It's time for a different special teams coordinator. I don't think that John Papuchis should be, fired or removed from the staff. He works well with the defensive ends. The players love him. I think he's a good recruiter and a good developer of talented defensive end.
I agree.
We had this conversation last year. Whoever's in charge of it, and it's a group effort. It's not just him. If you go to those Tuesday practices and there are lots of special teams periods, they waste time with it if they're going to do this kind of crap. But the the whole of the coaching staff is out there in different parts of the fields instructing on what to do. So this is a group effort. But whoever is in charge of it needs to be removed. Whoever is making the decisions needs to cede those decisions to somebody else. Maybe it's Coach Norvell making these final decisions, and it's not Papuchis. Whoever it is, they're not allowed anymore, Gene. Why is Sam McCall still returning kicks?
Mm-hmm.
Why? There's a lot of fast dudes on this roster. Not timid dudes. But
I think it was twice we returned it deep when we should have needed, and both times we got a penalty, I believe, and started inside our 10. I think both times we drove down the field, regardless, we overcame that. But like to your point earlier, you're not going to be able to do that against a better team. You could against Georgia Tech, but there's going to be a situation against Miami. You're going to go 3 and out, and they're going to get the ball at midfield.
Ran it out from 5 yards deep in one situation. In another, you're timid. You're running it looks like in third gear instead of fourth or fifth gear. They don't coach it that way, but whatever it is, whatever is lost in the process has now been a problem, Gene, for multiple seasons. I'm done. It's not even something,
take the knee, capitulate, take the knee.
You're a dad.
25.
You're a dad. You've had your kids make mistakes. I'm not even mad anymore. I've already tried that, screaming and yelling to try to get you to change what you're doing. I can't even be mad. You're grounded or whatever it is. I'm not even mad anymore. Micah Pittman still doesn't catch the ball with consistency. It's the second game in a row where you have a punt bounce off of their 45-yard line and you're not underneath it in a situation that Dominic Robinson, who returned punts for Florida State, says is an inexcusable mistake. So they've got to change that too. I don't think they're going to do it midweek.
No, and you didn't do it. Yeah, at this point, you didn't do anything on the bye week. You're not going to do anything now, and he's probably better than it's still better than it was last year. I mean, the bar was as low as it could possibly be in 2021, but he's still better than that. But yeah, there's some of those. I have a bigger problem. I think, a bigger problem with some of those kick returns, because every single time we got a kick return, I don't think you got one past the 20. I have to go back and look at the stats, but I think every one you were inside your 20-yard line, and that's ridiculous. You can't do that.
I will end the special teams rant with this. If you're a Jeff Cameron Show listener, you've heard this week, and I apologize for the redundancy, but it needs to be said because apparently the lesson's not learned. We do analytics studies, Gene, on 4th and 3 from the 31-yard line or 4th and 2 from the 38, whatever it is. There's all those analytics on that. How about some analytics on a kick return and the likelihood that you're going to get beyond the 25-yard line if you're catching the ball inside your own 5?
Yeah.
If you're at the 2, what are the chances you get beyond the 25-yard line? And it can't be good. Certainly not with this crew.
With this group, it's 1 in 20.
Right.
No, I would tell the returner, okay, if it's inside whatever, the 5, the 2, whatever you want to mark it at, don't run it back. And I would say the other person that's back there, your other responsibility is get in front of his ass and tackle him and tell him, no, you can't run it out. So 2 guys, you got a protector there. So one guy is a dumbass, the other gets in his face and says no. So that way, outside of our boy against Michigan, who shrugged that off, Keith Gavin, who we went ahead and did that, thank goodness. Right. But for the most part, if there's 2 guys there and they know the situation, that should stop happening at this point. I know you had the 1 kick return this year, but you can't keep one time out of 50 returns when it's not worth it.
Well, and who was that guy who returned the kick?
Yeah.
Trey Benson.
Yeah.
So let's put Sam back out there. I mean, this is if you want to find a home.
I guess because now he's with Ward out, I'm guessing because he's a starting running back. I mean, I get it. So, but he's not back there now, and McCall's not doing it. So
Deuce. Anybody on the. That's why there's just multiple ways you could look at it. And you say, good gracious. All right, we
did Miami lose? I'm seeing people post up. Ben, we got a final score on Miami, or what's going on there?
It's 12-12.
Oh, it's 12. Oh, Miami score. Oh,
I'm showing 12-12.
Oh my
they're running 2-point plays. They're running 2-point plays in Charlottesville to settle this game. So your final score is going to be 18-16. I'm predicting it now. Wait a minute. UVA wins?
That's what someone they're saying. No, some are saying 12-12. Okay. Yeah, someone said UVA wins and it was 12. But
All right. I think it's time, Gene. What do you think? Phone lines time?
Yeah, let's open those puppies up.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to mention and thank our wonderful sponsor at Zaxby's. Then we're going to take a quick break and open up those lines. But first, here is the word from our friends who present Warchant GameDay. That would be Zaxby's. It seems like everyone's got a chicken sandwich these days. So how do you know which one to try? Luckily, one sandwich towers above all the others in size and in deliciousness. That is Zaxby's signature sandwich. It's an extra large, hand-breaded filet and 3 thick-cut pickle chips on a split-top bun. And it comes with your choice of Zax sauce or spicy Zax sauce. It's big, it's delicious, and it's only at your neighborhood Tallahassee Zaxby's. Your Tallahassee Zaxby's, a proud Golden Chief booster for 17 years. Support Zaxby's because they literally support the program at Florida State. Go Noles, says the folks at Zaxby's, and I agree with the folks. We'll be right back on Warchant Game Day. The phone lines will be open in just a moment, and sit tight.
Something big, something huge is taking over the world of chicken sandwiches. Zaxby's new signature sandwich with Zax sauce or new spicy Zax sauce. Because the chicken sandwich war ain't over yet. The new signature sandwich, it's taking over. And it's only at Zaxby's.
Warchant.com has been the definitive home of all things FSU sports for over 20 years and is now part of On3, the next generation network. Warchant.com has the most experienced, tenured, and largest staff on the Florida State sports beat and now features innovative resources, including an NIL database that projects player value and a truly aggregated composite recruiting ranking system that will set the bar in the industry.
There are no words to describe the perfect pairing of Zaxby's hand-breaded fingers and our 12 delectable sauces. But there is a sound, and that sound is The Zaxby's Chicken Finger Plate with endless sauce abilities. Only at Zaxby's.
We return to the post-game show with a thank you to offer immediately to Z-Chan, the man, the official DMD of TV. Thank you, Z-Chan. We really appreciate that. Here's to Fitz Magic being perfect today. And although not pretty, it was a good win. Go Noles. Let hate week begin. Indeed, Z-Chan. And Zach did ask us during this week in the Cameron show, how did Fitz Magic look in practice? He's been rock solid. And you know what? He looked rock solid today. So maybe you've got a bit of a solution there. Thank you, Zach. We really do appreciate it. That's the phone number, everybody, 850-805-5911. You are taking part in Warchant Game Day's post-game call-in show. He is Gene. My name is Tom, and I believe we're going to go to New York in just a moment. I can see the first person in the queue, and it is not Gator Kirk, so hopefully Gator will find you in just a moment. One other note, Gene, you said you were sipping on what now? Was that an Oyster City?
Yeah, Oyster City here, which, great brewery from Apalachicola. They got the one in Tallahassee, but you can find them at all the ABCs. This is a Tate's Hell's German-style lager. Very tasty. Had it on tap recently, too, which was delicious.
I'm going simpler because it's early in the day. We got to pace ourselves.
All right, nothing wrong with a little natty.
I'm pacing with a natty. That's our friends at Triangle Sales. And also, ABC Fine Wine and Spirits wants you to remember, you order online, do the curbside pickup. You don't ever have to get out of the car. You just pull into the spot, pop your trunk, and you go on to your tailgate.
Load me up with booze.
That's right. That's right. That's the simple command. I see Mr. Josh in New York. He's still talking to our screener, Terry. So he'll be the first caller. There you go, Ben. There's a heads up for the lower third. Before we get to Josh, Gene, I want to ask you, before we get to, let's say, probably 10 to 15 callers today, do you think the mood of the caller is going to be, on average, positive or negative today?
My reaction is to say negative, but our callers have been so good and reasonable. They're better than us. I mean, they've talked me off the ledge the last couple of weeks, so they may be better than I expect. My initial reaction is mostly negative because, look, you were going to win this game. You were going to win it big, and Florida State left a lot of stuff to nitpick about, and a lot of stuff that makes you nervous going into Miami. If they played a clean game, I mean, what's the score if they play a relatively clean game, Tom? If they win by 40 points?
Oh, it's probably 56-3, something like that.
And I think so the issue is going, not that you won and all that. The issue is, other than Massachusetts, all the other games are going to be tougher than Georgia Tech. So you worry that these little mistakes that happen over and over and over again, if they keep repeating themselves, are going to cost you another game or two. And that is the concern to me. So I think that will be the overriding theme of the caller. Maybe they'll talk me off the ledge and tell me why I'm wrong, and I hope they can.
We'll go to Josh in Long Island. All right, Josh, for the 26th time on Warchant TV, welcome into the Warchant postgame show. I see you want to talk about the red zone, but fire away with whatever you got. Welcome to the program, Josh.
What's up, guys? I don't have I'm not really that mad about today because I know the things that we do that we've done wrong in the past have just consistently showed up, and we look rusty anyway. The one thing that is concerning, and I hate to bring up a Jimbo quote, but it's the one thing that's concerning. Jimbo used to always say that you could play the whole game right and situations wrong and lose.
Yep.
And that's what it seems like we do consistently in the first half, at the end of the first half, at the beginning of the second half. Now, with the red zone, it looks kind of like, and I want to know your opinion on this, guys. Like, it looks kind of like Mike Norvell starts overcoaching in the red zone, where we start doing different formations and things that we've never seen. And I think that's probably why we get penalties and drop, snaps and all this other stuff. Just do what we either throw it to Johnny Wilson or run up the middle with DJ Lundy. That's it. That's all we need. I'm curious to hear what you guys think about the overcoaching now.
Hey, Josh. Yeah. Good call. Go ahead, Tom.
It's a good call. I think it's either he gets tight or he overcoaches. It's one or the other. But it was kind of a funny thing that you'd laugh at and say, do we have a problem here? And now we have a problem here. I think that's what it's graduated to. Gene, your thoughts?
Yeah, it's almost like he's coaching still for 2020 when there were so many problems and he had to scheme his way to try to get scores and stuff. No, you have a viable offensive line now. You got some physical running backs. You're showing it between the 20s. You're getting to where you need to go. And then Josh brought up a great point. Like he changes. He gets inside the 10-yard line and suddenly he starts bringing in different formations and personnel, and he's just throwing more added variance to the equation, which creates more potential problems. I always go back to the old adage. When I'm doing business or anything else, it's like at the end of the day, it's the old KISS thing. Keep it simple, stupid. And it seems like it's the opposite, man. He's getting more complicated with situations that ought to be even more simple and more fundamental. Right. He's making it more complicated. You don't need to do that. This is a good enough team against most teams. You get it on the 1-2 yard line, you can run it. You're probably going to be okay in that situation. You don't need to do the end arounds to Micah. You don't need to do, occasionally, I guess, like you said, in some situations, maybe the Wildcat, but when you're running effectively the entire game and Benson looks good and Toafili's fighting hard, I don't think you need to do that.
Yeah, I agree. The Wildcat didn't get you down inside the 5-yard line, so you don't necessarily need it that moment. Against better defensive lines, maybe against Miami next week, because their defensive line is pretty good, and the Canes win, and I'm sure they're going wild. They're going wild. And
the U is back.
That's right, 14-12. The war of 14-12. The U defeats Virginia. But whatever it is, it's consistent now, and it's something we're going to have to talk about until it's fixed. And, Gene, the reason that it's so frustrating is this offense will generate explosive plays like crazy. I mean, left and right. Today was no exception. Johnny Wilson down the sidelines, making a guy miss, a safety miss, and scoring from 70-odd yards. And then Lawrence Toafili on a wheel route shortly after he fumbled. I mean, there are these plays where you go, man, you can bank on Florida State picking up 30 or 40 yards multiple times a game. If you just handle what seems to be the simple stuff, now you're a real problem for a lot of teams in the country.
Don't you cringe, though, when they get on those big plays, when they get caught inside the 5-yard line? I mean, there was a play, the worst, and I've seen some bad officiating calls. They pick play on Johnny Wilson.
Oh.
I mean, come on. I've seen some bad ones. That might be the worst.
Gene, their first touchdown, Georgia Tech's out the hat.
Oh, the pick, yeah.
I mean, so if the definition of offensive pass interference is Johnny Wilson just being in the area of a defender who takes a bad angle, then most certainly it would hold that you've got a pass interference on the offense for an outright pick in which Jamie Robinson is grabbed by his breastplate. I mean, it's ridiculous.
But before I saw the flag, and I think we were down on the 2-3 yard line at that point, I'm like, oh no, not more Norvell circus nonsense down inside the 5-yard line. So it actually did us a favor, because in the next play, it was the next one Toafili scored on, right, with the wheel route.
Yes,
that was the next play. So so I was like, thank goodness for that. But you shouldn't be cringing when your team gets the ball inside the 5-yard line. That shouldn't be a problem for you. Yeah, it is. So Josh, I think we all agree this is an issue. Now I hope Norvell can self-scout. I was hoping he'd do it during the bye week on what's been going on in the red zone, because it's been happening all season. This isn't like this just popped up this week. This has been a problem all season. And it looks like the same. His solution seems to be, I'm going to coach it more and more. I'm going to bring in more formations and make it more complicated, when it should be the opposite.
Yeah, they spent an extra period or two on it on Tuesday in practice, and we wrote a story about it on Warchant.com that they went off a script. The practice has been remarkably similar for the balance of camp through now. But Tuesday they realized that they've got to work more in red zone. I bet they do it again. Good comment from Jim between calls here, who said, we clinch a bowl versus Miami, and we eliminate Florida from the bowl season on Thanksgiving.
I like it.
Jim's having a good day. Jim's listening to some good music and watching the Warchant Game Day post-game show and smiling. Thank you, Jim. We appreciate that and your positivity. Garrett in Los Angeles is next on the program here. Welcome to the program, Garrett in Los Angeles. I think we're talking defense. Is that right?
Gotta get that in because we got the win. I do want to talk defense, but first I do want to say I had to work today, and I work at a university here in Los Angeles. And I was repping a Florida State shirt, and I got a random Go Noles.
There you go.
We're everywhere. We're just everywhere. But so Corey points this out. He pointed it out again. This is the fourth straight game that we give up a touchdown after the first half. I mean, aren't adjustments being made? Are we just saying, hey, if it worked, let's just roll with it? I mean, Adam Fuller, if he got fired today, who would pick him up? Who would really want Adam Fuller as like their DC? Jim Leonard's out there. He might go to Wisconsin. He might stay at Wisconsin. Will Muschamp is available. I mean, there's some other people out there that we can pick and pull because, I don't know if it's just our defense. This 4-2-5, in theory, yeah, we put speed on the field. We got 4 guys up front. But, we're so thin at linebacker. I guess that's why we have to do it. So I don't know if that's a recruiting issue or if that's just a scheme issue. But I'm going to say it. I'm done. I'm done with Fuller.
All right. There's Garrett in Los Angeles. He's looking at the classifieds. He's looking at the classifieds. Defensive coordinator. He's placed an ad. I'm not there yet, Gene. I am with special teams. I'm like Garrett. That resolution in his voice is me with special teams and the coordination of it. Where are you on Adam Fuller? I feel like we've had the peaks and the valleys with the defensive coordinator over the last, 18 games. What do you think?
But if you go at halftime and you're like the most dominating half of football that they've had defensively, I mean, you can pick at something. For the end of the day, at least going into this week, Florida State was number 26 in total defense. I mean, that doesn't seem like a fireable thing. And look, there's some obvious problems, as Garrett pointed out, especially and as you pointed out, the defense starting second halves. I don't know what's going on there. So some obvious problems. But at the end of the day, again, we've talked same thing with Norvell. This team is getting better. The defense is getting better. They had a stop in the fourth quarter I was happy with. I wasn't thrilled that they gave up with time expiring. I mean, that was against the backups. They need the experience, so it is what it is. Yeah. And thank goodness. So, Tom, why did they not kick the extra point on that one?
I guess
they just opted not to.
I guess because they didn't. Yeah, it wasn't affecting the game. It happened last year, I believe, Gene, with Clemson and FSU on the ridiculous fumble and all that stuff.
Laterals, the fumble.
Somebody I know may have covered based on that, but
that was a big bad beat for a lot of people.
Yeah, I think it's just maybe an option at that point if it doesn't have a bearing on the game.
I figured it was an option. I'm sure they could kick it, but my feeling was, what if they decided, we want to work on our 2-point play?
Yeah,
and everybody gets screwed who bet on FSU.
Yeah,
in that situation.
Freshman kid wasn't a bad quarterback, but I'm not even going to try and justify them.
No, Garrett's right. I mean, there was definitely some problems on defense, especially in that second half. But as you pointed out, the first touchdown was on an illegal pick play that they didn't. Yeah, ACC, it is what it is. It's the ACC. Ooh. They're going to blow some shit like that.
Yep.
There were some gaps, but it wasn't the worst defensive performance I've seen. It could have been better. But again, if you're going to finish probably at least in the top 30, 40 in total defense, I mean, compared to where Florida State was a couple of years ago, you take that. But you expect improvement. You go, you need to clean this up. They need to be a top 20 defense next year. So as long as he keeps doing that, it's painful growth, but it's growth.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I hear you, Garrett, but I reserve that kind of resolution for special teams, and I'm not there on the defense just yet. Mahalo. We go out to Hawaii. We're talking to Spartan Knoll. It's Ralph, one of the favorites of Warchant TV. Ralph, welcome to the program. Go ahead. Mahalo.
Aloha, guys. How's it?
Yeah. Hey, Ralph.
We're happy to be talking to you.
What are the pillars?
Thank you, guys. That's very kind to say. I know it's kind of a dead issue and a broken record to complain about the officiating. I'm more curious to know if you guys think the ACC is such a lame duck conference at this point with all the expansion going on and the conference realignment. A guy like Alford, who just took over, obviously, this year and seems to be very enthusiastic about improving the product. And I know the ACC has to care because as someone myself who has an MBA, I'm all about the image of your product. I know the ACC has to care. I'm just curious, why in the hell does this stuff continue to be allowed to exist? That pass interference call on Johnny Wilson was atrocious. The way they handled the end of the Miami regulation, I don't know if you guys saw that yet, but that was atrocious. This is a damn joke.
Yeah, I'd ask you this, Ralph. How about this? What do you think the ACC puts more effort into getting right? Television broadcasts on their network or officiating? It's a tough one. Where would you go?
They're both garbage, so I can't see that they're putting the effort into either one, honestly. But if you improve the product on the field, won't people want to see it more, which will improve your TV ratings?
Yeah. I mean, Ralph, you're preaching to the choir, buddy. I mean, I think we're all in 100% agreement here. And it happens week in and week out, the quality officiating. And, it was an interesting story. I talked to somebody that was kind of in the know with the SEC and I'm SEC officiating. And there was a conference where a bunch of officials would get and they were, the question came up like, what does the SEC do differently than the ACC? Interestingly, one of the things I didn't know is right after an SEC game, the entire crew gets together with a independent person who also viewed the game with the all 22 and all the calls. And immediately after the game, they correct everything. They do instant analysis of what they did. So they're putting in extra time to be as good as possible. The ACC, as soon as the game's over, they all go off. There's no, at the end of the year, they do some, dog and pony show where they all get together. Oh, you did great on that call, Johnny. Nice job. But they don't put in the effort. There's not the investment, but it's the same thing in all the other stuff you've talked about too. They just simply, they act like a second tier conference. And that's what you're seeing. You're seeing a second tier conference. So you're getting what you're putting into it.
You're getting student labor in a lot of situations here for some of
the broadcast. That's right.
And, Micah Pittman is going to be ruled in for a touchdown on 2nd and goal before the fumble if they don't have a camera person standing directly behind an official. Like,
my God, that was too. I love when they showed that first replay. I'm like, does somebody not above see that replay and go, that's useless? Don't put that up.
Exactly. Yeah. Where's the director there who's saying that, no, we're not cutting to that. We're going to cover up our mistakes here. They don't even bother to do that, though. Ralph, so what's for lunch? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, no good. None of it's good. Ralph, what's for lunch over in Hawaii today?
We haven't gone out yet, so I just had a peanut butter sandwich, which is an all-time classic for me. We're probably going to do a steak plate, which is very popular out here, just stopping at a local, we call them grinds out here, a local grind shop and just pick up a steak plate. And I understand I'm preaching to the choir, but my really, do you remember the Toa Philly touchdown where he touched the pylon and they called him out? He was 3 yards from the boundary. His body was completely in the air. This is so GD infuriating. You would think the ACC would try to do something.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, guys, thank you for your time. Yeah,
thank you, Ralph. Mahalo, buddy. Yeah, this is one of the ones where I will say we get all of our criticism we want with Jimbo. But one thing I wish Norvell would do is be a little bit more publicly critical, because we get to say when we ask Enrique goes, why don't you ask? Well, we do ask about it. And they say, well, we send the clips to the ACC and we get feedback and all that stuff. Man, sometimes you just need to publicly come out and say they're bad. They screwed up. The Johnny was horrible. It keeps happening over and over. And Jimbo would call them out sometimes. And I think sometimes the squeaky wheel gets the grease, man. Sometimes what we've been doing for years and years to try to get them to fix the bad officiating has not helped. No. So, and I'm sure, look, he'll get fined. Do you not think some boosters will step up and pay Norvell's fine if he bitches at the ACC officials?
Right, exactly. And it's something, do it. Gene, if they take the credentials from the kickoff, I don't give a damn. They suck. They suck at officiating. They suck on television. It is a second-rate product. And if you want to hold yourself up to this image that Jim Phillips wants you to be, and that's what he gets on the stage and he talks about the greatness and the prestige of the ACC, then put a product on television that people would bother to want to watch instead of this joke of a broadcast where you can't even get players' names right. How many times was Trey Benson called Lawrence Toafili and vice versa this half? I mean, Micah Pittman was called Ja'Kai Douglas. I mean, it's just...
Yeah, that first pass for catch by Ja'Kai, I'm like, zero. His number's 0. Why would you think that's Micah? It's a totally different number, dude.
I'm nowhere near a perfect worker. Never have been. But, if my job is to call play-by-play on the ACC network, that's a really good job for all the people that are doing play-by-play in the country. Like, that is a privilege. I'm going to know 0 from 4 on the freaking...
Yeah, and don't those guys basically do one broadcast? Right. They have all week to prepare for one game. And look at the roster.
Yeah. Oh, it's atrocious. And that's ESPN and the ACC at work, hand in hand, aren't they? But you know what? They wouldn't get it wrong for the SEC. Anyway, we go to Thomasville, or maybe en route to Thomasville, to the DMD of Warchant TV, and that is Z-Chan. Z-Chan, welcome to the program. He's a pillar. What's going on? Talk to us.
What's up, guys?
We're hanging
Hey,
in.
Z-Chan.
Yeah.
Oh, nothing much. I tell you what, a couple things. Hey, Gene, I will gladly fork up some money.
Yeah.
To pay Norvell's fine without.
All right, Norvell, you hear that? Z-Chan's got you covered. The next time they screw up, which will be the next game, publicly speak out. Z-Chan's got you covered, and you don't have to tip us for the next couple of years if that's what it takes. Z-Chan, we're behind you. We got your back.
Good. Well, it's ridiculous. I some of those I can't even believe it. I was a soccer official and actually an ACC soccer official for several years, and so watching some of that officiating. Just as an official, even though I wasn't a football official, it's just I don't even understand what they're looking at. It makes no sense to me one bit. But anyway, that was just a side note. I was going to talk about defense. The guy a couple calls back kind of talked about that some, but I really, really, really like watching Rodney Hill run at the end of the game.
Oh yeah.
Yep. You know
that man hit some holes fast.
You know you're going to get an agreement out of me.
That's Tom's guy.
That's my guy.
My guy was Johnny Wilson coming in, but your guys for next year, I think that's it. It's Rodney Hill.
Yes, I would totally agree. Yeah, 100%.
He was very impressive. He hit the holes fast and hard and ran downhill and didn't look back. And he couldn't be stopped. When you're running that fast, even running through the hole, they'd get an arm on him and couldn't stop him. I was very, very impressed with his running today. I'm excited to watch him play some more. So,
what else are you excited about for next week, Z-Chan? It's a tough day. This is a day where it's hard to sort out what's going on. You have a huge win, but yet there's so much to clean up, and it's so obvious. It's one thing to read the box score and you'd be pleased, but if you watch this game and sat through it like you did, there's a lot to be concerned about. But now it's Miami. They just won 14-12. How about you next week? What are you excited to see out of this group?
I tell you what, I'm probably. I mean, beyond just a Noles smashing of the Canes, that'd be the most exciting thing I could see next week. I honestly want to see. I would be the most excited if I saw our offense play and play with some ease, and not like every single play was just a absolute struggle. Like they could, there was so much effort that went into every single play just to do something. And I would be thrilled if I could see them play with just some ease. They're just moving the ball and they seem like they're in sync and they're playing. We haven't seen that very often here recently. I'd love to see that again, especially against the Canes.
Yeah, that's a good call. Thank you, Z-Chan. We appreciate it.
Buddy.
Yeah, that's right. Some of the simple stuff just looks so damn hard. And some of the stuff that's harder to do, like moving the ball between the 20s, looks easy. So it's just really strange stuff.
Yeah, don't change it. Don't change what's working, man. Keep doing what you're doing. You get down the goal line. If Johnny Wilson's one-on-one, throw it up to him. If otherwise, just run it with your big guys between the tackles. You know?
Agree. To the nearly 600 of you that are watching the Warchant post-game call-in show, thank you for being here. Remember to support our sponsors, Zaxby's, when you're in Tallahassee. They support the football program directly, so it's Noles helping Noles. Thank them for their support by when you're up here, going to grab some Zaxby's after the game, before the game, whatever the case may be. And throw us a like, too, if you would, underneath this video. It helps us find more Florida State fans who are looking for great content. That's what we do at Warchant TV. Next up is another pillar. It's Mr. Eric Angel. He's outside of another establishment in Tallahassee.
I wonder where he could be.
Not our favorite one.
No.
But he's one near campus where we've all been. Smells a lot like smoke and good and bad memories at the same time.
Oh, boy. I know where he is. Wow.
Yes. At a palatial setting from Mr. Eric Angel. Welcome, Eric, to the program.
Hey, Tom and G, what's going on, brothers?
Hey, Eric, you're dumpster diving near the stadium, huh?
I am. I'm at the Palace, man.
Not that there's anything wrong with that. I've been to the Palace many a night.
There's nothing wrong with the Palace. It's just you know what you're getting into when you go to the Palace. Yeah. What you got?
Oh, you know it, man.
Yeah.
Who they gonna beat them Noles, man? Who they gonna beat them Noles, man? My God, man, the ACC refs, don't they fucking suck? Jesus, criminy, they
Oh boy,
God damn.
Eric, we never know of
Jesus,
you.
if I hit the Powerball tonight, whenever it is, next drawing, if nobody's hit it, I'm buying this out of this damn conference, and then I'll split the rest with you guys.
There you go. I like it. I like your thinking, Eric. I thought he was going to say
We're
you're going to
blow
pay
out
Norvell's
Miami.
fine.
He really beat Virginia. We're gonna blow out Miami. It's gonna be 44 to whatever. I don't even know.
All right, so wait a minute. You're on record. You're calling for it because, Eric, you've been down at times where we thought you might be optimistic and vice versa. So this is a rough day, but it's a good win. You're calling for a blowout over Miami next week. You're on the record. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
All right, Eric.
Or let's say 17, whatever. 44-17.
Okay.
All right. If they cover that spread, Eric,
Old,
I'll I'll take
Walker's number. Old Walker's number.
There you go. He's calling for
Marcus Walker.
a DeMarcus spot. Thanks, Eric. Enjoy the Palace Saloon. He was the man who had the block at the Rock, if I'm not mistaken, right? Wasn't that DeMarcus who got a hand on the football?
DeMarcus Walker. That's right.
Playing down in that building. Over under 4. Yeah, well, it depends on the size. Michael, it always depends. Is it a pint? Is it a Big Daddy? Is it a 12-ounce can?
I don't think it matters. I'm taking the over.
We now go to a place near and dear to my heart. I've never seen this particular caller before, but Jonathan now joins the program from Palm Harbor. Say hi to my parents when you're down there, Jonathan. How's it going? And welcome to the Warchant Post Game Show.
Good, Tom. Good to be on with you, first time caller. Yeah, I think we're around the same area. I went to Eastlake High School, so.
Oh yeah.
All right. One of my best friends was coach there. And when were you there, Jonathan?
Down at Eastlake?
Yeah.
I graduated in 2002.
Oh wow. Okay.
Okay. I don't know if you know Jim Burgesson. Used to be the athletic director there as a history teacher, good friend of mine.
Yeah, I don't know if I
Okay.
That's all right. What you got?
So what you got for us?
So I was just calling. I felt like just the game. It was a whole weird vibe the whole game.
Yeah.
Like at the beginning, I didn't have a good feeling. Those first 2 drops and that first drive, I was like, and then when the refs right in front of them, they hit the pylon, they just call it down. It was just a whole weird vibe. Just play calling, just everything. I mean, we got the win, but I think it's just you're lucky you played Georgia Tech because it was just sloppy coming off a bye, and even just everything. Like the ACC network is just terrible. Like it can't be
right.
Like said enough. Like the camera work, I can't count how many times it was like you missed a pass because the camera wasn't downfield.
Yeah.
It was like just on that network, it's just so hard to like watch a game. Like it makes it even worse.
Yes.
Like it just added to like the weird vibe of the game, and I'm happy we got the win, but it just overall it just felt like a weird day.
All right, Jonathan. So let me ask you this: did you make it through the entirety of the game on the ACC network, or did you have to turn it off and flip somewhere else?
I did. I flipped during commercials, but I'm a diehard Noles, so of course I watched the entire game. But
there you go.
It was just every time it's on ACC network, I just kind of cringe because it's just everything is just bad about it. The production, oh man. Yep. And then the refs don't help out with that offensive pass interference on Johnny Wilson. That was just absurd. Yep. Like it was, man.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, the more you think about that, you think about someone else brought up in the chat, like the really small crowd, the nooner, the bad broadcast, the weird officiating, the sloppy play by FSU. It was almost like a high school JV vibe, going into this whole thing. It was just ugly. You take the win, but I think Jonathan's right. It was really, you just hopefully get this out of your system. You feel like you ate something that just tasted really bad, and you got to flush it out of your system and move on.
Yep. That's I love the comment from Michael, and thank you, Jonathan. Be sure and call back, man.
Yeah.
I appreciate you calling in and being a new member of the post game family. But Michael says I was waiting for the camera to go in the opposite direction of where the ball was. And, that wouldn't have been stunning to me either, Michael, because it wasn't just the sideline shot. You're right; it's the play-by-play.
A couple times we're on the bench showing something, and they go back at the end of the play. You're like, "What happened?" I was honestly thinking, I was joking. I was sitting with Terry, who's manning the phones in front of ours, Dan, and on the pylon play when he hit it, because then the ball came loose after he hit the pylon. I thought the official was going to say, pylon causes the fumble. Georgia Tech's football. I mean, the ACC, would you have
Yeah.
been shocked that they would do something like that? In the first call in history where the pylon forced the fumble.
Yeah, I would never be shocked by anything that the ACC comes up with. And I think Jonathan hits the nail on the head, which is it makes the experience worse when you're not handling your own business. Then the broadcast stinks and the camera angle stinks and the commercials are weird and the officials stink. And it's just, some of this is Florida State's issue, but a lot of it isn't. And so now you're just angry at the world. Like, you're pissed off at the world. I genuinely was just so much happier talking to Dominic Robinson for the second half. I watched the whole first half on television and I was ready to just throw something. Maybe I should take everybody else's, the advice we give everybody else, which is just join us for the watch along. Don't bother with the ACC. Don't bother with the ACC network. Put it on mute. Come to Warchant on YouTube and watch us do the watch.
You know what my dream is, Tom? That they will figure this out. In this day and age of the Mannycast and all that, ESPN, approach us. Let us you can do multiple broadcasts for a game. Let us broadcast the game, you and Dominic and whoever else on our staff. You'll get a real perspective from FSU fans. They'd much rather listen to that than that nonsense that you're doing on there that nobody wants to hear. And these guys are ill-prepared. I mean, just do it. Do you want to appease your fans and get more people to tune in? This is the age of streaming. You can do it.
Absolutely. You can do whatever you want. And here's the thing I'd say, too. This is really important because I want to stress they use student labor. ESPN does for a lot of these games. Nobody is besmirching you at Florida State over there, the student. You should not be put in a position like this without the proper training.
But have you seen an SEC game where Florida's playing where this kind of production happens on their network?
I agree. All I'm stressing is that students, if you're watching this, or parents of students who are a part of the production,
you're right.
We're not critical of y'all. They're just being put in a position that's just ridiculous, and clearly it's not.
Except for the student. The one criticism I had is whoever was the student director for the spring game who decided the entire spring game was interviews on the sideline. No, sir or ma'am, I have a problem with you.
Florida man,
nonsense.
Florida man in Texas gives us a word of endorsement. Thank you, Florida man.
Thank you.
He's around, man. He's a steady Eddie. We love you, Florida man in Texas. We now go to the Villages. We haven't talked to this gentleman since September the 7th. Ooh. Oh, my goodness. For the 83rd time on Warchant TV, we go to Wes in the Villages. Welcome, Wes. How's it going?
What's up, fellas? Yeah, it's been a little while. My phone, I was traveling over to Daytona Beach and hit a dead spot, so I had to call back in, so I'll try to keep it brief. Sure. It's nice to call in after a big victory, though.
Absolutely.
It's been a month.
I swear, it felt like it was the best, worst game ever. 640 yards of offense, and yet, you look at how the game played out, and it just was one of those where you're like, wow, it just a lot of nonsense in that game. I didn't quite expect. Glad to get the victory, obviously, and that, but you just look at some of the little mistakes and you go, well, you can get away with that against Georgia Tech, but they've got to clean up some of that if they're going to be able to finish this season out the way all of us want them to.
Yeah, no doubt. There's a lot that needs to be worked on, Wes. What would you say is the thing that you need to see next week fundamentally different from today?
Well, I mean,
to Miami?
really and truly, it just seems, and this is like 2 games in a row, but when they get down there in the red zone and the fumbleitis and the weird plays and some of the decision making on the play call, and you've got to take advantage of securing the ball, safe plays, but also you've got a 6'7" receiver. Like, some of the calls, they're questionable at times that I feel like they keep getting repeated. And we all know what the definition of insanity is, doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. And there just seems to be some decision-making down there that I just feel like they're putting themselves in a spot that they don't have to, and tweaking the play calling a little bit, I think would eliminate some of the potential for those, bad snaps, fumbles, odd pitch, whatever. And if they just cleaned up some of that, get better execution down there, I think that would make all the difference. Now, on one of those plays, I was glad it played out the way it did, because to give Fitzgerald a chance to make a field goal, and he was 2 for 2 today.
He was.
So yeah. I wasn't all unhappy about it. I kind of was glad after the first one, I think, happened, because I'm like, sweet, Fitzgerald's going to get to kick a field goal that he can make, and he needs that confidence especially if he's going to have to kick next week down in Hard Rock. So I'm not all mad about it, but I hate there's times when the execution and the play calling, you just sit there and scratch your head and go, what is going on? It's so uncharacteristic, and it's just, you just don't expect it because this team seems to be more disciplined as a whole than that. And sometimes in critical times, making these bonehead calls or plays or, the lack of execution. And it just leaves you going, man, if you just clean that up, I think everything else, kind of comes full circle. That's just my opinion.
That's a good opinion. It's a good call, Wes. And Wes, you've always been the king of the promos. So not only were you promoting Fitz Magic today, but play us off as you always do. You're first class.
Tom, I appreciate the setup, so I didn't get cut off. I'm gonna hit it. Hey, Gene, you be good, buddy. It was. Hey, Tom, did Gene tell? I was up at Indigo.
He did stop
on the
by
broadcast
a couple weeks ago.
Oh, yeah, really? I didn't.
I'm sorry. I got early.
Up at Indigo for
But yeah, he did want to say hello to you guys.
Oh well, I'm sorry, Wes. Next time we'll make sure that happens. Next time, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah. I didn't have a lot of time. I was making rounds from lot to lot and tailgate, and so I just came up and said a quick hey and got out of there. But I'll catch you next time. Hopefully, I'm going to try to come up for the Florida game. I plan on being there for the Florida game, so I'll try to come see you guys. But yeah, on the way out, everybody don't forget to hit that thumbs up, subscribe to the YouTube channel, as well as warchant.com, the best in the business. It's only $10. It's highway robbery that you're getting it that cheap. Don't forget to eat at Zaxby's. Y'all be good and go Noles.
There he is.
Thank you, Wes.
That is the man.
Always a solid call from Wes, man. I appreciate it. He's been reiterating all the stuff you and I have been saying, Tom, about the red zone deficiencies and ineptitudes, and it's got to get cleaned up. It's to me, it's cost you at least one game, at least one, and it's going to cost you one or two more unless you just clean that stuff up. It's going to happen. You got away with it against Georgia Tech. You won't. One of these games, you're going to look back like NC State and go, you blew another one that you outplayed a team and you had it won. And you did some, by the way, the people who are freaking out that Florida might rise up and because it's a rivalry and Georgia struggled, it's 21-0 already, Georgia. So Gators are getting a beat down like they deserve.
That's another thing. Look, Miami won today, but it's 14-12. They didn't score a touchdown, so it's like a half a win over Virginia.
14 and they don't score a touchdown.
And 14 the hard way. Wouldn't that be something that Gene Deckerhoff would say? And then Florida's off to a rough start, and we can complain about an ugly blowout win. So things could be worse. They have been worse for much of the last 5 years. That would be the big positive. We've got some folks to thank as well. Ben, feel free to wipe up some folks that maybe we glossed over and we need to thank again. But Kimba, oh, well, I like that. Kimba with a very nice compliment. The whole event, coaching, broadcasting, reffing, it was like the Twilight Zone. It was, and you're just stuck there watching another 1-900 ad for some $9.99 thing that they'll double. You just pay extra shipping and handling, and you're like, my God, what am I doing with my Saturday? We're Noles, and we fight through it. It's the sacrifice we make for the Noles. FSU Fan 93, always a big supporter of what we do. Anemic business chicken walker type game. Okay, yeah, I agree. I think I'm glad we won the game, but the final should have been 45-9. Loved how JT13 and JW14 played. Loved how Benson ran. We boat raced the U. Another guy who's falling for the the blowout.
Was that Eric's score too? Or he said 44-17, right?
I think
is that Eric?
17. Yeah, I think that's
all right. There seems to be a theme here. I like it.
Wow, Z-Chan back again. Mrs. Z-Chan told me to say hello and go Noles. I forgot. Oh, well, thank you. You don't have to contribute at that level for being forgetful, Z-Chan, but we appreciate you very much. Marcus, may I say Rattler strike this homecoming weekend. Man, there's nothing like a FAMU homecoming weekend. Always build in 15 minutes extra for wherever you need to get on FAMU homecoming weekend. We hope everybody is safe and enjoying themselves in Tallahassee. Drew I, he's back again. I see some cheap tickets at Doak South coming available soon. He's using the hashtag of what we all know, which is screw Miami. Yeah. Over under on having more Noles than Canes in attendance next week. That's a decent shot, Gene. What do you think?
I don't know. I've been there before when FSU's been a favorite, and it's like one game. They just save all their tickets. They don't go to any of the games, and they show up for one game. I'm going to say it's going to be pretty close to 50-50, I'm going to say. I think Miami might have a slight edge. Now, hopefully they all leave at halftime, and that won't be the case. But, again, like it's one game they get up. The players get up for, the fans get up for one game every 2 years.
Yeah. And Island Chief, offensively, is this the worst performance this year? 640-plus yards. That's the weird thing, is you're pissed about the offense, and you nearly put up 7.
But it wasn't so much – wasn't an execution. This was more the coaching and just penalties, pre-snap stuff, just a lot of other stuff. I mean, they were making big plays. They were executing. It's the kind of the opposite when the coaches say we weren't executing. We were executing. We weren't coaching well.
There's a company in town, I forget which one it is, that calls their secretary the director of first impressions, which I just find it's an amazing corporate title. But that's what today was. It was about the first impression. The first impression for the offense was just, ugh. It was there was so much good substance wise, and then you can't finish the job, and so you're pissed off for the next 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably Island Chief why we're complaining about 640 yards. It's just you didn't finish the job. You did the hard parts. You didn't cash in when it should be easy and straight ahead. You made it more difficult on yourself. Marcus, thank you. He's mentioning the fact that he gave a T-shirt. I don't know that I can wear it on the air. It's like one of those 90s shirts they had the back at Bill's, Gene. But I love it. It's something about removing Miami from the state, and it's funny. Canes fans, it is that week. So if you're watching right now, it's going to be a whole lot of fun on Warchant TV as we picket you for all the many things you're doing wrong. Thank you, Marcus. That catches us up on some of those donations. Gene, I will say, now that we're kind of on the back end of these callers, most everybody was pretty reasonable once again.
They always are.
Again. Yeah.
We have the best callers out there. And I've always when we originally talked about doing this, I don't know, some of the post-game stuff might get a little shady, might get a little boring or repetitive. Everybody brings it. They're intelligent. They're thoughtful. Like I said, the last game, the Clemson game, they tried to talk me down. I was pretty upset, and I felt better after the game. It's cathartic not only for you guys to hear us, but for us to hear you guys and get your input. So you guys are doing a great job. And a lot of the chatters, they're very good today too. Usually there's some trolls in there, and maybe I missed a few, but for the most part, they've been very good as well.
Oh, I mean, sometimes it's a group therapy session. Sometimes it's a group funeral. Sometimes it's a group celebration. But we all do this together on Warchant TV, and it doesn't happen without the 500 plus of you who are with us right now. Nolebuck, thank you very much. Just coming into the chat with it. I'm worried that Norvell has started to show a propensity for not cashing in. Can we not just line up and single back and drive the ball down their throat in the goal line?
Hallelujah.
Yeah. I don't know. That's a rhetorical. It's a rhetorical question, and if you took Vegas odds on it right now, they wouldn't look favorable to Florida State.
But the issue is not that happened this game. That his issue, it's a propensity. This has been a pattern since he's been from year one. It's the same thing over and over and over. Like I said, definition of insanity, man. You got to think when they get in the red zone. Norvell is insane. So you know what you do? You put him in the rubber room and you have somebody else make the calls. Mm-hmm. Whatever it takes, you have to clean up the red zone stuff.
Yeah, and again, it's just they get credit for improving so much that now we're talking about finishing the job. Last year, we would have been thrilled with a lot of these explosive plays and 600 yards of offense. We would have done backflips for 600 yards of offense against anybody. So they get credit for the improvement, but, I mean, between the 20s doesn't do anything for you, Gene, unless you score the points. So,
well, unless you had a great kicker, you kick a lot of field goals, but that's, no offense. Hey, great job, Fitz, today, 2 for 2. And hopefully that he builds on that and we're doing better. But the problem is when you can't, I'm sorry, but at this point, do you want the game to come down to him hitting a 38-yarder against Miami? I mean, none of us want to see that.
Exactly. We're on last call for the callers. I see one in the screening room. We can take maybe, one more after that. Yeah. But I see that we're going to have a call from one of our favorites in Ocala in just a moment. Then we will take a break after we get this call from Gene in Ocala, who is up in just a second. And then we'll take a break, have some final thoughts, see if we can get somebody from the press box. Yeah. If not, we've broken this game down ad nauseum. We know what happened today, folks. It's a blowout, situationally poor, but we're in position now to go 6-3 next week on the road at Miami. And wouldn't that be a sweet post-game show to be a part of? Late on a Saturday night.
It's going to be another late night.
Yeah, there's no doubt whatsoever. And so here he is. It is Gene in Ocala, and I'm going to pull him from the screening room. Hopefully this doesn't give us any issues. Gene, welcome to the program. It is now the 15th time you called us. How's it going today?
It's going great. I finally, out of these 8 games, I'm finally able to talk to my guys there. And talk some nose, chop it up with you a little bit.
We missed you, Gene. It's been since November last year, so welcome back.
He hasn't called in this year, man.
You're one of our favorites, so go ahead. What you got for us today?
I've been I wonder, have we plateaued in our play calling? Does he understand that he gets into these situations? Whenever I say he coached Norvell, does he get his rhythm to where he runs every first down? that Jordan Travis, whenever he's getting ready to run the ball, he'll turn around and talk to the running back. And I think it was only one time today that he turned around and talked to the running back that he did not actually just hand off to it. It just seems like these teams that we're going to play, Miami, Florida, that's going to have speed just like you're not going to get away with just telegraphing the things that you're going to do on offense. And I think somebody needs to pull his jacket and say, hey, we've got to switch this thing up. The things that you were doing with Tate Rodemaker whenever he came out second half against Louisville, these are the things that you need to do with Jordan. That quick slide the ball in and then pull it out and then throw those quick slants until somebody can say, okay, we're gonna come up and we're gonna stop that. Make them stop it, and then whenever they back off, run the ball. It's simplicity for me and you, because we talk about it all the time. But does he understand that? I appreciate you guys. Thank you for taking my call, and go Noles.
Hey, thanks, Gene. We missed you, man. Make sure you call back hopefully next week or before the season's out. So he's talking about telegraphing and trends. What's interesting, I'll answer in a related way, Gene Williams. Dominic Robinson and I talked about this during the watch-along, which is Jordan didn't look willing to run today. And was that a function of him not being 100%? Is that a function of
he didn't have to, maybe?
He didn't have to. Is it something else? Whatever the case, I think a lot of those here's why that's relevant. A lot of those first down calls, Jordan's got options, multiple options. You can throw it, you can hand it off, you can keep it and run it yourself. He ran a couple of plays where he kept and then made a throw downfield. The Ja'Kai Douglas play was a good example of that, and that's a great play. It's kind of like a triple option with a forward pass. But there is a bit of staleness at times with the offense. I think that's fair from Gene and Ocala. What do you think?
Yeah, and is this after the script that we've seen that before? They go not so much in this game, but a lot of the other games after the script runs out initially, it does seem to get in that stale mode, like he's talking about. It becomes a little too predictable. Yeah. But this goes back to something I kind of wondered. I'm never a big fan of the head coach being the play caller. I just think he's got too many other things going on. Very few could actually do it effectively. I mean, Spurrier, I guess Jimbo effectively did it for most of the time. Yeah, obviously it's not working out too well at A&M. But there's very few coaches that can do that. I just really wonder if he's got to rethink this thing going into it and have somebody who's devoted completely to it. Obviously, we like Alex Atkins, but he's got a lot going on in game with the offensive line. He can't sit there and get involved in that. Yep. So I wonder if he needs to do that, have somebody else who's able to handle this and devote more to that, so it's not as predictable. So they get in situations like down on the goal line or the red zone where we know Mike Norvell struggles. But again, nothing you can do right now. I don't think he can self-scout and simplify things in certain situations. Mm-hmm. And then maybe hope somebody looks at some of the stuff on film and says, hey, you're tipping off this, you're tipping off these kind of things. That's what they have, these quality control people, the support staff, they're in there looking at film, they're up in the box. They should see these things. So what Gene's pointing out, if that's happening, there are people who should be able to identify that.
Well, whoever the quality control people were today on offense, they're getting screamed at. Their ears are going to be ringing today after 2 consecutive timeouts on one drive and substitution issues on both offense and defense. There was a substitution issue, Gene, in the second half after a media timeout. I think it was an injury. This is before the 4th down stop. You've got defenders and members of the secondary running on and off the field. Georgia Tech, I think, could have snapped the ball. So there's a lot of people in the organization that are going to get a talking to, the players, the coaches, and the quality control assistants. There's a lot of problems to clean up for next week on the road in a loud environment. Miami gets loud one time every 2 years, and it's when we go down there. So you're going to have to get a lot more cleaned up in that regard. I will say there's a good question from Kimba that we'll go to after we take our final break, because I think it's a good way to round out our thoughts for the day. But we want to get you guys one more word from our awesome sponsor at Zaxby's, a 17-year Golden Chief booster. We're going to take a 60-second, 70-second break. We'll be back with our final thoughts on the Warchant postgame call-in show.
Something big, something huge is taking over the world of chicken sandwiches. Zaxby's new signature sandwich with Zax sauce or new spicy Zax sauce. Because the chicken sandwich war ain't over yet. The new signature sandwich, it's taking over. And it's only at Zaxby's.
Warchant.com has been the definitive home of all things FSU sports for over 20 years and is now part of On3, the next generation network. Warchant.com has the most experienced, tenured and largest staff on the Florida State Sports Beat, and now features innovative resources, including an NIL database that projects player value and a truly aggregated composite recruiting ranking system that will set the bar in the industry.
There are no words to describe the perfect pairing of Zaxby's hand-breaded fingers and our 12 delectable sauces. But there is a sound, and that sound is The Zaxby's Chicken Finger Plate with endless sauce abilities. Only at Zaxby's.
So it's time for our final thoughts on Warchant Game Day presented by Zaxby's. This is the post-game call-in show. He's Gene Williams. My name is Tom Lang. And Kimba asked a good question. It was a contribution as well, which thank you, Kimba, again. But the question is, who does Norvell have to talk with that will be honest with him? You know, back in the day when Jimbo Fisher was in the beginning portion of his time, taking Florida State to the top in 29 straight victories and a national championship, the man was Monk Bonasort, who could be really honest with Jimbo. And that was, I think, about more university level things than it was coaching decisions day to day. But you would need a confidant. Gene, do you have any idea who could be that person for Mike Norvell? I've got an idea, but I wonder if you've got maybe perhaps a different perspective.
Yeah, I will say one thing. Jimbo is a different animal, though. I mean, I get the point is a valid one. I mean, because Jimbo was, you know, he's full of it. He thought he was always right. But Monk was one of the few people he actually respected that would step in and say what he needed to say. Norvell's different, so I think he's a lot more approachable. I think when he's doing things wrong, somebody could approach him. I would hope it's Alex Atkins. I think maybe it's Chris Thompson. Has a lot of experience. He respects him a lot. He's on staff, so I think he's got some guys that should be able to, step in and, have honest discussions with him about his weaknesses and things he needs to correct. I mean, that would be my thing, but nothing jumps off the page to me like, oh, it's definitely this guy.
No, but I agree. Those are the two guys I thought as well. Thompson, because of his experience, he's been there, done that. He coached Mike Norvell, the player. I mean, that's different kind of dynamic and relationship there. But Alex Atkins is no nonsense. That's the other thing I'd say. Alex Atkins is a no-nonsense guy, and I think there's accountability up and down in that coaching office. You wish you would see it a little bit more in the red zone situations. Again, the one that I'll come back to today, Gene, is the end around of Micah Pittman on second down. It's not necessarily the Wildcat on third with the bad snap. It's that end around. Why? It's a very simple question.
But they've done that over and over. You see that play. They're always doing these 2 or 3 times early this year. I know they've gotten that situation. They've done something similar to the short side of the field, and it's gotten blown up for a loss. And I'm just like, what you really? What are you expecting to accomplish here? And you would think, like you said, if Atkins is a guy, it's like, let my line just block straight ahead. Let's just do straight ahead. Let's power him. We've been running well against them. Why are we doing this nutty stuff when we get down there? So I think we're going to try to get Ira. Ira is going to try to come on here in a minute. Okay. So we'll see if hopefully we can get him on before we check out and get his report and some of this stuff. Let me guess. We're going to talk about red zone and sloppy play probably when Ira.
Probably so. And again, I'll defend in the grand scheme of the conversation. Not today. It's Georgia Tech run right up the middle of standard offense.
Yeah.
I'll defend Wildcat because that's more about power and being physical. In theory, Wildcat's not about tricking you and doing double reverses and nonsense like that. It's about creating more numbers to block for you and going straight ahead with something that keeps you honest at the second level with a give or whatever. But sometimes it's not even Wildcat. The guy next to the person who's getting the ball, Lawrence Toafili in the situation today, is just a straight ahead blocker. Think Tebow and the Urban Meyer offense.
Yeah.
It's not like the Wildcat truly is actually, it's got an end around component to it. Anyway, that's more physical than not. But today, Georgia Tech, don't need it, baby.
Yeah, save it for Miami. If you really think this is going to work on the goal line, save it for a team where you need it.
Florida man in Texas, you're going to be pleased. Ira is here.
Well, because Florida man in Texas asked, we were not going to bring him on, but because he asked, then you know what? I guess he's right. I guess we can bring the man on.
And here he is. He is the managing editor of Warchant.com. He is Ira Schofel. Ira, it's been an interesting day. What do you think after taking in a noon kick with an overcast sky, kind of a sleepy feel, and then a slow start? What stood out to you today?
Yeah, there's a lot to this game, and I'm sure you guys probably are trying to cover it all as well. On the one hand, you look at the total numbers and you say, well, geez, I mean, 642 yards of offense. You were up. Basically, you should have won that game by, 40 or 50 points. You were clearly the better team. You were probably – in some ways, this looked like the best Florida State has looked in certain areas. You held Georgia Tech to 24 yards of offense in the half. And I know Georgia Tech's offense stinks, but 24 yards and a half. And then offensively, Jordan throws for almost 400 yards, probably could have thrown for 500. You had some drop passes that would have even elevated his total more. So on the one, it's like you got these mistakes, but then you also have some of these really impressive stretches that make you think, okay, that's what this team could be. The ceiling is really pretty high with this team, but then you did have those mistakes and you did have those empty trips early in the game that make you just kind of frustrated because you feel like it could come back to bite you again, like we've seen earlier this season.
And I guess the biggest overriding thing I think all our callers have called in and chat, and Tom and I have gone on and on about it, is continuing the questionable play calling when they get inside the red zone. It happened again with, first of all, you've got to substitute all different packages in. They called 2 timeouts on the one thing, which cost you probably 4 points at the end of the half. And then you call the end around to Micah. You go with the Wildcat, you fumble the ball. But it's not just this game. We've seen this pattern over and over and over when they get in there. I don't know if that was brought up by Mike Norvell in the postgame. I'm assuming it was. This hasn't changed all season. It's driving people nuts. I mean, again, we're focused on a negative. Like you said, there were so many positives, the score, the yards, all that thing. But the thing that scares people when you play Miami, Syracuse, Florida here down the road, if this continues, it's going to cost you a game or two.
Well, the good thing is you don't play Clemson or Wake down the road. You do play Florida and Miami, and you play some teams that are not great either. But no, I get your point. I mean, I said to Corey when after Toafili fumbled, I said to Corey, I'm sure Tom Lang's turning six shades of purple right now. But I don't know what you guys thought. I didn't think that was a super cute play. That's Wildcat. They run Wildcat. It's actually kind of a power running play. You just had a young guy, Lawrence Toafili, who hasn't been in a lot of those situations. I think kind of got a little antsy, moving too early, and the snap wasn't good. But to me, that's not the same thing. Some of the things they've done have been terrible, but I think because this comes on the heels of all of the other issues, and then also the timeouts. The timeouts were ridiculous.
Well, that was a substitution.
Right.
My point is he's bringing a different
Well,
he's changing everything on the goal line, and Benson's been running down their throat. Keep it simple. Why do you need to do all this bells and whistles down there? Just simple, run it in.
I don't know that it was a ton of substitutions. I think they had guys that made guys that didn't get lined up correctly, or didn't know that they were supposed to be in the game. Again, it wasn't like, I didn't think it was total chaos. It was like one guy in a couple of situations. So yeah, I'm not defending it. Look, man, I just wrote a story the other day about the red zone offense, and I get it. It's been a problem all year. I don't want to kill them for saying that they were too cute there. That's what a lot of people were saying on social media. I didn't feel like that play was all that cute. It's a basic play. It's a power running play. And it just, but on top of everything else, I get it. And also on top of the timeouts. But again, my point is, you still, to me, the way I would look at this game, and you'd like to think that Florida State's coaches and players will look at this game, I think certainly the coaches will, is just, guys, if you stop making the self-inflicted mistakes, you could be one of the best offenses in the country. And this defense can be, now that you've got Fabian Lovett back and Jared Verse healthy, and those young guys that had come on during the season out of necessity, now that they've developed, this defense could be what we thought it was going to be at the beginning of the season. Suddenly, the back end looks a lot better when the front looks fully healthy. So, to me, I'm probably more on the glass half full side in general, but I'm very impressed by what they did, especially offensively against the Georgia Tech defense that is not a bad defense.
Yeah, and I started out with all my positive. I was glass full, but then, some of the stuff. And I guess part of that offensive thing that drives – and 13 penalties, I think probably 7 of them were probably pre-snap, something or rather. And I guess it's discouraging after a bye week to see that, because you mentioned all these yards and points, and imagine if they clean that up. I mean, I guess it drives people nuts. They could have won this game by 40, 50 points if they were just relatively clean on offense.
No, 100%. I mean, and the penalties were terrible. I mean, I led my game story with that it was a very sloppy performance. So you had 2 turnovers in the first half. Offensively, all the penalties, just weird decisions, poor decisions by a bunch of different guys. The special teams were a disaster. Keep setting yourself up with terrible field position. So there's a lot of problems with this team. I'm just saying I think there are some positives as well. And again, I think when you look at coming off a bye week, I was curious to see how they were going to be today, because you're not just coming off a bye week, but you lost 3 straight games. And I wondered how sharp they would be in this game. And clearly they were not sharp in certain areas. But overall, again, I think this should be a message to those players that, man, if you don't win out, if Florida State doesn't win these last 4 games and finish the season with 5 straight wins and a 9-3 record, they have themselves to blame. And that would be my message to these players. Nobody on the schedule left is better than you. Go out and play and enforce your will and finish the season 9-3. And then everybody forgets what happened in the first 3 weeks of October.
Okay, I'm going to get a positive here. I know I'm going to let Tom ask about the defense starting the second half because I know he loves talking about that. So the biggest positive to me, there are some things that really, first of all, Jordan's performance, throwing for almost 400 yards, maybe one of his best outings, unbelievable. CJ Campbell, I mean, that was so cool. If you saw the TV broadcast when he was getting the whole team was slapping him on the helmet, congratulating for him to be able to get the touchdown was awesome. Trey Benson running for over 100 yards. That was great to see, and running with authority and power. I love to see that. What was, and maybe the first half of the defense, how dominating they were. What was kind of the overwhelming positive from this game out of all those different scenarios you saw?
I think the biggest thing is they're going to take away just the fact that they had a dominant win, and it's something this team hasn't had in a long time. I mean, I think, Mike Norvell talked about it. Corey asked him after the game, what does it mean for these guys to just go in a locker room and be happy again, and to go into practices and be, just feel good about themselves again. You played 3 ranked teams. You probably should have won at least one of them, maybe 2 of them. You lost all 3 of them. And so I kind of wondered how that was going to affect them. And so I think this is going to be good for them. I really feel like just those positive stories. Fabian came back and played. He played well and did not seem like he had any setbacks. And then, as you said, CJ Campbell was just a great story because when he went down with an injury at the beginning of the year, he had a broken fibula. They also thought he had torn ligaments. It turned out the ligaments weren't torn, but he did have a broken bone. They fixed it, and now he's back, and he played and scored a touchdown late in the game. I thought that was a cool moment. I also thought it was cool for Lawrence Toafili to have 2 fumbles and then to come back and make that really incredible play down the sideline to score. Not just, it was a good catch, but then fighting his way into the end zone for the touchdown after those 2 turnovers was really redeeming for him. I just think that was this game. There's like a lot of individual things like that where, even Jordan maybe had some throws he would have liked to have thrown a little bit better in the first half, but man, he was dialed in after that. And so I just thought it was a game where they weren't sharp early, but they still just kind of persevered and played really good football for most of that game.
Yeah, and that's something, Ira, that you don't take for granted based upon where this program has been for the last 3, 4, 5 years. I'll pass on the second half touchdown question. What I'll ask you is just, I feel like today is honestly a choose your own adventure, choose your own emotion kind of day.
Yes.
Or how you want to feel about the game, because you could pick which path you want to go. How did Mike Norvell sound in the press conference? How did the players sound? And which path did they take about overriding concerns or a win is a win? Which way did they go?
I think they took both sides. I mean, I think they took what you want. I think they do feel good about the fact that they got a dominant win, which is what you want. And I think, Trey Benson said that it was cool to be in a locker room again where everybody's smiling and happy. At the same time, I think they clearly understand that they made a lot of mistakes in that football game. Jared Verse talked about that drive, start the second half, and he said he just thought that they didn't come out with the right focus. And that's on the coaching staff, because that's been this team's MO now for most of the season is if they go into halftime, the defense does not come out and get a stand in the second half. Now, they were hurt a little bit by the onside kick to start second half, so Georgia Tech got a short field. But again, you played so well in the first half. You dominated the game. You should be up by more. You're only up 24-3. You can't just let them go right down the field and score a touchdown on a 30-something yard pass. And then now you're in a game. And so I think that and I'm sure it was probably the message from Norvell, because, I think his message when he spoke to us was pretty much what the player said was, this is there are some impressive things in that football game, but you have to take care of those other things that are keeping you from being what you can be. And so cleaning up the mistakes, coming out with more focus at the start of a half, all the penalties, as Gene said, the false starts, dead ball penalties. If you clean up those things, you can be so much better. So I think I think they're taking it the way you want it to. There's a lot to like, but they also know there's a lot to clean up. And hey, man, you're now 8 games into the season. You only have a month left. It's got to get cleaned up now.
So Ira, coming up, I know Corey is probably hacking away right now in a column. We get to see that. The wrap that you said you just taped should be up here shortly, you and Corey. And what else can we look forward to here the rest of the day? Now that we have some time to actually put some content up, and we're not up till 3 a.m. trying to do this. So what can fans look forward to before they go to bed tonight?
Exactly. Corey's column's already done. I'm actually going to go edit it right now. I'll get that up. And then Austin's going to write a story about CJ Campbell and just kind of his, impressive. I mean, it was a cool scene, as you guys said. That was a really cool scene because he was told his season was over. Everybody on the team thought his season was over. I'm going to be writing about the defense, and then also we'll have something about the offense. This was a pretty impressive day overall. They didn't punt one time.
Yeah.
I mean, that's an impressive overall offensive performance. I'll have my 3-2-1. Obviously, you'll have the PFF grades tomorrow. Then we got the Sunday Smash tomorrow night. So, like you said, man, this was a nice win, and it gives you a lot of chance this weekend to kind of reflect on some of the things that they need to work on, but also some of the positives.
And the nice thing is, the positive for you is you didn't have to subject yourself to the ACC broadcast, the ACC network broadcast. It was stellar today.
I saw some of the comments on Twitter.
Oh, brutal. Almost as good as the offensive pass interference on Johnny Wilson.
Yeah,
so the ACC repping out today.
Yeah, the officiating was not their final.
Which we never hear that after a game. That's unusual.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ira. Great job,
Thanks,
buddy.
guys.
We look forward to all the content.
Take care.
That is Ira Schofel, the managing editor of Warchant.com, where you can sign up for just $10. You see it at the top of the screen here. $10 through August 31st of next year. I'm the guy on the left. My name is Tom Lang. He's Gene Williams. We've got a question from George that we have not gotten to yet, and then we'll have our final thoughts as we wrap up on the post-game show. Assuming we only have one more loss, which is more likely, asks George Holton, lose to Syracuse or lose to either Miami or Florida? Oh, so there's 3 choices there. All right, Gene, if they're only going to lose one game, and this is, I know, it's got a negative bend to it, which game would it be?
Before today, I would have said Syracuse, but honestly, I was able to, I had a second screen going. I watched the first half of that Syracuse-Notre Dame game. I'm starting to think that was a Cinderella type situation. And when you deep dive into you go, oh, they played Clemson close, but look at the yardage, look at the turnovers. It was a little fluky that they're able to stay in that game. I'm starting to think Syracuse is, and I think they're going to continue to digress as their schedule gets harder and harder. I'm starting to think it's going to be, I hate to say it, but I think it's next week. I think it's at Miami. I just think that's the one game they're going to get for. You're on the road. Man, it makes me nervous. I think FSU, I'm picking probably FSU to win. I'm just saying right now, if I were to pick the game they were going to lose, I think it's the next game, Miami. That's going to make their season's done. If they know there's the only one thing that's going to salvage it, and that is next week. If they can win at home, they can go back, hey, we beat our biggest rival. Good for us.
Yeah, and their head coach takes this very seriously. He takes
he will, and he'll be bragging at the NIL and everything else.
He takes all things too seriously. That dude is wound way too tight, but he cares a lot about this game, so they'll be revved up. They got the miracle of a 7:30 kickoff, too. That had noon written all over it. Here's what I'll say, because I'll end it on a positive note. I'm not going to assume that at all, George. I'm going to dismiss the premise. Florida State can do this thing. You can win all 4 of your games, and they're going to do it. That's what I'm saying. They're going to
Tommy.
We're going to be a corner pocket bar and grill the Saturday after the Florida game, doing keg stands.
So here it. So if they go 5-0 here, Tommy, this stretch, keg stand for Tommy.
Yes, we've made a promise already on the JCS. Eric Angel asked if they won all 5 games, would Jeff do a keg stand? He said yes. I agreed to do one as well. Ira already agreed to do a multi-beer funnel.
I'll throw me in for the funnel. I'll do better at the funnels than the beer stands.
So now we got 4 people in.
We will broadcast live. We'll have to do a live broadcast, I guess, won't we?
We will.
We'll have to talk to Bill. I'm sure Bill would love that. We'll be down with that.
Bill is already in. I've made the arrangements. He's already in. So we'll have a double funnel, double keg stand moment of glory. Just before the noon. The time is going to be earlier in the day. It's going to be before the noon kickoffs on that Saturday. That's what. So, Gene, you're in for that, 11:30 or so, 11:45.
So we're talking about for the Saturday, yep. After Florida. So that's right, Friday game. Yeah, I guess it'll be a nooner.
Yep,
we'll have to do it. Wow. Okay, I'm in. 5-0. I'm in.
Eric, if you're still watching from the Palace, we've got another one. We've got another one in. That's Gene Williams, who's going to be doing a beer funnel.
So that would be, man. Think of that. You would be 9 wins going into the bowl for a chance to get 10. That would be something.
Yeah,
you would have beaten your 2 in-state rivals, so that'd be a good way to finish the regular season.
It would be killer. And if they're 4-0 in this little stretch, that Friday versus Florida will be unbelievable.
Yes, yeah. I like that last comment by Jeff. That was well
Jeff
done.
is asking were any
the
players
Jimbo reference.
were any players smoking weed in the post-game locker room. I don't think so. I don't think there were any kerfuffles. I don't think trainers were hurt or there were no altercations whatsoever in the post-game locker room. But I can't speak for a College Station. I cannot. Libations War Chant, says Michael Carpenter. That would be that Saturday. Hopefully we can live it all together. Daniel Prentice is trying to be negative. We're not going to wipe up that comment. No, take it down. Take it down. Love you, Daniel. That's a former intern and friend of ours at ESPN Radio back in the day. Gene, all right, it's time, I guess, right? Time to wrap it up. We got PFF tomorrow. That's what you're doing. We got Corey's column up in just a moment here on warchant.com. Ira promoted it all. I can't wait to read the Austin Cox story about C.J. Campbell. That's a great feel-good moment about today. And we get to watch more football. We've done so many night kickoffs, Gene, that there's nothing to watch.
This is great. And we get to watch the end of the Georgia beatdown. How about I'm excited for Will Levis is back for Kentucky, right? For against Tennessee tonight. So, I mean, I think I wouldn't be surprised. A little upset action there. I'm calling it now, man. I'm looking forward to that one as well. So it's going to be a fun night.
He calls it a Mark Stoops Saturday here on the
Stoops, baby.
All right, folks. Thanks to Zaxby's, our sponsor of the program. Thanks to ABC Fine Wine and Spirits, who sponsors the viewer chat. And they've got some more libations for us in the weeks to come. We like those folks. Make sure to support everybody who supports War Chant. To all of you in the chat who supported us from Aslan and D-Rob in the first half through the second half and now into the post game, including pillars like Z-Chan, Eric Angel, and others, Nole fan, FSU fan, 1993. Thank you all so much for what you do to help us do what we do here at War Chant TV. Hit a like for us on the way out. Subscribe to War Chant TV, absolutely free. Thanks to Ben, who is the producer behind the scenes, the director of the program. To Terry, who's screening the calls. For Gene Williams, my name is Tom Lang. Good night, Florida man in Texas, and good night to all you Noles. Enjoy a victory Saturday and a victory Sunday. We'll reconvene for rivalry week, hate week for Miami this time next Saturday. Bye, everybody.